Welcome in everyone to the 2023 European Continental Championships. Sadly, the last European International Championships, but I think that's just going to make it even more exciting, even better. For those of you who don't know, I am Lundberger, and I am really honored to be able to do this one. But of course, I'm not alone. I'm with some very amazing co-casters here. Spleen, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself to kick this off?
Yeah, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good night, depending on which part of the globe you are watching us. I'm Spleen, like Lundberger, part of the My PvP Academia channel. We have been also, I've been also casting some play tournaments and being around basically since almost the start of Silph. So just like you were mentioning, I grew up personally with Silph. We grew up as a channel also thanks to Silph. So it's definitely an honor to be here and to cast that last continental European championship.
Yeah, like Spleen just said, yes, we're part of My PvP Academia. You might notice that CountXevious looks a little bit different right now. I think maybe it's an upgrade. He got a little more handsome. Uh, we have Beckachu joining us as well. Beckachu, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself as well?
Thank you, Amanda. I'm Beckachu. I'm from the UK. As Amanda said, I'm not one of my PvP Academia. Probably best known for casting stuff on Matthew Brewer's channel. Been around since the beginning, and this is actually my first time casting a live tournament, so really excited and so happy to be here with such experienced people like you two.
We are happy to have you as well. For those of you who don't know, the European, not even just the European, all of the championships have a meta that is created just specifically for this. So we're going to go over that a little bit so you guys understand why these players are choosing the Pokemon that they're choosing. The first slot of their Pokemon is going to be their favorite preferred partner Pokemon, also kind of colloquially known in the community as a starter Pokemon. I don't know. Do you guys have any favorite starter Pokemon? For me, I think I would probably use Venusaur in this meta personally. Not that it's necessarily my favorite, but I think Frenzy Plant is just such a strong community day move. What about you, Beckachu? What would you think you would put in this slot number one?
Similarly, for this meta, I think Venusaur is actually a really nice pick when you look at the coverage across everything. But like many people, I'm a sucker for Charizard, and when you've got Shadow Charizard running about, it can only make for interesting gameplay. With the variance in moves and things, I'm sure we'll see quite a few.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people really using Charizard masterfully. A Human Catcher Bug first did that in the Play Pokemon one, and then I think Wadaj ended up winning the North America International Championships with it as well. So I don't doubt that we're going to see a lot of that on the field. What about you, Spleen? Any favorite starter Pokemon coming out at you?
Yeah, so my favorite starter is not on the screen, so that's not the best of the starting points. Because I think my favorite one is Squirtle. So reminds me my first start playing the first video games. But if I had to go with one Pokemon here, I think I will go with Swampert because I really like the spamminess of Swampert, and it charged so fast. You have that Hydro Cannon as a strong pressure that's coming quickly and quickly, and that's typically the kind of Pokemon that even if you are in against a bad matchup, say for example the Venusaur, if you have some shield advantage or energy advantage, you can just turn it around, and I really like that Pokemon. I do believe it could be an extremely either good lead to take down shields or a powerful closer.
Yeah, I think we have a graphic as well that is showing the top picks of the region for the starter Pokemon as well. Like, kind of like what you said, I believe that Swampert is at the very top of that list. So I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of those on the field. Following right after that is what I called, and then also what Dan called, Beckachu called. So it looks like we are kind of in a good spot here, picking the most meta picks, but we also see a
And
Samurott on the screen, a Meganium, Blaziken, Empoleon, oh, a Chestnut, and a Typhlosion.
and we do
It'd be
complete
great to
also
see
the
some of them.
perfect. Uh, we do complete perfectly the RPS also because we have one water, one grass, and one fire. So if we face each other, that might end up in a bad situation for one of us, right?
Indeed, indeed. But I think that Dan probably has the best of that overall. But we'll have to see. Depends how many shields are on the field as well. Beckachu, you were saying something as well. What do you got for us?
I just think it'd be great to see some Napoleons in the mix. It's one of the Pokemon that probably gets forgotten more than anything else, but I think with its move set coverage and obviously its skill typing as well, that'll be actually a fantastic pick in this meta if people are brave enough to actually pick it.
Yeah, we'll have to see because I know a lot of times as well, it's not always the Pokemon that everyone imagines, right? So you want to think, okay, this is going to be meta. What is a pick that is potentially going to really like take my opponents off guard? And I know that for a fact that a lot of people are really putting a lot of thought into team composition together for the rest of the team slots. That's going to be Pokemon that are the most iconic picks from the different seasons of the Silph arenas. So you'll be able to see throughout the interesting picks that people are choosing. I think that each of the slots are kind of, I would say, interesting overall. The very last slot is also going to be a legendary or a mythical Pokemon that, let's face it, is not Registeel, right? Because I think if Registeel was in the mix, everyone would choose Registeel. So, what are your thoughts overall about the different legendary or mythical Pokemon that you would want to use that is not Registeel? I don't know. What do you think, Spleen?
Oh, yeah, I think I will go with Didi, to be honest, as a pick, mostly because it's super versatile. I mean, and you could I think build around your team. Either you could go what I will say double nuke, even if it's not per se double nuke, but with rock slide and thunderbolt. Or you could carry what I do prefer, that psycho boost, because that can allow you strat to throw up psycho boost and dip, or to have like that low energy cost charge move for an end game situation, or just to force a CMP or whatever. So I do really like. I think I will go with DD. Plus, it pairs quite well with my Swampert, right?
That's a really good idea. So, Becca thank you so much for joining us for this little beginning segment. We're going to get right into the action here because let's face it, people have come to watch these amazing top players of Europe play it out. So, we're going to get right into those battles. As a reminder, this is the European Championship. So, the top three from this will go on to compete in the World Championship on July 29th. I don't know, Sergio. We've seen a lot of good play throughout the seasons. Are there any players that are really sticking out to you? That someone that you think that could take home this championship for Europe?
Oh, I will not start to say by a player, but I will mention two countries, which are, in my opinion, the favorites to take the crown, because they are really coming up strong, and that's Italy and Spain. So I will bet. So I will predict someone from those two countries to win it all today. But let's see. Let's find out.
I thought maybe that you were going to say France or Portugal because a little bit of your own background being a European battler. I unfortunately don't think any Belgians have been able to register. We didn't get the numbers this season, but I know that. Yeah, I think you're right. There are a lot of people from Spain, a lot of people from Italy are really, really grinding to get this number one spot.
Exactly.
Speaking of the number one spots, I believe that we have the teams of the people who are playing up first. And the first one is C. Leonardo 77, a name that's pretty familiar to this European championship with a global rank of number two versus the Austin, who is a global rank of 159. Let's take a look at these team compositions. We have two Charizards on the field, so it looks like Pikachu already kind of winning this prediction of the preferred partner Pokemon.
Yes, kind of very similar teams. If you see Leonardo going with that Licky Tongue and Medicham core that we used to see quite a lot in the Go Battle League. So that's the first thing, and we do see that compared to what are usually Silph metas, those are much more meta picks. that we are used to see for Silph. So it's going to be quite close to what we could see in a play Pokemon tournament, right, Amanda?
I think you're absolutely right here. These teams look pretty meta overall. The Austin also rocking that lowland sand slash. That's been really popular in a lot of tournaments lately, especially since it's been upgraded to have drill run instead of bulldoze. I can't imagine many people would be running a bulldoze one anymore since they're roughly the same amount of energy. But never mind. I see that they decided not to use that overall, and we actually have a Galvantula, which seems like a pretty interesting pick. I like that a lot because you can run it with a lunge, which ends up debuffing, and so your opponent's attack is not as strong anymore.
And that Galvantula does look good. If you look at C. Leonardo team, definitely looking like a strong pick, having that combo discharge to do super effective on 3 of 6 Pokemons, plus that lunge to also be able to debuff the rest. Plus Galvantula is always quite an attack weighted mon, so doing some nice damage output, right?
Yeah, and I also like it out now that this has been fully updated and we can see the teams that there's pretty much a lot of similarities between these two already. The 4 of the 6 being same Pokemon, and also 2 Tapu Finis, which is really interesting. Tapu Fini, one of the Pokemon that you really have to trade to be able to get one to the Great League level to be below 1500 CP. It looks like both C. Leonardo and the Austin have been able to do this, and we have to wonder who's going to win that charge attack priority.
Yeah, especially on traded mons, because you're trying to look out for the best IVs possible for that Tapu Fini, especially regarding his defense and HP. But that's going to be interesting to see indeed who is going to win CMP if they are planning to use the Tapu, of course.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with an electric on both of the sides, the Tapu Fini ends up getting walled, especially something like that Galvantula. I wonder if we're going to see it play. It has a lot of neutral matchups across the board for the Austin there, and I think that C. Leonardo has to be a little bit wary of it. It could be potentially even used as what we call a safe swap. So if he doesn't have the lead that he wants, that the Galvantula can be brought in to potentially either win a switch back for him or be able to debuff the Pokemon like we were
Yeah.
talking about earlier, so it's not doing as much damage when he ends up losing that matchup, say.
And while C. Leonardo is still picking up his team, we do see that the Austin went with that Galvantula lead you are mentioning, Amanda,
Yes,
and that's
listen,
going to
Spleen, you're
be
giving a little bit of
interesting.
spoiler alerts here for the crowd. I
Oh,
believe that they actually can't see what they are picking yet.
oh.
So just
Okay. So no more spoiler. I will stop with that. No more spoiler.
But yeah, like I said, I think that the looks like that could be a good safe swap overall. We'll have to see. The 2 players are still locking in their teams, so everything could change up until this point as well. But if you're C. Leonardo, what are some picks that you're thinking could do rather well overall? I think Lickitung, like you were saying, has a lot of good neutral matchups, a lot of bulk, but there are some Pokemon that kind of not necessarily wall it, but do a lot of damage to it as well, being that Medicham and also that Galarian Stunfisk on the Austin side.
Yeah, but I do believe that Lickitung is an amazing safe swap, or at least bait out for C. Leonardo, because the Austin kind. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like that Lickitung as well. Could maybe force out something in from the Austin if you want to lure out something. You could use that Lickitung with a strat. I mean, and same for the Austin. For instance, you could use that Lickitung as a safe swap to lure out the Medi, and then use the G-Fisk as a closer. So it's going to be interesting. But let's find out what the players are deciding.
Yeah, it looks like both of the players have locked in. We're getting ready to start that battle. Did I say it was in the safe swap position? I was completely wrong. We have that Galvantula in the lead against C. Leonardo's Medicham and an immediate swap out to the electric of his own. We see that Spark Lantern coming in from C. Leonardo's side, immediately throwing that Surf before the Galvantula has a chance to throw off a charge attack itself.
Yeah, I do like that play because you do want to do the damage before you are debuffed by the lunge, and we do see the lunge coming in now by the Austin. Is he going to lunge and dip out, or is he going to choose to stay in? Opting to stay in.
Yeah, going ahead, it looks like he's getting a couple volt switches before swapping out into that Licky Tongue. We have to remember, like you just said, that the lunge debuffed this Thunderbolt, so it is not going to be doing as much damage. Thunderbolt is the more effective move. It's a heavier hitting move here, but Licky Tongue is so bulky, being able to tank that immediately, already up to a power whip, but not being able to throw it before the second surf comes through.
Yeah, I do like that play by Austin, debuffing the lantern and now just using the Licky Tongue just as a soak sponge there, tanking, building some extra energy, and you do see the excellent counting now just right before the surf, throwing that body slam to try to knock out the lantern.
Yeah, I like that play a lot, forcing the Lantern to say, okay, if you want a shield, you know that I already have another body slam, but in comes that Metacham, which is going to be doing heavy damage with that counter. But if you look, the Austin is almost up to two body slams once again on this Licky Tongue. First one coming through here, second one about to come through, but will the Ice Punch go off first? No!
No, 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 no. See Leonardo opting to go for that farm down and opting to take that second body slam on the Medicham and building some extra energy there.
All that energy now, the Metacham has a lot that, the Galvantula has a little bit of energy, but not enough to be able to reach it in time. Immediately throwing this Ice Punch here, letting a Volt Switch go through, and now it's up to the Austin choosing to let this go. The Ice Punch might not quite be
Yes.
enough to take it out. We'll have to see at this point. Looks like it
Oh,
is, and we're going to see the next.
barely surviving, and the leak sniped by C. Leonardo, and now he's in a pretty good situation with two remaining mons and two shields into play, and that's going to be a pew pew and leak fight in this final stage of this game one.
Yes, it's very bold of the Austin to be bringing that Tapu Fini, and like we were talking about before, maybe not having the best matchups, but especially when there's a Lantern on the other side. However, this is not so bad. Being able to pew pew down, like you were talking about, is going to be those water gun pressure, going to be able to do a lot. However, when it's your only Pokemon left, it's not going to be doing as much
Yeah.
damage as I think the Austin was hoping for. Choosing to throw this Moonblast here is sort of a desperate Hail Mary play, shielded up by C. Leonardo at the last second.
Yeah, exactly. And that's unfortunate for the Austin. He's going to lose this first game up with two shields up. But unfortunately, in the back, that Licky Tongue and the bulk of the Licky Tongue we were mentioning earlier were just too much to handle for that Tapu Fini.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, and when you end up getting knocked out with two shields left, you have to really think about, okay, how could I have utilized these shields within the game a little bit more? I think that the Austin had a decent plan overall. It looked like he was in a pretty advantageous spot at points, but not being able to use those shields was a little bit dangerous for him and ended up proving costly at the end game.
Yeah, exactly. And no, usually you do expect something with a lot of fast move pressure up to shields, something like, for example, Alolan Ninetales with Charm. But here, the play was maybe the Austin was calling something else, like the Charizard in the back and keeping the two shields for the Tapu was the play. I think that was mostly the case, calling the line of C. Leonardo and just making the wrong call didn't pay off for the Austin in that game one.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Since this is a show six, pick three format, it's a little bit of a mind game even before the actual battles themselves play out, because you have to wonder, yes, is my opponent someone who likes to play aggressively? Are they a more defensive player? Are they a player who likes to always go for the big move? Or are they going to end up giving a bait instead? So I think that game number one for a lot of players is also kind of a mission finding game. So finding out how people like to play and then adapting that for game number two.
Yeah, exactly. And like you are mentioning, for example, now the Austin knows that the lantern is on Spark, so he knows what's the difference between the matchups, which matchup are better for Spark Lantern, and the ones that would be better if he was running that water gun fast move on the lantern. So maybe more play for something like the G-Fisk, but at the same time, C. Leonardo can definitely call that as well, and this time bring the Tapu Fini to answer that potential G-Fisk.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of play for both sides here. I think if I was to especially look at the teams of six, I would have thought maybe the advantage goes to the Austin, but it just shows how good of a player C. Leonardo is. Bringing in, speaking of good player, good matchup here for C. Leonardo, the Metacham into that Stunfisk.
Yeah, amazing lead, and we do see that Galvantula safe swap you were mentioning, Amanda just before, and this time C. Leonardo's swapping the Leaky Tank to use it as a sponge, like in the previous game.
Yeah, it's smart of being able to absorb these charge attacks. He knows that he's going to be able to get a few in, charging up a lot of energy here, trying to time a little bit, but letting the full switch go through. And the body slam is going to go. We have to remember, again, this is debuffed, so it should not be able to knock out at this point. However, the Austin has a lot of energy left, and the second lunge looks like it is about to go through.
Yeah, the launch is going to go through, no need to shield, and he's going to be able to volt switch it out, no, but not before C. Leonardo reach the last second body slam. That's going to put a ton of pressure on the Austin.
And the Austin choosing to let the Galvantula go down here. There is a little sliver of health left on that Lickitung. But again, now he has kind of lost that switch advantage that he was looking for, coming back in with that Stunfist and Mud Shot down, but only once again to be met with that Metacham, an immediate swap out and a counter swap into the Lantern.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting game because it's going to be quite bait dependent. But C. Leonardo is just opting to go straight for the surf here.
Yep, straight for the surf. Again, the Austin still having two shields here, going for the heavy hitting psychic, which is the more powerful move with the same type of attack bonus as well. Correctly shielded up by C. Leonardo, and no attack debuff either. Already at another surf, going ahead and charging a little bit more. He knows his counts. He's going to be able to throw it right before this ice punch or psychic goes off from the Austin side.
Yeah, and see, Leonardo is putting a ton of pressure with those surf coming in, and as a Medicham, you need to go for the psychic because a bait would be dramatic if go with that resisted ice punch.
As and see Leonardo not shielding that up and still being able to throw yet another surf, which is going unprotected by the Austin. Surf might not be enough at this stage, and we know that Spark unfortunately doesn't do a lot of damage. Itself a counter swap again, but now once again where it's like we're almost back at the beginning here. This Galarian Stunfisk up against the Metacham, which is just punching away. This Earthquake is a heavy hitting move.
Yeah, will we see a shield from C. Leonardo on the Earthquake? Yes, we do see a shield, and that's a very good shield, and it can just continue to counter down. And now pressure is on the Austin, and is opting to no shield, actually, this Ice Punch.
Yeah, it's not the charge attacks that are really being doing that much damage overall. It is indeed just those counters as the other ones. They're kind of
Yeah, they're
heavy
quite
hitting, but
hiding
I
up.
say the earthquake already putting that Metacham into the yellow. However, being able to get countered down is going to be pretty bad. And now this ice punch going through, and I think at this stage, the Austin is choosing to let that go as well, conceding the match.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's pretty clear, and that's just knowing that there's no win con for the Austin at this stage. So opting to just move to the next game and just focus and try to think on what he could do better against C. Leonardo in that game three.
I think one of the bigger, not problems, right? Because it's like when you're playing on the main stage, it's a lot different when you're watching it than when you're actually competing yourself. I think what the Austin maybe should have done or could have done in game number two is protecting up that Galvantula, because when you lose lead and then you have a mid game, it's very important to get your Pokemon realigned in the way that you want. So being able to have that Licky Tongue just survive with that sliver of health, but gaining C. Leonardo that switch advantage back was sort of the detriment of that game, I think, for the Austin.
Yeah, exactly. But even like that, keeping the Medicham and the Lantern on the C. Leonardo, even without alignment, they could have done a ton of work based on the energy management. So indeed, I do totally see your point, and but I don't think I think the game will have been closer, but maybe with the same outcome. But let's see if the Austin is going to adapt in that game three, because you're totally right. I mean, if you want to go with that Galvantula, you need to give it shields so that it can really shine and put so much pressure on potentially debuffing or nuking the Pokemons that are coming in the back.
Yes, and for those of you who aren't super familiar with this battle scheme, we are doing best of threes. And even though C. Leonardo did win both of these, we're playing for all the points here because since this is one of the last tournaments potentially ever, every point could matter. The Austin, it could come down to a tie at a later point, and being able to secure 1 point in this first matchup could end up being advantageous for him later on in the games. Also, I mean, you want to say that you took a point off the global number 2 ranked player, right, Spleen?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and if you are playing at that stage, you want to face the best. You want to show that you can compete among the best. So I'm pretty sure that even if the Austin should be disappointing that he lost in round one, he's definitely going to try to take one game to see Leonardo in that game.
And again, game threes are a little bit different a lot of times because people are playing different than they would be in the first matchups, right? So it's not like uh, he's going to be playing the exact same things, or maybe he is, and that's part of the mind games. If I was C. Leonardo, I would not be bringing that Tapu Fini at all because the Galvantula on the Austin side looks really strong. However, if there's no Tapu Fini, I would say that the Austin's Galarian Sunfisk also looks pretty good. So again, maybe you might see a little bit of the same. You might see a little bit of an adaptation of playstyle as well.
Yeah, also something I do like from C. Leonardo is trying to also not reveal some movesets on some Pokemons
Mm-hmm.
he's using, which could be really interesting for the rest of the tournament when he's going to face other trainers a bit down the line, and there will be always that question mark on what is he running actually on his team, despite being featured on stream, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, this is more advantageous for the Austin. Looks like he has a good lead here to begin with the Galarian Stunfisk against the Lickitung here. Galarian Stunfisk being able to basically resist those body slams, and it just takes so much longer to get to a power whip for that Lickitung. Also, since it's not same type attack bonus, it's not doing as much as, say, a Frenzy Plant from a Venusaur. Already at this Earthquake, letting it go through. Like we said before, Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, still doesn't want to tank it as it
Yeah.
already is put into the yellow.
Yeah, exactly. But still, the Licky Tank tanking that heavy charge move, the Earthquake, building, continuing to build some energy, and now throwing that power whip, like you're mentioning, not with the same type attack bonus, not doing a lot of damage, but look at the counting from the Austin that is going to throw that Earthquake right before the Licky Tank is reaching that power whip, and C. Leonardo is going to opt for the protected shield, Amanda.
Yes, using that first Protect Shield and going ahead and throwing this Rock Slide off before the next Power Whip goes through, knowing that it wins that Charge Attack priority is pretty big for that Galarian Sunfisk. Lickitung, more defense weighted, and still just continuing to lick down, lick away, already at the next Power Whip here. See Leonardo saying, you can count, I can also count too. I know you're not at another Charge Attack yet, and now releasing the Power Whip, making that Galarian Sunfisk go back into its ball.
Yeah, and see Leonardo trying to fight for a sphere, protected shield like you're mentioning, and coming out with the slam to throw at the opposing Lickitung.
Yeah, and an instant counter swap into the Metacham. Both of these trainers' fast attacks here are things that are really been doing a lot of damage. Counters being super effective against that Lickitung, but also that Lick being super effective against the Metacham, tanking a body slam and growing up, releasing a little bit extra energy here. Doesn't want to get caught on. Now throwing the Psychic, which will definitely be enough to knock out the Lickitung at this stage, should the Austin choose not to shield, which it looks like he does not.
Yeah, no shield, and he's going to do what we were mentioning earlier, just give shields to that Galvantula, and we do see that aggressive Volt Switch farm down. C. Leonardo is going to try to go for that Ice Punch bait, or even if it's not a bait, because I think you should shield everything at that stage. Can he Volt
Yeah.
Switch down before the next Ice Punch? Yes, it does, Amanda.
Wow, this is a very advantageous spot overall. We also have to remember, since it is a spark lantern, these sparks aren't going to be doing as much pressure. He will be able to get to these charge attacks a lot faster, but the Austin already going ahead and making it a little bit harder for C. Leonardo, lunging once, getting the attack down and about to lunge again, but not before that surf goes through. Will he use his protect shield here? We have to remember, I think that Lickitung also has a move
No.
stored.
Yeah, no shield and going to continue. And now we do see that aggressive cell up on the Liquid Tank that is just going to be able to lick down that Garvantula. And that's another win for C. Leonardo.
See Leonardo very aggressively getting that 3-0 sweep to start out the tournament. He's saying, you know what, I've come here to play. This tournament overall had 92 participants, and because of that, there's going to be 7 rounds of jam-packed action here. See Leonardo is someone who's been really well known in the community. Like you were saying before, Spleen, an Italian player. So as someone who maybe
Yeah,
already your predictions are doing rather well of who will be taking home the gold.
yeah, definitely. That was quite impressive. We did mention before the battles how strong that Galvantula was, but you do see how talented C. Leonardo was in those battles, really being able to move around, to dance around that Galvantula, to dance around the debuff was really impressive. He always had a strat to counter that, and from mechanic and from a strategic standpoint, that was really impressive to watch.
Yes, and for those of you who are watching and maybe cheering along for the Austin, don't worry. Since this is a Swiss tournament, he's going to be able to play all 7 rounds of this. This is not a double or single elimination tournament. Plenty of time to make a comeback, and could potentially end up winning this as well with a 6-1. We'll just have to end up seeing for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see that.
Are there any other names, Spleen, that you've kind of been noticing who are playing this tournament that you've seen throughout your Silph seasons? Any competitors that you know of that, like you've been threatened to play against in the past?
Ooh, threatened. To be honest, I have a lot of them that I think I mostly already faced almost all of them actually, either in Silph or in factions. But I will have to give a shout out to my teammate Triptando that is playing the tournament. So that's the one I wouldn't like to face, or
That
maybe I
Trip
would like
Talk?
to face him actually.
That we'll have to see. Maybe we can ask Beckachu and also our newly added to the roster, CountXevious, who they think maybe have a good chance of winning this tournament overall. Welcome back, boys. CountXevious, welcome into the tournament as well. Glad to see your pretty face. Can you go ahead and, we already answered a little bit earlier who our preferred partner Pokemon or starter Pokemon is. What would you use in this tournament if you were playing?
I was actually looking through the meta quite a bit. I was helping somebody team build, but I would potentially like Samurott as my pick. Has plenty of play against most of the Pokemon. It's also really spammy. And being a pure water type kind of is a very good position to be in. I would definitely pick Samurott. It's amazing. Plenty of coverage, plenty of spam, and really high damage.
I'm actually very surprised to hear you say this because throughout the seasons, you get to know players, you get to know people's different play styles, and CountXevious is someone who adores Bolt on his Pokemon. He's someone who doesn't want to ever use a shield, and so to hear that you want to use Samurott, one of the most spammy but frail starters, is a very interesting pick to me.
Yeah, I have to say that I'm also surprised by the choice, knowing CountXevious as well. I will have bet on the Charizard or on, like you're mentioning, Amanda, or on a more bulky starter, something like a Venusaur, for example, or a Meganium.
I mean, you're right. Like for me, the pick was between Venusaur and a Samurott, to be honest. Samu, just because to be honest, I'm kind of surprised. I was expecting a lot more Cresselia in the meta because as slot 6 pick, it's I think one of the most versatile mons you can have. It can do really well against most of the meta. It kind of beats almost all the starters based on the movesets that it can have. Also, again, does well against, let's say, picks like, I don't know, Regirock or Medicham, which we see in every team. Does well against Lantern. Actually, if you run Future Sight, can also beat Lickitung in the zeros. So I mean, I'm still don't know why we haven't seen a lot of Cresselia yet. That would be my
Well,
top pick.
we've only just begun, but you're absolutely correct. We have seen two Tapu Finis to start out overall. Beckachu, we had to let you go because the games were starting beforehand. But what would have been your mythical or legendary pick?
See, I'm with the count there. I would have gone with Cresselia every day of the week. I think the bulk that it's got and the moveset variety just has a really nice play. Also, you're getting quite quick to them with the Psycho Cuts. It's actually doing not a lot of damage with the fast move, but getting to the charge move quite quickly. So it adds that sort of dynamic when you consider you're swapping with the rest of the team. So I would have definitely been a Cresselia person.
I think that for Spleen, he also picked a Defense Deoxys. One of the more interesting picks that I wonder how often we will see is going to be that Mew for me, because Mew, it can run basically any charge attack. So it's a little bit of a Swiss pocket knife going on. You're not sure what you're going to get. And if someone ends up swapping in a Mew, or if it's in the lead, you might want to shield up that first charge attack that goes through, because a lot of times it's going to be either something that's going to buff its offense, or it's going to, really be a hard-hitting move like that Wild Charge, and then it's going to potentially Wild Charge and swap out to a different Pokemon to reset overall. Looks like it's Cresselia. You boys are very correct. It's something that has been top picked for this slot number 6, and my poor little Mew is down in 9th place, but still on the board. So I'm glad to see it overall.
I think Mew is a bit of a difficult Pokemon to use in those type of formats, and is suffering a bit from his versatility because like in factions where the opposing team, where you can prepare a bit when you can TM in between rounds, Mew is really powerful, like you're mentioning. But here you are stuck with the same moveset for the entire tournament. So might be sometimes the Mew could be just useless because of your moveset based on the opponent's team. Plus you have that charge move. Charge TM all in a way to use the Mew, especially right now, because I mean it's a bit harder to get those TMs. So maybe that's one of the reasons as well. Mew is just less picked in this format.
I mean, I think one of the biggest shortcomings for Mew, especially in formats like this, is that it's a very wide array of meta. Like, for example, in Play Pokemon, yes, of course, you do have the whole set of Pokemon to pick from, but in the end, you kind of know that these are the 20-odd Pokemon that you will see. Here, there's a lot more choices and a lot more options that you can bring, and Mew also has this defect that, let's say, for example, even versus an Azumarill, a Wild Charge still doesn't one-hit KO. So that's something that it has to be taken into effect. And considering the mythical slot is like really, really important, I would really want to bring a Pokemon that can kind of do a lot well against all of the top meta. For example, Altaria is a very difficult matchup for Mew. Lickitung is a very difficult matchup for Mew to overcome. And some Pokemon like Stunfisk as well. Of course, you have the access to Surf, but then again, like one Earthquake puts you in a very, very bad position. So maybe that's one of the reasons I would say Mew might not see as much light of day. But other than that, I mean, I could be proved wrong. I don't know if Sadastan is playing, but if he is, I'm sure he has a Mew on his team.
That's true. That's if it's not broke, don't fix it thing for Statistan, as we've watched him play the exact same team basically every single tournament that he's run, and saying, you know what, I dare you to try and find a way to break this core for me. What do you guys think about the other Reggies? Now that Registeel has been banned as the mythical or legendary spot, we're seeing a rise of the Regirock and the Regice. Dan, do you have a preference, Beckachu, over Regirock or Regice?
I think Regirock is a very good Pokemon. I know you've got G-Fist in this matter, which obviously is going to polarize and take everybody's sort of attention straight away. But for people not using the G-Fist or the Basilisk, Regirock has got a very niche play, especially if you use it as a false lead. Start to build up them lock-ons, get ready for the move, and then switch out to another Pokemon, maybe a safe swap or something, just so you've got that in the back, because all his moves hit extremely hard, and nothing really wants to take a Stone Edge or an Earthquake. So I'd be more on the Regirock side of things. Not that Regice is a Pokemon, but I think for me, the Rocky guy is the guy to go for.
Yeah, I have to agree overall as well. What do you think, Count?
Well, no, I think, to be honest, if you had to pick a Reggie, you would definitely pick Reggie Rock. Reggie
Why?
Ice, you have, because you have better alternatives, like you can see on the screen. Like I would definitely prefer Alolan Sandslash over Reggie Ice. It has fast move damage and
Yeah, yeah.
also great charge moves. Same for Dugong as well. Overall, they're better. They're not side grades; they're upgrades for Reggie Ice. And looking at Reggie Rock, there's side grades. Reggie Rock can beat Bastiodon. Reggie Rock does really well against Sunfisk as well. Can beat Credilli, and also Reggie Rock is one of the most absolute walls that you can have against a Shadow Charizard. So for me, that makes more sense to go the Reggie Rock way than the Reggie Ice way.
Man, I have to say, Count and Beckachu, you guys seem to be
Earth
agreeing
bending
on
over
almost
water
everything.
bending.
So now I have to see if there's something that you guys don't agree with on this board. Let's talk briefly about Guzzlord. A, do you even have one for the Great League? And B, is it viable in this sort of a top 6 meta for the EU Continental Championships? Let's go ahead and start with Beckachu there as well. I've got to see if him and Count are on the same page with both of these, and then we'll move up to Spleen after those two have answered.
So I have one, but it's a very bad one. And yeah, I don't think it's a really viable pick in this net. I think there are better options out there if you're going to go down that route. Certainly like a Mandibles is something I would choose to go for that, because then you're getting that flying coverage as well with it. That's not to say it's a bad mon. I mean, it's got the accesses, it's Slush Wave, it's got its Slush Bomb, so you can trick things out. So if you're up against a Tapu Fini, you can really scare it and get through that. But for this meta, really, I'm not sure it's the right way to go. How about you, Count?
Oof. I mean, okay, Amanda's trying to make me disagree on something with you, so I'm gonna try to disagree here. So, no. To be honest, well, I'm gonna be honest, anyways. It's a different way of looking at the game, running a Guzzlord, because it does have pretty really good bulk to it, and like as we see that there's like, to be honest, there's not a lot of dark types that I've seen so far. And one of the biggest things that Guzzlord brings you is that it demolishes the dark types and also kind of demolishes the Lickitung Noxal Lantern. Yeah, Lickitung Noxal Lantern. So if you want to play it for that purpose, then yes, you can. But then it makes you really, puts you in a position where you're kind of in a very, you're giving yourself a lot more polarizing matchups that you cannot overcome. For example, Medicham, which is very, very, very prevalent in almost every team. But the only positive point about Guzzlord is that it has the potential to beat Defense Deoxys. So that's one thing that I would say can kind of push it in a favor if there was more Defense Deoxys. But I guess if people had to pick between Medicham or DD, I would potentially always pick Medicham, just because of the versatility. And that's the only key point, I think. The only thing that I would say, maybe if you want to use Guzzlord, make sure you have your all other Pokemon can beat Medicham.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're agreeing, but disagreeing.
To be honest, I'm definitely going on Count's opinion. That was exactly what I was about to say. I think that, Guzzlord is a very interesting Pokemon. I mean, not that hard to get one, I guess, for the Great League if you trade. But in this meta, we do see that I think everyone is going to have a counter user in this team. So either the Medicham or the Defense Deoxys. But yes, the Guzzlord can beat the DD, but you are going to take those super effective damage. And I think that it might end up in putting you into a RPS situation if you want to go with the Guzzlord. And that's just why some other picks, because of their versatility, are just better for that slot, in my opinion.
I think we'll just have to see as the tournament progresses. So far, Tapu Fini looks like it has been winning by a landslide. 100% of the users shown on screen. Of course, this tournament has just gotten started, so we'll have to see how those have adapted throughout the time. Like you said, I think we're going to see a lot of Cresselia. Cresselia has been a very popular pick, especially in Go Battle League lately as well, because with the last cup that was going on, I think we saw Cresselia almost everywhere as a safe swap, and maybe we'll continue to see that in this EU Continental Championship as well.
And that was interesting because CountXevious mentioned that future side Cresselia that could be a surprise factor. That's going to be something quite interesting. We do expect, I think, grass knot on almost every Cresselia, but that second charge moon, the choice that you are going to pick between that moon blast and that future sight can be really key in some matchups and also in your strategy. And be sure, I was running that future sight Cresselia in what was the cap exactly? In
Retro Cup,
2L. That was yes, the
Retro
red.
Cup.
And Licky Tongue were never shielding the first move, and you are just able to flip it out if you are in a bad matchup. So that's a strat that we could see, like Abby was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I will have to see for sure what the other people who are going to be picking are. We're still, for those of you who are watching, advancing on to the next round as well. C. Leonardo picked up a decisive 3-0 on screen against the Austin, but there was some other like very interesting matchups, it looks like, that have gone on, and also some surprise picks. I would see that Paula Schock was someone who won a tournament in the Play Pokemon Championship, has lost the first round to Aerosol, which is also a very good trainer. That's the thing, right? When we're in the European Championships, there's going to be some upsets. But I mean, they're here because they're here for a reason, right? They're here because they're the top players of Europe. And let's face it, that's also why we're on this screen right now as well. Maybe not hitting these top player spots at the moment.
Are you
I
sure
mean,
you are not like to jinx, Amanda, the people you do like?
no. That's just Inadequence's job. He's been perpetually good at jinxing players on stage. So one more thing that I'd like to point out, like as Sergio was talking about a little earlier in the stream, is that the Italians are doing a great job this season. The top four seeds in the tournament are all Italian. And they've all passed on to round number 2, winning the first round. And Silph is also a player that's been doing really, really well of late. We saw him recently as well when we shoutcasted the Gym Breakers, for example. But some of these teams are really, really, really interesting. And I really like the fact that a lot of the top teams don't have Cresselia, so I'm kind of worried if our pick is just going to be an underdog that's going to come and sweep. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. A lot of no Cresselias. It's yeah.
I know that you mentioned Aspercelto. Are there any players, CountXevious, that are standing out to you that if you were going to put your money on a horse, which horse are you planning to back in this race?
Horse to back. Let me quickly go through the list of winners already, so it can help.
That sounds like a plan. In the meantime,
honestly, I would definitely I would definitely put my horse would be Leonardo for. But did you also notice that Delian won his first round 3-0? And he's also one of the. So I'm gonna put it on a Delian.
You're going to put it on a Delian. Okay. All right. We have a Delian from CountXevious here. What about you, Beckachu? Are there anyone that you're planning on saying, hey, players, keep an eye on this person. They're going to go far?
Delian's a very close friend of mine, so I was going to mention the Delian myself. But if I was going to pick someone out from the crowd, maybe a lesser known player, maybe someone like Spock from the UK or something like that, he's certainly a gifted battler who can surprise anyone on their day. With you saying the Italians, I just want to claim C. Leo for ourselves. If you notice, he's got a UK flag there next to his name, and he was a former kid-rated UK player, so I just want to say, not all are top Italians, even though he is Italian. But Spock's definitely someone to watch for. I don't necessarily think losing the first round's a bad thing as well. You could maybe get an easier ride into the actual latter stages of the tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Beaton Attitude is winning a Zapdos. I think it's a Shadow Zapdos in his legendary spot, which is pretty spicy there. Or someone like Sharky King, again, who's an excellent counter of the game, and I do think they would get fired up, even though losing the first round. But time will tell.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
like we were talking about
just-
earlier, just because that you've lost the first round doesn't mean that you're out of this at all by any means. Since this is going to be a 7-round tournament, there's going to be a lot of interesting picks and a lot of gameplay that will be going on. We just are done with round number 1, but I mean, round 2 is just getting ready to start. So I mean, buckle in, boys. We're in for a ride.
Yeah, absolutely. I also want to kind of. I missed the part where you, Lundberger and Spleen, you guys had your pick. Who were your picks? 'Cause I don't know.
I went with I didn't mention someone. I mentioned two nationalities that were Italian and Spain, actually, because they are just loaded. If you want me to pick someone, then I would go with let me try. Who am I going to jinx? No, to be honest, to be honest, it's hard really for me to pick one. One people. I have a lot of friends that are competing in the tournament, but let's go. If I need to go with one player, I will go with Vanny. Just because that's in my opinion, maybe at least for MEA, the biggest Silph player in the history. He always has been either on the top, so top one leaderboard, or at least on the top 2 or 3 every Silph season he played, except this one. So he has his invite as well to play in Yokohama, and overall we. If you have the chance to face Vanny once, you just know how good and how powerful this trainer is. So definitely someone I will fear to face, especially in the Silph meta.
Yep. I think that my
All
pick,
right.
I'll get into it a little bit later.
I think Vanny is one of the top players, but apparently we have our next match ready, and I know that's what Amanda was going for, so I'm going to let her do it. All right. I mean, the next match is going to be amazing because we are going to be showing Silph going up against Arceus Aurelius. Both really, really well-known battlers, and we all know Arceus Aurelius because he's been amazing in the play Pokemon circuit as well. So we see, like, let's say, 2 different approaches to the meta. Already we have a starter that's a water type, and you have a starter that's a fire type. Both of them shadows, but both of them really, really hard-hitting Pokemon. On the other hand, you also see the shadow of Bombasno. That's not something that I would expect. What's your opinions on that, Beckachu?
Arceus Aurelius is a very, very good player, and his team will be perfectly aligned to what he's looking to achieve in here. The Shadow of Bombasno, depending on its moveset that he's going to be running with it, I'm assuming he's going to be running Powder Snow because no one wants to see a Razor Leaf really, do they? But I'll imagine he has a strategy that he wants to put through on it here. Could be a hard tap, but it's going to be definitely a hard tap to the knockdown. So hopefully he'll be able to get through them quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I wouldn't think Arceus will run Razor Leaf, right? I hope not, because I guess one of the potential reasons why you'd want to run an Abomasnow is also to deal with the fires as well. So just looking at these 2 teams, Abomasnow does have a lot of play. I think it's going to be able to hit the Swampert very, very hard. The Noctowl, the Alolan Ninetales, Energy Ball almost one-shots it, and you have Tapu Fini. So I think there's a lot of places where that Aboma can go. And there is no counter user. So technically, Silph does not really have a hard answer to this at all. Another Pokemon for me that... Go on, sorry.
Certainly doesn't look like he has a hard answer to the Medicamp's. Again, depending on if he's choosing to run Charm on the Ninetales, and assuming it's Powder Snow, but if it is Charmer, that is going to be quite a hard answer there, certainly for that, and also the Umbreon will take a lot of damage there from that. I would expect to see him using that more as a safe swap against the team, maybe leaving something like the Charizard, just kind of getting that initial damage in there. before switching out to the Medichamp.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I think that Aspercelto will really have to play that Sableye to the perfect extreme, but unfortunately for Aspercelto, he sees one of the worst possible leads here. Noctowl into Abomasnow. Abomasnow is going to be doing a lot of damage, one with the Powder Snow's fast attack, and also with these charge attacks to weather balls. But Noctowl, being the bulky monster it is, does not warrant a shield here.
Yeah, choosing not to shield, that was a bold play there, Cal. And we see the switch out now through the Tapu Fini and the matching with the Lickitung. So Espequato is in a good position here, being able to probably get up to them Grass Knots and fire them off quite quickly. Sorry, Power Whip.
Exactly, Power Whip is super effective charge attack, and look at Aspercelto, knowing that he needs to get a lot more energy than what he needs to kind of put this momentum into the next Pokemon. So the Power Whip comes, takes out the Tapu Fini. Both these players do not want to shield their Pokemon. Let's see what Arceus does. Coming in with the Abomasnow here. Will the Lickitung really reach a Body Slam? Yes, it does. And does this warrant a shield? In comes the Body Slam, and no shield again. These players do not want to shield their Pokemon.
Definitely saving the shields for the end game there. It'd be interesting to see if Marcus does choose to fire off. Oh, he misses it before.
Gets a bit too greedy here, and that's absolutely being punished by that Lickitung's lick here.
Surely he's going to choose to shield, but always chooses not to shield against this. This is not a good position to be in for Arceus around this at the moment.
Yep. At this point, everything is on this Stunfisk with 2 shields, and again, this is also a pivotal moment in the game to kind of understand what move that Alola Ninetales has. If it has a Powder Snow, I think Aspercelto still has a really good command in this game. But again, Arceus no shielding the Noctowl here. This is going to be... I don't understand why we have given him 2 shields this game. Maybe we should just take some back.
Maybe save them for the next match. So coming in with this rock slide again, no shielding, the Noctowl goes down, so it's now to see. So it is a Powder Snow Ninetales.
Yeah, it is a Powder Snow Ninetales, and this kind of puts Aspercelto in the driver's seat here. All he has to do is shield both these moves and Powder Snow this Stunfisk down. Or does Stunfisk have an opportunity to land a rock slide to take out this Alola Ninetales, but it looks more and more unlikely. Arceus knows this, and he lets his Stunfisk go without throwing any moves and saving 2 shields for game number 2.
That was certainly an adrenaline-filled battle there. I was definitely shocked not to see the Medicham.
Yep, I think it's really he did really well with the Abomasnow and kind of wanting to make sure that he saves the Abomasnow for later. So he did a very good job there, throwing the move, knowing that okay, the Noctowl doesn't get one-hit KO'd by the Weather Ball, and unlike the Noctowl, the Abomasnow does get one-hit KO'd by the Sky Attack because, well, Ice typing is not the best typing when it comes to resistances. So I guess that was his plan, but unfortunately his swap, if he, this is kind of ironic because if he swapped into that Stunfisk there, he wins the game. But he swapped into the Tapu Fini. Because the Stunfisk also did not have an answer on Aspercelto's side. Him opting to go for the Fini kind of flipped that matchup on its head. So yeah, now I think at this point, Arceus' gameplay and game sense, while picking the Pokemon is amazing, he just made one mistake, and that kind of led Aspercelto. Of course, he's ranked 3 himself right now, so he absolutely capitalized on that mistake. So if
that's the thing at this level, you can't make any mistakes at all. Everyone's a top level battler.
Yep. It's I think Pokemon Go PvP is a lot about the initial strategy that goes in and who makes the least amount of mistakes in between the start and the end of the game. So if you were in Arceus' shoes, what would you change, or would you change anything? But I guess that's too... okay, no, we're not going there yet. So what do you think you would change?
I think I'd be looking at it straight away, and I'd be bringing in the Medicham just to have some sort of counter damage, just to be able to get it there. Especially now I know it's Powder Snow on the Alolan Ninetales. It gives you that sort of play, but the Noctowl here is very real, and you've got to get that alignment very correctly. In the last I'm assuming Archie was just having that scaredness of the Shadow Swampert, and that's maybe why he did do the blind switch straight into the G-Fist, and he chose to go to the Finny, because if that Swampert would have come in there, it would have absolutely destroyed it very, very quickly. So I would expect him to still stay with the Abomasnow, possibly the Tapu Fini, but maybe switching the G-Fist more for the Medicham, assuming that he's going to see the Swampert coming in.
But yeah, for me personally, now that I know, that the Alola Ninetales is on Tyrosno, that kind of, for me, frees up also kind of the Umbreon as well, because yes, of course, Moonblast does do a lot of damage, but I don't think Moonblast is still enough to one-hit KO the Umbreon, and the Umbreon is going to get to a couple of last resorts. And Umbreon is a lot more bulkier than Tapu Fini, and it's also going to do a lot better against the Alola Ninetales. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see more Umbreon here. And again, Umbreon Medicham is a core that's that's tried and tested over the course of the years of Pokemon Go PvP. So I think that would be something that I might expect. Maybe something like Medicham, Umbreon, Abomasnow, potentially using the Abomasnow to kind of soft lose the switch, and then getting energy on Medicham kind of is a great move here, or using the Abomasnow to soft lose the switch and getting energy on Umbreon kind of sets it up in a way that Medicham can shine. So that's maybe
what Medicham
something
would you expect here? Would you expect it to be a Power Punch, or would you expect it to be Ice Punch and Psychic?
It has to be Ice Punch and Psychic. The versatility of it is way too much to overcome.
Okay,
so let's get straight into the game.
So we are seeing that Medicham lead versus the Tapu Fini. So that's an interesting start for it.
Medicham into Tapu is not really a bad matchup for Medicham. Medicham can do a lot of damage with the Psychic, which also has the same type attack bonus as well. And Tapu Fini needs to land this Moonblast. And if it's shielded, the Medicham is going to come out with a huge advantage here. Straight Moonblast comes straight away. Let's see if it gets shielded. Oh my god, Arceus, please use your shields.
Definitely saving them for the close game. Maybe it's game 3 once and for all. It'd be nice to have 6 in one game. Oh, and here's the change. So it's the Tapu Fini versus the A9 here. This is a nice place to be for the Tapu Fini. A9's not really going to hit it with anything too much. It's going to hurt it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All of these moves are going to be neutral, but Tapu Fini is doing a lot more fast move damage here, just because Silph Water Gun is such an impressive move. The only other move that's going to do better than Water Gun kind of is Dragon Breath as well. So letting it go again here, I don't really understand the love affair that these two have with not shielding, but in comes the Lickitung, and Arceus Aurelius directly going for let's see what he goes for. Is it the Moonblast or is it a Surf? Ooh, it's a Surf. Well played.
Shields now, so they're both on one shield, so they have actually used shields now. So we're not afraid of them. It's just they may be a bit first and wanting to save it to the end game to see how this lands off.
Yeah. And here, oh my god, again Arceus getting a little bit too greedy, trying to go for the Moonblast there and not doing any damage to this Lickitung with this charge attacks. And here comes the Abomasnow. Abomasnow has a huge uphill to climb, because it's oh wow, goes straight for the big move energy ball. I really like that.
So Lickitung's nice and loaded up here. And firing up these body slams, it gets another one quite quickly before Abomasnow can throw anything. This one's looking now.
Exactly, and that's a very I think that was one of the best ways that Arceus could win, is to absolutely farm down the Lickitung. Landing that energy ball was very pivotal in this game here. Going for this weather ball, I think he's already has a back-to-back, and yes, of course, shield pulls out, but another weather ball will be enough to take out this Tapu Fini. And that is 1-1. There is 1 H, there is no Lickitung left, and this is an amazing gameplay there by Arceus Aurelius. Of course, I think letting go of the Tapu Fini without throwing the move kind of helped in some way. But I'm gonna still say Arceus, please throw your moves.
And use shields. Just use them.
Yeah. I don't understand why they're so shield averse here.
So it's high pressure going into the last game. It'd be interesting to see what strategy he used, whether that Umbreon does come out to play, now knowing that he is going to have a lot more play with it. I'm actually surprised that we've not seen the Shadow Swampert. I would have thought just because the high damage that can dish out, you would have expected to see, because nothing wants to take a Hydro Cannon in the face at the end of the day. So it'd be interesting to see what the picks are for the next round. Have you got any thoughts on it?
I think both players kind of are in a place where they know what to expect, because as you said, like about the Umbreon, I would never bring the Umbreon next, just because of the fact that he bought like 2 fairies this game. So it's kind of was to scare the Umbreon. I guess he was. If I was playing as for Shelter, I would have lost. But I think also Arceus has made it very clear that he's bringing the Abomasnow every game. He bought it game 1, game 2. And then there was also the Medicham and Tapu Fini. All of these Pokemon do really okay. All of these Pokemon have favorable matchups against the Swampert in one way or the other. So, I mean, bringing a Swampert into something that you know is going to be bad is not the best step forward. But I think personally, as Arceus, I might really be considering to use Stunfisk, and that could potentially maybe make Especialto want to use Swampert. That's the only thing, because anything else doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to bring Swampert. Maybe he wants to be like, okay, Arceus is going to bring Stunfisk now, so I'm going to run my Swampert. That's the only reason I think warrants a Swampert pick.
Yeah, I suppose there's things on Arceus' team that can handle the Swampert quite well. A Tapu Fini, depending on the boot set of the Swampert, the Tapu Fini is going to do a quite nice job against that. And as we've already talked about, the Abomasnow will make quick work of that as well. I definitely think we'll see the Medicham again, just because Astropax has been quite heavily reliant on that Lickitung, using it to suck up things and actually really sharp the damage. So I would always lean towards the Medicham stronger than the next chance compared. Don't think there's any credit at all for the Shadow Charizard, unfortunately, as much as I love it. And I know there's a lot of Ninetales on there, but really, I don't think we're going to be getting to spend moves quick enough to actually issue out that type of damage in this campaign. So it's definitely interesting to see what they go through in this next round.
Yeah. And again, I think if I were Especialto, he kind of has this perfect way to play game number 3 is using Noctowl as a safe swap, because there is not really a lot of answer here on Arceus' side, because it seems that Noctowl can, I mean, especially if he has that breakpoint on the Stunfisk, it's a very, very good safe swap against Arceus Aurelius, potentially able to flip switch or potentially losing a match softly to give that Swampert some energy lead. Let's see what they do. We see the Umbreon in this game, and unfortunately meeting this Tapu Fini in the lead.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be, that Umbreon at the moment. He's also got the Medicham in the finish, so that's quite nice to be able to see that he's got some coverage in the back. Strangely not bringing the Abomasnow this time round at all, which is interesting.
Yep, unfortunately, and to be honest, just looking at what Arceus is running at the backline, that Medicham kind of looks really, really good. And as I said, these Moonblasts are not enough to send this Umbreon packing. The Umbreon still has and gets the attack fall. Oh, that is absolutely unfortunate for Arceus Aurelius here. And this last resort is not going to do the amount of damage that he would want it to do, and potentially is going to get Water Gun down if he stays in.
So switching now into the Tapu Fini, and straight away again, the similar strategy we've seen in the last few battles, switching into the Lickitung, just knowing that we can soak up any of the damage that the Tapu Fini is going to be able to put across, while hitting the super effectiveness of the Power Whip.
Yep. Oh man, he gets the attack debuff as well. These are two players who are just absolutely should go and play the lottery right now, because they've been winning this RNG game. And going for the body slam here, knowing that maybe one power whip is not enough, goes for the second body slam. But this puts Arceus in a very interesting position. He can use the shield to win swap, but he does not. What was I even thinking, right?
bringing in the Silph here and totally undercharging it,
Gets
hoping to get a bit more chip damage.
gets the Silph in, and he does not. Both players don't want to lose this, and gets the snipe with the Medicham. Medicham with the energy lead is looking really good for as for Shelto, and the thing is, for Arceus Aurelius, and it's a
Interestingly, it
power
is.
punch Medicham.
I was going to say I did think somebody would bring a power up for this Medicham just because the amount of Licky Songs and Jeepers that we're seeing in this tournament. Power up punch can really add up. And if you've got other coverage like a Bomber Snow on your team and Jeepers, you really need that extra flying coverage of the Ice Punch. As now all these counters are going to be really hurting.
Yeah, exactly.
Choosing
And
to
these
shield
counters are
this
going to add
time.
up, and Medicham is super healthy as well. At this point, I think Arceus is probably going to try and get go to the Psychic and then wait a turn, throw the Power Punch. And look at how these counters are adding up. This Ninetales does not like the flurry of blows that this Medicham is throwing at it, one after another, chipping its HP away, and gets to the Power Punch just before as well.
Oh, so that's a CMP tie there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Arceus choosing to shield again, just looking to maybe power punch and then counter the rest of the way down, try and get enough energy up. So the next thing that comes in can be hit by a really boosted Psychic, which would be nice to see what happens here. Oh, and
exactly,
Jeepers
but
out.
does this have enough in the tank here? Oof!
Oh!
Oh my god, that is barely not enough there. Unfortunate. One more counter into the Tapu Fini would have been a great move here, but the Tapu Fini already has a Surf, and RCS has no way to get back into this matchup here. This
No.
Moonblast will be enough to send this Medicham packing, like a very bad lead. Unfortunate with, let's say, unfortunate at first with the attack fall, and unfortunate again with the attack fall, but that was not enough to help RCS pull one over Asper Shelter. Asper Shelter moves on to the next round, beating RCS Aurelius 2-1. What an amazing set of games there.
Those are fantastic counts. They were really good. Lots of backwards and forwards in play. And even though with the bad leads at some points, it did look like Arceus Aurelius was going to overcome that and actually take it down once then power punches started hitting in place and things. It's definitely a bold strategy.
Yeah. I mean, it was really close. I mean, it came all the way down to the wire. I think if potentially Arceus Aurelius stayed in that matchup, he could have won. Swapping out the Medicham, maybe not knowing the energy that the Tapu Fini had at that point, was the pivotal move. Like, after all that amazing gameplay, it came down to that. Because I think 2 more counters was good enough, which would have which would have given him a lot, quite a bit of damage, and then potentially be in a position to be water gunning it down or snarling it down as well. So it was very well played on both sides there. As for Shelto sticking to his gun, knowing that knowing that he's going to play the 2 shields against Medicham. But I have a question for you. Do you think the match would have flipped if Asper Shelto just went straight power-up punch the moment he got the move, and then kept power-up punching, not hoping to get to bait the Ninetales?
I definitely think the idea of power punching the way through would have been the better strategy there. Just knowing that you would have been able to keep on the shipping damage that there wasn't a lot left on the Tapu Fini at the end, so you would have been able to take that down quite quickly. The fear was obviously not knowing that energy management of the Tapu Fini at the time and whether it was able to come in and just take down very quickly or having a Moonblast to be able to actually take down the Medicham. So it's a tough call to make. But yes,
Yeah.
I would like to think that if you could
Yeah,
see
I
what
mean,
you could see, you would have actually ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would also like the opinions of our other caster who we're going to bring into this screen as well, so that they can also say, what do you guys think? Is it straight pop, or was it the move to go for the psychic bait?
I think straight pup might have been easier once the first one was revealed, because he has to shield it anyway, or else the HP of that Ninetales would have just kept going down. Also, I think, like you were saying earlier, Account, that if he would have stayed in with the Medicham against the Tapu Fini, there might have been a little bit more play as well, because the Fini, while it was low, it would have needed to throw something, and maybe the Umbreon could have survived in the back But again, they were very close games overall, really hard to tell. And also, before we were going to leave, I was going to mention that Arceus Aurelius was my pick for the cup, but now I'm almost reluctant to say it because everyone's been joking around that I'm jinxing everyone left and right. So, oh boy, I don't even know why I admitted it to you all.
Yeah, but the good thing, Amanda, is that you jinxed post battle, so you can't really blame you, right?
I mean, technically, it was implied jinx.
And I do like what you are mentioning, going straight pop. Mostly because I mean, there are amazing players. They will know it's a pop, but in the end, you will have to shield some, and it always hurts to shield a pop, right? So, knowing that the Alolan Ninetales one was on Powder Snow, I think that was probably the play.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I guess I think in the two shield scenario, Medi was a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Without Charm is kind of Medicham favored, even if it goes straight Ice Punch there, because the damage adds up.
Even in the ones, I think even in the ones you win as well.
Yeah, because the Ninetales has to bait you with the Weather Ball. But then again, I think there's still play as Alolan Ninetales. I would not say that it's kind of favored to Medi. I would say it's somewhere 60% to Alolan Ninetales and 40% to Medi based on how you play it out, and energy leads as well. But Weather Balls, I mean, I've seen it plenty of times in the Go circuit that Shadow Weather Balls do hurt because it's not resisted by Medicham.
And speaking of Shadow Weather Balls, what did you think about like his call there? I mean, I think he was up to Moonblast energy and not shielding that Weather Ball at the end. When he still had 2 shields left, I was like, man, Arceus Aurelius is either 100% calling it or he's the most brave soul that is in this tournament.
I mean, look. I mean, look. He doesn't like to shield anyways because, well, I mean, you saw game 1, both of them refused to shield. Game 2 is like, okay, you landed the Psychic. At this point, you can potentially counter down the Tapu if it goes Moonblast. Will you shield? No, I refuse. I'll let my Medicham go.
Ooh, I want to pause this train of thought real quick just to thank Mind Joke so much for the raid coming in. We a raid for, I hope his Go Battle League sets went well. Coming in, he just missed my whole thing about how I jinxed Arceus Aurelius. He's someone who has been joking around with me almost constantly that I'm jinxing EU players, but I don't think I can jinx too much in the EU Continental Championship, which is what we're watching now. The top 3 players of this advancing on to the World Championship at the end of the month. Thank you again, Mind Joke, for raiding in.
Speaking of jinxing players, do you think a Mind Joke can qualify in the Last Chance qualifiers?
There is no Last Chance qualifiers for Play Pokemon, unfortunately, so it looks like the season is done overall. The people who have been competing in Play Pokemon are now, it looks like our competitors are indeed locked overall, but that doesn't mean that he's not a big competitor for next season, and he's always close to the top in my heart.
Yeah, he's an absolutely terrible player and a person to hang out with as well.
Yeah,
also, Sergio.
That's for sure. Yes, let me know. Tell me.
And I think you picked Shadow Swampert, right? I've not seen it being used. I've seen it.
I pick Swampert. Not per se
not the Shadow
or whatever. But I think I will go with the Shadow if I play Swampert for sure. I mean, doesn't look. I mean, it looks like it's a less favored pick so far, mainly because we do see a lot of Tapu Finis, and I do guess that if you go with Tapu Fini as your legendary, your slot 6, you don't want to go with another water type. So maybe that's the reason we are not seeing either Swampert or Samurott that you're mentioning as well. Tapu seems to be the water type of choice, and maybe players just are preferring to allocate other, let's say, other Pokemons to the other slots because it just allows you to build a just more balanced team in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's a
right.
really good point,
it's
Sergio,
also
because,
for me very interesting to note is that not a lot of grass types are there. It's mostly a Lickitung that has a grass to move coverage, and I kind of feel that the grass types have lost a lot of their charm over the course of the years because, like, for example, when we had the meta, I think the regionals meta a long while ago, it was Venusaur Bastiodon as well. Venusaur, Bastiodon, Haunter, Altaria. I forgot what it was called, but it was a regional meta two seasons ago. And from there, I think the grass types kind of lost their charm. It's very difficult to want to pick them, considering that all the other Pokemon have been buffed except the grass types. And hopefully one day we'll see a grass buff.
I think that you have a really good point with that. Overall, I think because everyone was expecting maybe so much Shadow Charizard, since it's had so much play and been doing so well in the circuit, that's why we've seen so many Tapu Fini, right? Because even Shadow Swampert or a regular Swampert against a Charizard is not as favorable as you think it would be, being that that water type countering a fire, but still doesn't want to tank a Blast Burn, definitely doesn't want to tank those Dragon Claws, which does almost 50% to the Shadow. Tapu Fini being able to tank that a little bit better is probably a good reason why we're seeing an uptake of that overall. I would like to say that also because of Shadow Charizard and these wing attack buffs, that's also probably a good reason we're not seeing the grass Pokemon. But we've talked a lot about the first slot. Noctowl as well. Maybe not so much in this tournament, although I do see a couple of them on people's team sheets as well. I want to talk about slot number 1, though. We talked a lot about the starter Pokemon. We talked a lot about the mythical, or not slot 1, slot 2, the 2019 season. This is like when Silph really first started out. This is when people started competing in this. These were like some of the first Pokemon that we ever got for Go Battle League even as well, right? So what are your thoughts on what you would pick for that slot 2, and why is it a Azumarill?
Why is it a Azumarill? Well, I can start. I will definitely not pick a Azumarill in that slot. But also maybe if I went with my Swampert in my slot 1, I don't really want to double up on water. But I just wanted to touch upon based on something you are mentioning, because yes, there is a lack of grass type. And we do see a lot of Lickitung. So we can also say that in a way, grass type coverage are provided by Lickitungs in this meta, and that people are opting to go with that Lickitung to do some grass type damage, but also to have other functions, such as being able to absorb, whereas most of the grass types available usually are a bit less bulky, and in a bad matchup you can just be walled so easy. Without that being said, I think the best pick here is Medicham, but since I went with that let's say defense Deoxys, I think I will go with Flyer here, probably with the Noctowl for the versatility of the Noctowl.
So you're a meta man
understandable.
through and through, Sergio. You're going to go with that Noctowl pick.
Yes.
Personally, for me, I think Altaria looks like a really, really good pick in this slot. Just because, one, Dragon Breath is always oppressive. And just looking at some of the teams that our competitors have shown so far, I think there's very, very little hot answers to Altaria in most of the teams. Of course, there's some Stunfisk flying around, but I think Altaria still look really, really free. There's I think I've seen 2 answers. One is a Fairy type, and the other one is let's say the Stunfisk. And when it comes to Fairy type, it's usually Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini also, I mean, of course, Sky Attack is neutral. So I think in a way, Sky Attack also comes ahead before a Moonblast. So I think Altaria is not really bad against a Tapu Fini, for example, and Water Gun is resisted as well. So I would pick Altaria, and my second pick, if I'm given a chance, I would definitely go Azumarill here. I think Azumarill is not seeing the light of day a lot because of the lanterns that are showing up. But I think in this slot, Azumarill is an amazing pick. Just because it is bulky, not a lot of Pokemon in the meta can one-shot it, and there's not a lot of grass types. So if you can manage to avoid the lantern, Azumarill is amazing.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially... No, go ahead, Dan. No, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I think if you're not going for a flyer in this slot, then you're looking at Medicham, but you're coming away from that. I'd also like to see Starmie get a little bit of luck here. Obviously, them Brave Birds are going to hurt so hard, and just with the steel resistances that it does have, I do think Starmie has got a lot of play. Potentially, you're again looking maybe at going a double steel strap with something like a Celestelia or an electric berry there. You've got a lot of resistances within your team that you can actually normally get a little bit of love when we're talking about flyers, but definitely not Carol and Altaria, probably the top two picks in this slot here.
Yeah, Skarmory, unfortunately, because of all the lanterns that have been coming around lately, seems like a very dangerous pick, but it definitely could pay off because, like you were saying, those Brave Birds being able to do so much damage to almost everything in the meta, threatening almost everything, it's something that most people are going to pull up a shield on. And of course, if you end up shielding a Sky Attack rather than a Brave Bird, then you feel kind of silly as the opponent, and you've maybe wasted a shield. We see a lot so far of the Metachams, a lot of the Noctowls. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of the Zoomerals and the Altarias like CountXevious was talking about. But again, doesn't this just bring you guys back to that first Silph season?
Yes.
I really like this idea in this pick.
I was about to say that we need to talk about Vigoroth for a while because we are talking about Silph, and that Pokemon, when it was available in the Silph meta, was always one of the top pick and one of the funniest pick to use. So farewell to Silph for that, for making us love so much or hate so much that Vigoroth. I also like the Quagsire, to be honest, mostly because, like we were mentioning, there are not so much grass type there. So it could be a very interesting pick, especially because of the versatility, or since the Mud Bomb buff. It can just do a ton of damage with the Mud Bomb, and you still have that Stone Age as a coverage to hit hard, flyers, and it's quite a bulky mon, so can also hang around in some of the neutral matchups. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see maybe some way down in the future.
Now, since you bring up Quagsire and I also see Whiscash on the screen, I have to ask you guys a very debated subject overall, because these two Pokemon are Pokemon that the Pokemon Go crowd affectionately calls Mud Boys. Do you guys think Unova Stunfisk is a Mud Boy? Yes or no? We'll start with Spleen.
It's definitely a Mud Boy, and I don't get the fight in the community. I mean, if you watch in the main series, Stunfisk is literally in the mud all the time, so I don't know what do you want for it to not be a Mud Boy. Technically, I do understand, because we usually call Mud Boys those ground and water type, and Unovan Stunfisk is an electric and ground type. So I can understand the thing, but per se, in my opinion, it does fit the definition of the Mud Boy.
And what about you, Beckachu? Mud Boy, yes or no on the Unovan Stunfisk?
I'm with Spleen. I definitely think it's a Mud Boy there, 100%. Anything with Mud Bomb really sort of has that sort of ability to be classified in that genre. And it's such a fun Pokemon to use, and it has the same sort of versatilities as the other Mud Boys, with having the Mud Shots as well as having a anti-flyer attack to it, similar to like the Stone Edge with Quagsire or the Blizzard with Wishcast. So I'm on the Mud Boy train for it, definitely.
I'm also on the Mud Boy train. CountXevious, are you going to make this a unanimous vote, or are you going to take the opposition here? Stunfisk, Unovan, Mud Boy, or no?
You know your role, Count, right?
So I'm the guy who's kind of... Okay, so why do I think it's not a Mud Boy?
Okay, oh boy. Here we go.
I'm thinking of arguments because everybody is saying yes. So if I say yes, then it's kind of boring. Then it's not a discussion anymore, right? So, number one, it's not a water type. So Mud Boys needs to be pot of water.
Sure.
That's about it.
That's it.
And Mud Boys don't shock. and Mud Boys don't shock you. Voila. Reason number two.
Okay, there you go.
Very, very convincing argument.
All right. We appreciate the controversy brought on by CountXevious, but the rest of us, and you guys can let us know in chat as well if you guys think that Unovan Stunfisk is a Mud Boy or not. And in the meantime, we can go on and talk a little bit about some of the other slot picks. But again, I just want to bring back, since slot 2 is the picks of like the 2019, basically. the starting seasons of Silph. Do you guys have any Silph cups that you really remember from the beginning that was like something that you liked, or maybe it doesn't even have to be the beginning, but are there any Silph cups that you loved overall? I'll start. For me, it wasn't the very first season; it was the second one. But I loved Sunrise Cup. It was my first 7-0 sweep. It was a one like we were talking about earlier with Vigoroth that was really came to play often. And it was when I really started to kind of get a better grasp and hold of the competitive PvP, and it really sparked that competitive gene in me as well. And so that would be my pick of maybe overall favorite Silph metas. What about you, Sergio?
I have to go with the Glacial Cup, to be honest, because that was by far my favorite cup in there. I really, really, really love that cup. Really love how balanced it was. So that was very interesting for me to watch those cups.
Yeah, Melodic got a lot of play in that cup, I think, from a lot of players as well.
And I was running a wild moveset on my Mew with a Grass Knot to one-shot Mud Boys. And I really enjoyed that overall the course of the cup. That was really fun cup to play, and by far my favorite Silph cup.
And CountXevious, how about you? What's your favorite Silph cup?
Season 2, I think. Sorcerer's Cup. I really like the balance it brought. I really like that it was very balanced. It was not really, there was not any RPS matchups in a way, because you had, let's say you had Ghost types with Frostlash, but then Hypno could kind of deal with Frostlash with the Shadow Ball. You had Dark types with Skunktank, which kind of beat Frostlash, but then it was IV based as well, so that you really had to optimize that. Then I think you could play Munchlax as well. At that point, it really did not have tackle, it had only Vic. For me, it was a very, very, very well balanced and really, really a fun cup to play, to be honest. I had a lot of fun playing Sorcerer's Cup.
So we have all different so far. Beckachu, what about you? What is your favorite Silph cup or Silph memory there?
I think my favourite ever cup was a later cup, which was Architects, which I thought was a fantastic meta overall. However, if we're going back to Season 2, these were the days pre-PvPo, so everything was done on a pen and piece of paper, and playing against, as we talked about before, Adelian, playing against him in a Sinister Cup using Grumpig, and just getting out them Shadow Balls and having a really good time. So I'd probably go all the way back to Sinister the first time round. In the early days, that's my favourite cup. It was quite nice.
Yeah, I like those early days cups overall. I also want to point out something. We just saw Arceus Aurelius play, and he has been integral in these last sort of Silph seasons, helping make some metas. And I believe he was like one of the main creators of the Innocent Cup, which is the most recent and last, theoretically, Silph Cup overall. So you guys have to let us know in the chat how you guys like the Innocent Cup. I think the overall plan for it that he wanted was that there was going to be a lot of charm Pokemon or like fairy Pokemon that weren't using charm as its actual moveset. And I think overall that was very well accomplished because most of them are running Fairy Wind. And to be fair, we barely even saw any fairies at all, I think, with any of the metas that we ended up casting over.
Well, I mean, Innocent was 2-shielded Wigglytuff farm now, so...
No, that was.
I mean, yeah, of course, there was not a lot of like really good charmers, but in the sense that I think for Innocent at least, I would say Wigglytuff was very powerful. There was not really a lot of hard answers, and you had like certain polarizing matchups like Drifblim against a normal type or something like that. So I think it was well thought out, but there was some kinks that needed to be adjusted, but it was a good meta. I had a lot of fun casting it because I saw a lot of players go in with unfavorable matchups and kind of flip it as well. So it was really interesting, and Gliscor being in the meta was really helpful as well because you could really put the fear of life into into people because you really needed swap in a lot of cases, right? Gliscor was a good Pokemon, and I think the meta was kind of balanced, but Wigglytuff, if it was out of the meta, would have been a little bit more, non-charm friendly.
So for those of you guys who are following along with this, again, this is a live tournament. So bear with us for a little bit of time when we're maybe just having a little bit of a chat. We're doing a Matthew Brewer here and just chatting for a while. But we want to make sure that we're getting all of our competitors set up. We want to make sure that we're giving you guys the best action overall. We are entering round 3 of the tournament, and yeah, like I said, stick around. We have 7 rounds in this whole tournament, 94 participants that are going to be competing, or 92 now to be competing to see who will be winning these top 3 spots. The top 3 will again be competing in the World Championship, which is going to be at the end of this month, July 29th. So we'll have to see who is going to make it from each region. Guaranteed, someone from EU is going to win the whole thing.
You mean winning today, right? Because winning the whole thing, that's Amanda's jinx.
There goes Amanda jinxing everything
once again.
So me and Beckachu are going to leave because she's just jinxing Europe, and I want no part of this. Okay, bye.
I'm gonna go ahead and jinx them off the screen right there. Well, and now it's just you and me, Spleen, just having it out here. Overall, I am very excited about this tournament. I think it's progressing well. We have a lot of people so far who are, quote, undefeated, right? We're only 2 rounds in, but being able to win 2 rounds at the beginning is a pretty deciding factor overall to being who's going to be that top player. Again, there's only 3 slots allowed for this World Championship, so you want to be playing and you want to be getting those sweeps if possible, but definitely the wins.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. And we are talking about a game and at this skills level where everyone is really close. And having a great start can also just put you in a position where you are just much more confident in your calls, in calling the baits, in just calling your opponent lines. And you can just, like a power-up Medicham, just vamp up on the tournament and just sweep the tournament if you are in a good day. So I think there are a lot of people competing today that have the potential to do so, and that will also just plays in some details, in calling a bait, in just feeling having the flow of the meta, having the flow of your opponent could be a really key. And I was betting on an Italian or a Spanish one, and I guess we are going to feature our next game between Leonardo from Italy and I throw myself A from Spain, Amanda.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup. We see Dugong, the first one that we've seen on screen. Not that people aren't choosing it, we just haven't been watching. Dugong is one of the Pokemon that has also been able to kind of benefit from getting Drill Run as one of its moves now. Icy Wind, Drill Run, about the same energy costs here, and it's going to be one of those things where it's like it's not necessarily a baiting Pokemon anymore, right? I mean, Icy Wind, no matter what, is going to debuff your opponent's attack, and Drill Runs can be hitting things for pretty super hard, especially if it's going to be like, say, locked up against the Tapu Fini on C. Leonardo's side, or the Lantern.
Yeah, exactly. Great buff. Getting access to Drill Run really is helping a lot. That Dugong, mainly because now we can fight backs against those Steel types or against those Electric types that were a problem for the Pokemon before. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some Dugong action. And I throw myself A is in fact carrying, let's say, I will not call that a spicy team per se, but some interesting picks that we haven't seen. We see that Azumarill, we see that Umbreon, we see that Venusaur, Shadow Venusaur. So probably he went for I will say a mainly different approach than the other players we have featured so far that were relying, for example, a lot on the Medicham Lickitung core. And here we do see that there is no Medicham, for instance, going for that defense Deoxys, and overall just going maybe with a different thought process in team building.
Yeah, I like this thought process overall, and kind of like what you were saying. I mean, C. Leonardo, I think he was expecting, again, that you're not going to see that many grass types, especially that Trevenant's kind of been knocked out of a lot of metas. People aren't choosing it anymore. Venusaur, when there's other starters, I mean, I know that I wanted to pick it, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be that popular. And Charizard obviously does very well against that. However, the rest of the team, that Venusaur looks very strong. It can flip the matchups with the Medicham. It can flip the, hitting moves of the Frenzy Plant to that Lickitung. And let's face it, that Lantern and Tapu Fini want nothing to do with the Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah, exactly. And if I remember correctly, we didn't saw the moveset on the Alolan Ninetales on C. Leonardo's side. So in case it's Charm, Venusaur can just looks as an amazing pick for Itro myself. Yes, you're going to be. The Charizard is a problem, but as a Charizard, you kind of have to shield the Sludge Bomb as well. So if you can just have a ton of energy on your Venusaur, you can just basically sweep this team, right?
Yeah, I like what you thought with that as well. And I told myself really maybe making a different combination than the Medicham Lickitung, but the Venusaur Azumarill, because yes, like you were saying, that Charizard does super well against the Venusaur, but it does not want to face off against the Azumarill. Azumarill is one of the Pokemon that's so tanky that the Blast Burns are going to be like not even doing half to it because of its resistances there. And also the Dragon Claws are not going to be doing that much. So Azumarill is really walling the Pokemon there that most people are choosing as their starter of choice. Also using the Defense Deoxys as the counter user, the quote-unquote fighter, is a little bit different as well. I mean, it can go toe-to-toe with that Medicham as well, and in a lot of scenarios, depending on the charge attacks, it can end up winning between the Medicham as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was mentioning earlier, that Defense Deoxys is a very interesting pick for his versatility. Mainly how probably you want to go also rock slide. That's super effective on the Charizard or on the Alolan Ninetales as well. And the second move can be like we were mentioning earlier. Either you go with the Thunderbolt, or you just go with that Psycho Boost to also just be able to do some heavy, fast damage with a move where you only need 5 counters actually to throw one of the most powerful charge move of the game.
Yeah, I mean, because of that same type attack bonus, it definitely hits really hard. The unfortunate thing about the Psycho Boost, as most PvP players know, is that it, of course, then debuffs yourself, your own attack, so then the counters and any charge attack that you do after is not going to be doing as much damage. A lot of players like to do what we kind of call in the community a chip and dip with the Defense Deoxys, where you'll most likely see it in the lead, being able to then throw one of those charge attacks and then go ahead and swap out to clear that debuff, as it won't come back later in the game. But again, like you were saying, I mean, at the end of the game, if there's no shields left and you're throwing one of those, it doesn't matter if you're debuffed as long as you're winning, right? It is a super hard-hitting move.
Exactly. And to be honest, I'm really super hyped about this matchup because we do have some really interesting team comps on both sides. And I think that's going to be a very interesting fight between those two players, because they have so many options actually. That what is going to be very interesting is to see which strat they are going to pursue, which cores they wanna play, and how they're predicting as well the opponents.
Yeah, that's a really good point because, yeah, again, it's a little bit of a mind game in itself at this point, and a lot of potential for some rock, paper, scissors scenarios here. We have a lot of hard counters that seem to counter each other's teams, so they look pretty well balanced overall. Again, that Azumarill doing so well against that Shadow Charizard, but then again, Azumarill not doing well against that Lantern, and we know because we've saw him earlier on in the stream that C. Leonardo is indeed running that Spark Lantern, being able to get to those charge attacks even quicker. Thunderbolts coming through on the Azumarill, and also even that Dugong is not something that it wants to see. I mean, and then we also have an Umbreon and I Troll Myself side, which is very, very bulky as well, but it's pretty much walled completely against that Tapu Fini. And again, if that's on Charm for the Alolan Ninetales, goodbye Umbreon.
Yeah, to be honest, I would say per se that it's unlikely that it's on Charm, because you do want that ice damage as well. And what makes really that Shadow Alolan Ninetales so good is really that ice, I will say, coverage. So because if you just want to charm down, you rather go with the normal to have a bit more bulk to apply those, because you could reach 1 or 2 extra charm, for example, making more damage in the long term. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how they are going to what they are going to predict from the opponent, how what they are going to plan. Because to be honest, when I look at those teams, there are a ton of strats that I could imagine on both sides to go rather ABB or ABA to a Pokemon you are maybe less expecting from your opponent. There are really a lot of strats. You were mentioning the Lantern. That's a pick that is, in my opinion, right now maybe the strongest pick in the meta, mostly because there are really almost no grass. That's the only thing that walls the Lantern, and that's a bulky Pokemon. Having access to Surf really changed the life of that Pokemon, allowing it to be just much more powerful. And if you look, for example, at I Troll myself, to be honest, I wouldn't mind to have the Lantern against any of the Pokemon except the Venusaur.
I think that's a really good point. It's completely walled by that Venusaur, but it does well against everything else. It's sort of like the Venusaur in itself against C. Leonardo's team. And you kind of brought this up earlier when you said, I highly doubt that the Alolan Ninetales is on Charm. Not only, I think, because of the Powder Snow damage being that shadow, but also C. Leonardo is masterful in team composition, right? I mean, he also, a nod and giving credit where credit is due, he's helped make a lot of Silph metas as well. He's a good player, and he understands these choose 6, pick 3 formats. And if he made a whole team weak to Venusaur, I can't see that happening.
Yeah.
But we're about to find out, because it looks like there is going to be one on the field.
Yes, exactly, and we do see a very good lead for C. Leonardo with that Medicham into the Lickitung, and let's find out what I Troll myself is going to do, and he's opting to stay in, actually, in this matchup.
He's opting to stay in, and wow, a masterful timing, catching this psychic resisted damage onto the Umbreon. Really well done by I Troll myself there. Umbreon versus Medicham is not a great matchup either. However, being able to absorb that damage overall is pretty good. And when coming in, and indeed we see that it is a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, but not before I Troll myself able to get up to this last resort to letting the first one go through.
Yeah, C. Leonardo, they're trying to catch that foul play to a bit as a payback for I Troll myself by keeping his patience and now reaching a second last resort. That is going to do some nice damage to the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, we have to remember, since it is a shadow, it's going to be taking 20% more damage, but also dealing out 20% more at 100 energy here. Shadow Alolan Ninetales throwing off this Dazzling will definitely be enough to knock out Umbreon, even though it's so bulky. And the last second shield for I Troll myself. What wonderful, wonderful prediction.
Yeah, that's a crucial shield, because that weather ball is not going to be enough to knock out that Umbreon, and the Umbreon might be able to reach to build some extra energy, and now going for that foul play that, even if it's resisted, should be enough to knock out the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, at that stage it's low enough, but we have to remember that Medicham is going to probably mostly come back in. The counter damage is going to be doing a lot to this little low health Umbreon, maybe getting back that energy that it lost when it threw the Psychic at the beginning, and not before able to take a foul play. Let's face it, chip damage is chip damage at this point, right, Spleen? Troll myself getting as much off as possible for letting the Umbreon go down.
Yeah, exactly, and some energy, and we do see an attempt of sniping there from I Troll myself, bringing back the Lickitung to throw a charge move at the Medicham, and no shield from C. Leonardo.
No shield indeed, being able to throw the Psychic, which is saying, oh, this is what I wanted to do at the beginning, but a really nice combination play by I Troll myself, and really calling these here. In comes that Lickitung of his own, but see, Leonardo has 2 shields left on this Lickitung, and now these resisted licks from both sides are coming through. It's only going to be the body slams that are be doing a lot of damage, and see Leonardo still keeping those shields for a later point.
Yeah, still keeping the shields, and now it's up to the Lickitung against the rest of the world. And I do like how I Troll myself really navigated between those months, going back and forth, and just don't worrying about swap, and just building some energy, throwing some energy, tanking some energy, and just moving around. And here again, just soaking all that energy on the Lickitung.
Yes, all this energy going around, this second body slam going through. Will it be enough at this stage? We have to see. It's pretty darn low. It is barely hanging on here. An immediate swap out, and in comes that defense Deoxys just to counter away. But again, the licks that were doing no damage to the Lickitung before are doing a lot to this defense Deoxys.
Yeah, and let's find out if the Lickitung can again throw some energy. There are no protected shield on Mitro myself A, and he's going to go for the Psycho Boost actually.
Wow, this is unpredictable, but still getting that shield. And now we have to remember, like we said before, the attacks are now debuffed. This second body slam going through. No shields left on C. Leonardo's side, but he still has that sliver of health Medicham left as well for a potential sacrificial swap. We'll have to see if he ends up doing this. Not in time, the Psycho Boost going through.
Is it going to be enough to knock out the Lickitung? We are about to find out. No, it doesn't after the debuff. And now can the Lickitung lick down the... Yes, it does with 1 HP. And that's going to be crucial.
Oh, licking away, ended up sniping it there. The Medicham being able to counter down. Medicham surviving on a sliver of health. Will it be
HP
enough? No!
And 1 snarl. Oh wow!
This is
on that game, that's I throw myself a what end game, and I do want to point out some really interesting mechanics that we saw there. I do like what C. Leonardo did because he came in with the Lickitung because Lick is a one-turn move to just apply that damage on the Medicham to do that damage before taking out the counter. That was a brilliant play. It didn't pay off, but almost able to really come back from that game. Was really impressive on both sides.
It's sort of what we always say, 1 HP in a dream. It was a literal 1 HP left. That Snarl being able to take out the Medicham. Umbreon, we know it's like one of the most tanky Pokemon in the Great League. Being able to survive a super effective counter to be taken out by a not very super effective move was made it one of the closest games that we've definitely seen so far. And I mean, round 3 is already up. Both of these players are doing fantastic in the EU Continental Championships so far. See Leonardo taking his first loss on screen. We have to remember, he swept when we showed him in round number 1.
Yeah, exactly, and that makes that performance from Itro myself a much even more impressive because we do know how good C. Leonardo is, how he's just a regular in all the Silph top leaderboard. So getting that win in such a close game, like I was mentioning earlier, can also just free Itro myself a, and he can just have an amazing tournament so far because now he just know he can hangs out with the best.
And we have to say, no Shadow Venusaur to be found in that matchup. What do you think about that? Do you think he was trying to hide it to see that C. Leonardo recognized that it probably had a lot of play against the team, so was expecting the Venusaur counters to come in game number 1?
Maybe, and like we were mentioning, those two players, they have such a different team of 6 that it comes up not only to on what you are going to bring, but also on how you are going to read your opponent. And I think that maybe I throw myself a in this first game was waiting for C. Leonardo to go very strong against the Venusaur and opting to let that go. There is also a possibility for I throw myself a to just use that Venusaur as a crazy bench pressure because as C. Leonardo, do you really want to bring the Lantern when there is the potential for you to be met by that Venusaur?
Yeah, and my goodness, I troll myself also with almost like the perfect predictions every single game, shielding up the Moonblast, shielding up the Psychic, being able to call when there was a bait or when it was the actual big nuke move. Well, speaking of, we're about to find out that Shadow Venusaur on the field against the main thing it does not want to see, and we have an immediate swap into the Umbreon. But again, we've seen how much damage like these Dazzling Gleams could do.
Yeah, definitely. And when you save swap an Umbreon into an Alolan Ninetales, that's never the best option. But we do see that last resort landing and C. Leonardo not messing around and going straight for that Moonblast.
Yeah, straight for the Moonblast here, not shielded by I troll myself. And look how much health that takes off of the Umbreon. The Umbreon still being able to get to another last resort here, assumingly. But it's not going to be enough to knock out at this stage, and we'll have to see how C. Leonardo chooses to play this out, building up a ton of energy. Are we going to see an aggressive Powder Snow down? We just might. This Alolan Ninetales is out with a ton of energy.
Yes, and I do not want to meet that Alolan Ninetales loaded on energy and still quite healthy. And we do see a Lickitung coming in, and the first wet ball is going to be fired by the Alolan Ninetales.
And shielded up, calling it game one, but not calling it game two. However, this immediate swap out gives the Venusaur a little bit more time to play around. Already at a Psychic now on C. Leonardo's side, but these Frenzy Plants are going to hurt. And now, again, it's a bit of a baiting game. Is C. Leonardo going to go straight for that Psychic, or is he going to bait with an Ice Punch, which will still do super effective damage, charging up a ton of extra, and looks like he's going straight for that Psychic. Will, I told myself, call it. He has one shield left.
Yeah, will we see a shield there on the Psychic? We do not see a shield, and can make sense. And in the back, there is the Lickitung, and that Lickitung has a ton of work to do against that Medicham with those super effective counter coming into play.
Yeah, we only have one Pokemon left on I Troll Myself side. Meanwhile, 3 on C. Leonardo's side, able now to throw another Ice Punch, just chipping away the counter damage. Plus, these Ice Punches are really going to be wearing away at the HP of this Lickitung here, which is trying to just do as much as it can, but it looks like it might get countered down completely. No, going for that Body Slam.
Yes, and that's Leonardo. Will you use your protected shield? No, you don't use your protected shield, and it's just coming back in with that Alolan Ninetales, and I do like that play. Just shielding, farming down, and not revealing the third, which could be critical for that game 3.
Yeah, I really like this play from C. Leonardo as well. This is like one of those things. If you're in such an advantageous lead, you don't want to give your opponent any information that they didn't already have, right? So if I Troll Myself didn't know that there was a Lickitung in the back, maybe it will change out how he wants to play game number 3. And like we said before, that Venusaur that we thought was going to do so well, C. Leonardo just predicted that it was coming game 2 and managed to get the perfect alignment, the perfect spots. Like you said, if there's an Umbreon that's being safe swapped into Alolan Ninetales, you don't have a good counter for that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, exactly. I think I Troll Myself was really banking on the fact that he tried everything to scare away that Pokemon in game 1, but C. Leonardo just called that Venusaur and just led what the Venusaur doesn't want to see on the opposing line.
So the trainers are tied up 1-1, and we're about to go into a decisive game number 3. These have been very exciting matches so far. I've been really liking to see people's play styles, people's mind games that they're going on. I'm glad we saw the Shadow Venusaur. I wonder if we'll see it again game 3, because again, with a little bit of the mind games, maybe C. Leonardo thinks, oh, I've definitely scared it away at this point. It's not coming back, and he leads, very weak to the Venusaur. Meanwhile, I Troll Myself says, okay, this is what I have to do.
It's still strong, to be honest. The Venusaur. So I mean, if it's not line up against the Alolan Ninetales, it could do a ton of work on the opposing line. And again, if with some shield and energy management scenario, that Alolan Ninetales is no longer a problem for the Venusaur. So I think that the key as well is to try to, if you want to follow that way, to just have a plan in case there is your Venusaur up against the Alolan Ninetales, right?
Right. I think overall it was a decent plan, and I did like his idea of he's not going to shield, even if he knew that it was a Psychic from the Medicham onto that Venusaur. He just knew that the Alolan Ninetales had so much energy already, and that shielding that up, he was just going to end up facing it again. And so at that stage, I think it's one of those things where a player recognizes their win conditions and tries to play into them. Speaking of win conditions, we're going to jump right into the third match to see who's going to be that decisive winner overall. A neutral-ish matchup with the Umbreon versus the Lickitung, and an immediate swap by C. Leonardo into the Medicham, and it looks like that Umbreon is staying in to do a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, exactly. I do like that play for I Troll Myself. He's probably predicting the Alolan Ninetales in the back, and he doesn't fall for the trap, and he's just going to stay in this matchup.
staying in this matchup, we have to remember he had a little bit of energy advantage as well. And even though the counters are doing a lot of damage to the Umbreon, the charge attacks aren't doing that much at all. And Umbreon is still in the green. Meanwhile, Medicham is in the yellow. It looks like it's about to be popped down after this Ice Punch. One of my favorite things is when an Umbreon gets attacked and his little paw goes up. I haven't said it yet, but I will say it from now on. I think Umbreon is one of the cutest Pokemon in the game, being able to tank this other Ice Punch like a pro and forcing now Leonardo to make a decision here.
I'm definitely going to go your way. Umbreon is my favorite Pokemon actually, and you can see here that it can just win the zeros actually against the Medicham if he's running Ice Punch. And look at that! What a catch from I Throw Myself A, catching that Ice Punch on the Lickitung and trying to just build some head start energy on it. But we do see a quick reaction from C. Leonardo that is going to go into the mirror.
Yes, the Lickitung Mirror is one of the longest. We joke around a lot, and we've seen it a lot in Silph tournaments, time and time again. Mirror matches with bulky Pokemon take quite a while. Could this potentially be a timeout victory to one of the players? We will have to find out for sure. The Body Slam going through on C. Leonardo's side right before I Troll Myself, so it looks like he is at it as well. Again, these Licks being able to do basically no damage to each other, and again, Lickitung being one of the most bulky Pokemon in the Great League.
Yeah, exactly. And both players throwing body slam at body slam, and those league that are, like you're mentioning, almost doing nothing, and still two shields on I Throw Myself A. So that could be, let's say, a decisive factor for the end game scenario. But let's find out when another body slam is coming in from Sio Leonardo on the charge move priority.
And we have to also see now, because again, that this mirror match has gone on for quite a while, the switch timers are up again, so we could see a potential swap out, and it looks like we do into that defense. Deoxys going ahead and tanking a body slam, but these licks are going to be doing more damage. Will he shield up something? He still has 2 shields left on I Troll Myself side.
No shield, and we see the immediate reaction from C. Leonardo. He's not going to allow that counter down, and he's going to come into play with that Shadow Alolan Ninetales and correctly shielding the Rock Slide.
Yeah, Rock Slide would have been doing super effective damage to that Alolan Ninetales, charging up a ton of energy before releasing this first Weather Ball here, forcing that first shield from I Troll Myself side, but that Defense Deoxys is just charging up a ton of energy. There is no more shields left on C. Leonardo's side, being able to get to this Weather Ball before the next Rock Slide goes through, and getting that last shield from I Troll Myself as well.
Yeah, we do see the last protected shield, and that's on the charge move priority. So what a play, wasting all that energy from I Throw Myself A and barely surviving to apply some extra powder snow damage, but that's just going to give extra energy to the defense Deoxys. Which
Yeah, I
Pokemon
like
is
that
going
play.
to choose C. Leonardo here?
It looks like, yeah, he's going to go with the Medicham and tries to do a swap of the only be meant by the counter swap here. Once again, we have the Lickitungs just licking away at each other. I Troll Myself being able to reach this just one before. Man, this is still going to be a pretty close matchup. That Medicham has a little bit of energy now. And being probably able to counter down and throw a move.
He does counter down. He gets out with the Ice Punch, but there are still 2 Pokemon into play on I Throw Myself A, going to try to counter down the Umbreon, but unfortunately is snarled down. And
wow,
this
what
is
a
the first
play by both
upset,
of
right?
these. Yeah, this is the first loss for C. Leonardo in the tournament as well, and this was quite a game. If you look at it overall, I mean, it came down to the wire, and kind of like I made a joking prediction earlier that we might see a timeout win. I don't know if you saw Spleen, but there was 15 seconds on the clock when that went through.
We were definitely really close. Some really amazing games. We saw basically 2 games won by I Throw Myself A with a sliver of HP, with some players just not messing around with switch, just going back and forth, not allowing people to take energy advantage, and just being aggressive between each other. And that was some really fun best of 3 to watch from those 2 players.
I have to ask you, Spleen, do you think it was, I mean, he won anyway, so I guess we could say yes, for sure, that is the correct call. But do you think it was smart to come in with the Umbreon, not being able to know for sure if you were not going to get countered down? Because that almost made it so see, Leonardo had 2 ice punches. If that Umbreon went down before the Medicham did, he would have been able to throw at the defense Deoxys.
Yeah, that was the call, I guess. I think that was he was probably trying to force the energy out of the Umbreon, but at the same time, Leonardo was committed to the farm down because it was his win con. So in the end, that was a bit a coin flip, but we saw that Umbreon that the Umbreon was clutch for I Throw Myself A actually, winning him
Yes.
two games just by hanging out and resisting those counter in the end, just surviving those counter to take down the Medicham. So pretty impressive performance, and that Umbreon really breaking a bit that Medicham and Lickitung core that we saw a lot since the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think if we really look back on I Troll Myself's team as well, his team was a team of bulk, right? Because he had that Licky Tongue on the team, he had an Umbreon, and he had an Azumarill. So he was he was pulling
And
a
DD.
CountXevious strategy, right? Yeah, where he just wanted the Pokemon to be able to tank as many charge moves as possible, not have to expend those shields too early, and it looked like it really paid off for him. It's just surviving with sliver of health on bulky Pokemon to be able to win the end game.
Yeah, as we are mentioning CountXevious, and he's going to come back with Beckachu with us here as we are going to pursue that discussion. And here they are. Welcome back, folks.
What do you think, Count? I mean, do you like the I Troll Myself's plan of just 3, really, actually 4, like, yeah, like Spleen said, with a defense Deoxys? I mean, like, that was a team of bulk.
No, not particularly, not particularly. It's not the kind of team that I would build if somebody gave me an opportunity. But you see how, like, I think in metas like this where there's like condensed slots as well, I think going bulk is always a great way because it offers you escape mechanisms. And of course it draws out games for forever. But in the end, I think if you can outbulk your opponent, especially if your opponent doesn't have like really super hard hitting Pokemon, there's no way back. That's, I think, the problem that Leonardo had as well. Like he had like a very well balanced team with like not like super hard nukers. So for him, it was a very big disadvantage. And unfortunately, bulk in 1500 format is always something that you have to prepare for.
Yeah. I completely agree with you about that. Beckachu, I don't know how much you had a chance to watch that last matchup as well, but I asked Sergio earlier, do you think that it was the correct call by I Troll Myself coming in at the end there with the Umbreon rather than the defense Deoxys?
I'm going to be really unprofessional here and say that I actually missed the last battle trying to sort out headphone issues. Hopefully people can hear me much better now.
Yeah, so much better.
Scrambled around looking for headphones during them last battle, so I do truly apologise about that. Evidently, I'd set all my settings wrong, and now I'm on my earpods, so hopefully going forward it'll be much more better and smoother.
I can finally cast with a person, not static anymore. That's good. Well, just bouncing off Amanda's question.
With the static.
That's true. Just bouncing off Amanda's question there. It made sense to go into Umbreon because the Medicham was not in one counter range per se. So, and the Medicham was far away from 2 ice punches. The defense Deoxys had a little bit over around 30% HP, I think, and the ice punch was not enough to take it out. So, just getting that one snarl damage would have been enough to, when the Medicham throws the ice punch, sneak in a counter to take it out. So that was the play there. Well, lucky enough, they got simultaneously KO'd, but in the end, that's what I would have done, maybe.
Yeah. It was a very high risk, high reward. I'm glad that it paid off for him, and I'm glad that we got to see it on screen for round number 3 of this 7-round tournament. Speaking of 3, I want to kind of talk about slot pick number 3. What do you guys think about that? We're going to go into it again. This is the 2019-2020 season, so the top Pokemon that were used in these metas. Anything sticking out to any of you boys here?
I mean, slot 3 is kind of like PV Poke rankings, right? Like you see Scrafty being super popular, but I think none of the top players picked it. Like none of the, at least a lot of the upper half didn't. And Scrafty is also kind of ranked really high because it has a very good matchup against some of the top picks. For example, Bastiodon is ranked number 1 on PV Poke for this meta. But unfortunately for Scrafty, it just gets shut down by a lot of the other picks that are common as well. Something like a Tapu Fini, something like Medicham, Cresselia, like absolutely shuts it down. So bringing Scrafty is like, yeah, okay. Would I have want to pick Umbreon, which has an overall better matchup against all of these Pokemon, or do I pick Scrafty? So for me, it's always going to be Umbreon, and that's one of the things that that's something about slot 3 that I will always say. Umbreon over Scrafty, and definitely if I don't really want to pick Umbreon, I would definitely try and pick Gliscor, for example. It has overall better coverage and also potentially to one-shot a lot of the Pokemon in the meta. I think even a Tapu Fini can be threatened by an Earthquake, so
Yeah, that's a good point.
Underwhelming as always.
Especially if it's a shadow as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know, we've seen a rise in these bulky teams.
Now that we can hear you.
Yeah.
Is he gone? Oh no, did I jinx it?
Oh, sorry. miles away here. In my first team build, when I was practicing with friends for this, I started with Scrappy and really kind of enjoyed that. But as I went on, I found more prominence from the LA Ninetales. And to be honest, I like the Shadow Greenar, bringing that in there, having that melting out of your body slam as well, just to give it a bit of neutral damage. The Dragon Breath is just so oppressive, hits most things very hard. This was one of the more fun slots to play with as well, with having things like Kobo Plastics and then knock onto your other picks, so you're not going to choose a Reggie Rock or something like that. I was quite fond of Kobo Plastics. So.
I was going to say that I know that that you didn't
No,
like the Scrafty
that was
pick.
exactly the question.
But Scrafty, I think, does really well against the Umbreon and the Licky Tongues that we've seen used by almost every team so far, right? So, I mean, even though Scrafty does not have good matchups against the Medichams, doesn't have good matchups against the Alola Ninetales or something like that, it could be something that people would want to use in this meta, knowing that people are going to be using these bulkier picks because, I mean, Umbreon is completely walled by Scrafty. Licky Tongue is pretty much completely walled by that Scrafty. Meanwhile, it's just ramping up energy. Even like the Cresselia that you were talking about that you'd like to see more of is threatened by the foul plays that are coming through. So while I understand that it's maybe not going to be the number one picked, I can also understand why people could choose to use it, especially in these sort of condensed metas as well.
Yeah, that's definitely, and a double boosted foul play on a Medicham is not something you want to tank from a Scrafty. But overall, I think that Scrafty has some viability here, but you need really to be prepared and to have like a solid strat because as almost everyone is running a Medicham in there. It's a very polarizing matchup, and like Xevious was mentioning earlier, I mean, puts you in an RPS situation. So either I can see someone having like a double weak to Medicham strat, or something where you can lure out and then just vamp up on energy with the Scrafty. But I'm not really expecting so many Scrafties in there for that reason.
Yep, I completely agree with Beckachu. I think that Dragonair is a really good pick.
Interesting pick that I kind of usually would notice but didn't really notice is the Skuntank there. I think it's just looking at all the picks that people have used so far. Other than the Swampert, Skuntank does have a really, really good play in the meta overall. Like, I think there are a few teams with, quite a bit of teams with Swampert, but then again, all the other 5 Pokemon, let's say for example, if you pick Ash Shelto's team, yes, of course he has a Swampert to deal with his Skuntank, but then his Noctowl, Alola Ninetales, Sableye, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini do not want to see that Skuntank. So that's 5 Pokemon weak to his Skuntank, and you have a Swampert to protect it. And let's say
I
another
was
team. Yeah, go on.
No, I was just about to say I was super surprised you didn't mention the skunk earlier because I know how much you like that Pokemon, especially in Silph metas. So I was a bit surprised, and indeed I do like the pick overall. If you look at all those picks here, they are really interesting picks and versatile picks in a way because given a Lapras, I don't think we are going to see a Lapras to be honest, but that's a very interesting mon as well to be used, and that I think we all loved using Lapras in previous Silph Cups, right? But just to touch upon base on a pick, that's the Shadow the Alolan Sandslash. Mostly also because we were raided by a Mind Joke, and that's just his favorite Pokemon. So I think it needs a shout out. We did see a rise in terms of usage for this Pokemon, and it's really interesting. If you can avoid a counter user, basically really something interesting with that ice ground coverage. So similar to that Dugong, but you add that resistances with the steel type, makes a very interesting Pokemon to play if it avoids the counter user.
Yeah, I like what you're saying about that as well. And I think this is one of the slot 3 is an interesting one because a lot of these variants that can be used almost benefit more by being a shadow. So, I mean, that's not true for all the Pokemon in the Great League, right? Because they hit 20% more damage, but they also take 20% more. Some of the things like that, even the Alolan Sandslash, they're super frail because of this, but that hits like a truck. Another one that I see that I don't know if people will be using, but was very popular before the last moveset update was that Shadow Beedrill. Shadow Beedrill, I know in a lot of Silph metas, was a nuisance to deal with, and even like the Shadow X's or Baits hurt Pokemon over time, able to flip matches that it shouldn't be able to flip. It was one of my favorites to use, but again, with all these Noctowls around lately and different things that can counter it, I have to say that Beedrill most likely is going to get benched.
Yeah,
I think
definitely. I
another
remember.
Pokemon.
Sorry, Beckachu, you were saying.
No, you were on the same tangent. I was going off on a tangent about Alolan Marowak, how it's a shame that it doesn't get any love. As then at the time of slot 3, where this meta would come from, where this slot comes from, Alolan Marowak was very much a Silph staple and everyone tried to use it. As with this meta and as time's gone on, it's not as favourable anymore. Even in the Shadow version, it's not really got that much play. And certainly with the team build across this meta, it's a hard bring, although it is one of my favourite Pokemon out there. I just don't see any way anyone could bring it, unlike a lot of the other picks where there is ways to work that round. So, yeah, sorry.
But Beckachu, if you were going to use the Shadow AWAC, would you choose the Shadow Bone, or would you choose to be a Shadow Ball player? Or are you going
I'm
to
a baller.
completely mix it up? You're a
I'm
baller?
a baller.
I knew that about
I'm
you.
a baller
You're a
all the
baller.
way.
All right, so we have the next round and the next players ready. So we will be leaving Amanda and Spleen before she gets to jinx Europe even more. Bye, and let's get to our screens where we don't have the jinxer. Bye, Amanda. All right. Definitely. If Twitch chat didn't hear anything, that's fine. So Pikachu, I see you have a lot of Pikachus. Is your name like a ripoff from Pikachu?
Well, my name actually comes from my son. So my youngest son's called Beckett. So Beck, and it kind of reminds me of a Pikachu. He's got sort of that attitude about him and cheekiness, if you'd like. So that's where it came from. And my children love Pokemon. They are absolutely obsessed. I actually got into the Silph arena through my eldest son. He played.
Oh, that's really nice.
Played literally during season 1, qualified for season 1 and season 2 regionals. But at the time he was only 9 years old, so sort of kept him out of that. He's now more of a main series kind of thing because it's not a teenager.
Yeah, absolutely understandable. And our next game is going to be, I think Silph gave us a lot of memories, me as well, personally, because I think when I joined here, I really did not know a lot of people, and some of the friends I made through the way, and some of the closest friends I made through the way are from battling and from Silph. With that said, let's take a look at what we have in round number 4. We are going to see Cyrax Darwin, ranked 6 globally, going up against IB Queer PvP. You can already see kind of a trend in Cyrax's team as well. It's also super bulky with like a huge nuker at the front. And IB kind of has, let's say, similar build, but not really as bulky as Cyrax is. What's really interesting to see here again as well, the Azumarill kind of has a free reign on this matchup. Yes, of course, the Lantern's Thunderbolts will hurt, but it will depend on whether the Lantern is running Water Gun or Spark. Because the Spark Lantern's matchup against Azu is not like amazing. So that's going on for him. And Darwin also has this amazing save swap in Lickitung. There is no real hard answer unless that Medicham is running Power Punch or Dynamic Punch. So it would be really interesting to see how these two players decide to play it out. Me, potentially, I'm just going to throw in Lickitung, Umbreon, and Azumarill and hope for the best if I was Darwin. And what do you think you would do?
I definitely think that's a solid strat. I do think we're going to see the liquid points, definitely. I'd like to see the Deoxys come out here. I know it's going to struggle a little bit with Tapu Fini, but I do think when you've got going up against a load of Ninetales, it's a nice way to be able to hit them counter damages, potentially get them rock slides in, take down shield quite quickly, and not really take too much in the way of damage coming back to you. So I think we might see it against the Oxys, but certainly Azumarill, Umbreon and Licky is a solid core for that team.
And actually, you're absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. DD is just free in this game. But please go ahead.
On the opposing side, you'd hope that it's going to be a Spark Lantern rather than a Water Gun, because I think Water Gun would struggle here. Only really the Jupice sort of and the Charizard, but now we're going straight into it. So it's DD versus Lantern to start off with.
And this is kind of a neutral lead for both parties. Exactly. It's a very mixed matchup, and we see already that it is a Spark Lantern here, and Spark Lantern does charge energy a lot faster and get to these charge attacks faster. Darwin going for the Psycho Boost there straight away, and Ivy just goes for the Thunderbolt on charge attack priority.
It's interesting to see that it's a Thunderbolt, not a Rock Slide on the DD there as well. I would have probably liked the other way, just thinking of what other things I'm going to be able to hit. But I suppose when you've not got other electric damage on your side, then you're not really going to take that. We've seen the switch to the Licky.
Yeah, that is really smart play here. Darwin recognizing that he has two Pokemon that can potentially be safe swaps into IB's team and using both of them really well, like throwing that energy, getting the most possible damage he could get out of the Psycho Boost onto the Lantern, and then going into the Lickitung to absorb energy. Lickitung now comes in, and both of them are licking at each other like they're the hottest ice cream cones in the world. Here comes another body slam from Darwin, going unshielded onto IB's Lickitung.
I think that's going to be the play here. He's not shielding, just throwing as many body slams as you can come through. Maybe taking a soft lead, coming back in then with your Lantern, and hopefully the opposing Lickitung hasn't got up to a power whip to be able to hit you back with, fire off a turf, and then into the next. Oh, the switch has already happened already, going into that Jupice. Didn't expect that.
Yep, going into the Stunfisk there. Yeah, going to the Stunfisk here, as Darwin recognizing that IB does not have the switch timer up yet, and having a little bit of energy advantage on this on this Galarian Stunfisk is going to go a long way in this matchup here. But this Lickitung has a lot of energy. In comes his Power Whip. Power Whip does about 30%, and this Stunfisk is healthy and absolutely loving its life here.
Straight in with the nuke here, and it's unshielded. This is going to take down the Lickitung.
Lickitung goes down. Let's see what IB Care comes in. This is rough. Does Darwin get to the earthquake? Yes, he does with the bare minimum HP, and this, of course, but it's going to be protect shielded by Ibuker. Finally pulling up a shield here, not doing what Arceus did in our previous game, and farming down the Stunfisk. Let's see what comes in. Will it be a Lickitung or will it be that defense Deoxys?
I would assume it'd be a Lickitung at this point, just trying to get them lick damages in. Oh no, I'm wrong. It's a defense Deoxys.
Yep, defense Deoxys comes in. Yeah, shielding the Surf here, and this will do 1 damage to the shield. Delian, take notes. And then going straight for that Thunderbolt here. Thunderbolt is not enough to take out the Tapu Fini, but since Tapu Fini is the only Pokemon with any respectable amount of HP on EV's side, he opts to shield it, and in comes his Lickitung. Lickitung is in a commanding position, going for the Power Whip here. Power Whip will be enough to take out this Lantern. Lickitung surviving with 30% or more HP, and this is looking very, very dangerous for Ibuker.
It is looking very dangerous. Going to be able to get to that Power Whip.
Yeah. Power Whip comes in. Power Whip is super effective against that Tapu Fini, and oh wow, it manages to survive it, and unfortunately not enough HP, just not enough anything to survive through all of this bulk that Darwin has thrown at IB's side, and the guy's bulk always wins.
So are you shocked with them lineup, Count? Were you expecting that or?
Absolutely shocked, right? Like, I would never have imagined like putting 3 bulky Pokemon together. Like, I'm flabbergasted. I can't speak. It's impossible. But you know, in a way, you have. In a way, I think it was more easier to predict IB's lineup, just from the fact that there needed to be the Lickitung, because that's the only half decent check he has for that defense Deoxys. Taking super effective damage in the process doesn't really help, but I think how it played out was really, really well. Like, throwing the Psycho Boost, great play, then saying, okay, I might need this defense Deoxys later, and then going into the Lickitung, forcing the Lantern to dump some energy so that the Lickitung can, you know, it puts Ibuker in a position where that Lickitung can do less damage, but in this process giving it more energy than it should, and then misaligning the switch clock to an extent where that Stunfisk could come in, farm up a lot of energy, and then pressure a shield on the Tapu Fini. It's just incredibly played, I think. But yes, what do you think will happen next game?
It's going to be difficult for ID to overcome this, and it's going to very much depend on how he wants to play. I feel the Tapu Fini had its place there. However, looking at the opposing team, it might be the one that has to drop back, and maybe the Medicham come in to hopefully combat that Lickitung Jeebus core there, and then try and just throw everything else after defense Deoxys, which effectively is your only Hail Mary for that, is throwing everything you've got at it. It's definitely an uphill struggle.
DD is like has so much inherent bulk there, and it's difficult to overcome. But now that he's revealed the Thunderbolt, potentially you could kind of risk it with running a Charizard. But then again, you need to be in a position where you want to risk losing shields early game. And at this point, we are going into game number 2, but with only one phone screen. It'll be this screen of Ibuker leading the Tapu Fini into that Lickitung, going straight for the Moonblast here. Of course, Moonblast is not super effective, but does quite a bit of damage. And at this point, probably hoping for a debuff here.
Yeah, takes that defense shield straight off, but chooses not to shield his Tapu Fini himself. That was a bold play there, but just hoping to get them 2-3 damages through.
Yep. Not shielding the Tapu Fini, but I think Ibuker, Darwin is a bit impatient here, going again for the Body Slam, giving enough undercharge to make the Tapu Fini survive with 1 HP, and coming in with his own his own Lickitung. And again, well, as I said, ice cream on a hot summer day, or hot ice cream on a cold summer day, whatever you can put it as. And here comes a Body Slam. Body Slam is doing neutral damage, whereas the Lick does no damage to these Lickitung, even though it's in their names.
Yeah. It's all about getting to them Body Slams and hitting out that stab damage to each other there. Hopefully trying to just sneak a bit of extra energy in, so when the next one comes into it, you've got something else to throw out at.
Yeah.
It's
what's really surprising? Yeah, exactly. That's what's really surprising here for me, because well, we all know how bulky Lickitungs are, so this body slam is not enough to take it out, and you potentially is very difficult to lick it down. So and goes for the snipe here. That's an amazing gameplay, but this puts Ibeker in a very bad situation because he just got himself switch locked against a defense Deoxys, and we both know that defense Deoxys, this one is running Thunderbolt, so the matchup is so much more better than trying to land that Psycho Boost to take out a Medicham. Here comes the first Thunderbolt, and it's getting shielded here.
It's definitely recommended to shield it there. Not being able to boost these at all and having the ice punches just to throw out, it isn't going to do enough to do against the Deoxys. It's going to take a lot to bring that down. So very much in a strong position just to throw the Thunderbolt straight at Medicham, take the shield, or end the Pokemon, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. But what's interesting again to also point out is that we do have Darwin with like a full Pokemon left at the back, whereas Ibeker will have to deal with half and half. So here comes another Ice Punch again. So bulky, not able to take out the defense Deoxys. Tries to go for the swap, unfortunately does not get it. Medicham shielding again. Is this a Psycho Boost? Yes, it is. Maybe he goes for the swap now to tank the second move. Yes, it does, but unfortunately being met with that Umbreon. This is an absolute nightmare for any Lickitung user.
Obviously that Lickitung doing absolutely nothing to the Umbreon. Even the body slams are just going to tickle it. It's a very, very long, arduous way out of this to get back into the Medicham. And by that time, has the Umbreon built up an ability that it can just have two moves in the bank and KO it?
That is exactly what I would do. I would definitely charge up to 100 energy, which at this point I think Umbreon has as well. So in comes the first foul play, and Umbreon has way too much HP. This Medicham does not have any access to fighting moves, and this looks like there's it looks like a hill that you cannot climb. It's going to be an Everest that cannot be conquered here. Here comes the first foul play. Foul play comes in, does about 30%. One more will be enough to take out this Medicham, and I think Ibeker knows that this is going to happen, but Darwin is like, well, this is taking too long, so I'm just going to swap my Deoxys and then take you out. And here comes the Psycho Boost, and off goes that Medicham 2-0 for Sirax Darwin, cementing a round 4 win and being, again, the top contender he is. So this looks amazing for both parties.
That was absolutely
both parties, I mean. Yeah. I think Sergio is probably sitting somewhere happy. Yeah, it was amazingly played there. Sergio is like, oh, Italians, yes. But yes, bulk over spam is usually my way. But you usually get met with like a very spammy team, and then you're like, oh, what have I done? So let's see if Darwin at some point faces a very, very spammy team. So far, I think round 4 looks cool. Go on, please.
Unfortunately, Ivy's not really got any of that spam on his team. Choosing to have the ice punch on the belly camp, not being able to get in on power-up punches. Probably the quickest thing they have got is the aluminum 9 tails, but that's not really hitting anything on Darwin's team at all. So.
Yeah. And not to take anything off Ivy. Ivy's doing great this tournament. Round 2, he 3-0'd Vani, who was one of the favorites of Sergio to take the tournament. So that's a feat in itself. I've never seen 3 and next to Vani's name in any Silph tournament. It's very difficult to 3-0 Vani. So he's just, he just met with a wall that his team unfortunately cannot climb. And that happens a lot during these. Team building is an inherent part of Show 6 victory as well. So I think Shadow Charizard was not enough to carry his team over Darwin's bulk there. And Deoxys being the absolute monster is just single-handedly pulled out this win without. I don't think at any point in that games Darwin was like, okay, I'm sweating here. No, it was textbook, right? As you said.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing. He went in there with a plan, and he pretty much put the team that he said he should play. So obviously he's been on the right track account. I think this net is brilliant in the fact it's so open. with everything in its play as well. So similar to a play Pokemon tournament, but less so, because play Pokemon, everything is that open that people generally stick to the core method. This, we're seeing a lot of different combinations of both and a lot of different changes. Let's see what the next battle holds for us.
There comes
the same
the...
theme there.
Yeah, but unfortunately met with this Lickitung. Lickitung has such an oppressive matchup against Lantern. Lantern is a bulky Pokemon, but these Power Whip is not enough to knock it out, but again will do so much damage, dropping it below 50% HP. But this Lantern also has a lot of energy to throw, but unfortunately for this Lantern, the Lickitung is a lot more bulkier than the Lantern is.
Very much is the case. The Lantern is he gonna throw the Surf before he gets straight next?
Yeah. Throws the Surf here, and absolutely not enough. Let's see what Darwin does. Goes straight for the Power Whip here, knowing and understanding the fact that the Body Slam is not enough damage to take out this Lantern, but this gives a very good position in a way for Ibucare to come farm down with the Lickitung. Okay, that's not going to happen. Come in with a Lickitung and tank a few Body
That's a
Slams
lot
before.
of licks to farm down there. But certainly we could build up a bit of energy before firing if we can time the moves correctly, which is looking like to be the case here. Getting up to 2.
Oof. Again, being a wee bit too greedy, but is he actually going for a full farm down? Because that would be very, very, very ambitious. But no, saving the energy and going into the Finny, and unfortunately the Finny is going to be met by this Defense Deoxys. Defense Deoxys counters are kind of resisted by Tapu Fini because of the Fairy type, but these Thunderbolts will hurt.
Yeah, certainly will hurt, and there's no option but to shield on this because they're not going to throw a Psycho Boost before having just switched in here.
Yeah, and at this point, exactly, but at this point DD is in a very, very commanding position here, letting go the Surf Bait. Oh my god, Darwin knows the game is done and dusted, so he's going to put some pain into his opponent's thinking process here, going for the Psycho Boost and potentially going to throw the Psycho Boost and dip into that Umbreon. Umbreon is of course having a negative matchup against Fini, but at this HP even a foul play would be enough to take out the Umbreon. Going for the Surf here. Does Darwin know his counts? Because he is not pulling up a shield. Oh, last minute shield there.
Again, he's got the reassurance though, knowing that the Lickitung, even though it's fully loaded, isn't really going to do any damage to the Umbreon at all. Certainly not quick enough. Interesting that IB chooses to shield that, probably hoping to go for a Moonblast there. Did he get there?
Yeah,
oh, yes,
but he does, but again, opting to go for the Surf, I think trying to do everything in his power to win this match, but unfortunately, I think it is too little, too late, and too much of an advantage for Darwin. But oh, maybe there is still play here. In comes the Lickitung. Lickitung is tanking this foul play, which does neutral damage, but just not enough damage. Body Slam coming in.
These Body Slams are not going to hurt enough at all. Even the Power Whip isn't really going to do that much more than the Flicker. I think the Umbreon's in a very commanding position at this point just to take it home. However, there is always the possibility of a catch as well, just to be cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really know what the catch will help, but here's the Body Slam. Body Slam comes in, again, not enough to take the Umbreon out, but the Umbreon now knows the win con is that all it has to do is to farm up to almost two foul plays and force the Tapu Fini to throw the next Surf. The Tapu Fini is very close to the next Surf, so let's see what it does. In comes the Tapu Fini, and unfortunately gets there, but it's on charge attack priority, taking out the Umbreon, but we do have a very, very healthy Defense Deoxys at the back. Will that be enough to counter down this Tapu Fini before it pew-pews the Deoxys back into the Pokeball? Unfortunately, no. Deoxys punches the Fini back into the Pokeball. Off you go to Nurse Joy, and hopefully you can recover. What a game. A commanding win there by Darwin. I think that's a second 3-0 in the tournament, and it's 4 rounds and 2 3-0s already, only dropping 2 matches in the process. He looks really, really in a position where he's going to try and win the whole tournament.
Credit to IB there though, considering how dominating the first two battles were. In that third one, it was much, much more closer. Yes, Darwin was in control of the game and knew exactly what his strategy was to come through it. However, it was impressive play to get it that close and to bring it back through. So, well done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a very, very non-favorable matchup, and he showed that not to give up hope, and he tried to claw back. Well, again, let's go back to Sergio, because he's the one who said Vani would win, and unfortunately, because of him, Vani lost. So we'll have some thoughts from Sergio and Lundberger. So, how do you feel about
that was the cleanest headshot you could do. I also said the Italians are going to take it, right? You can point that.
Yeah, so but it's 50-50, you know? I mean, how does it feel to be part of your first jinxing process, Sergio?
Oof, I do hope Ivan is not going to be too mad at me.
You'll get used. Oh, it's your first jinxing. You'll get used to it.
But I guess I could take some advice from the jinxing experts in the casting panel, right?
No, absolutely. Oh, caster skirts, we're very common with it. I've not cursed anybody yet, I think, so far.
So
oh my goodness, Count, that is a curse in itself. This is like one of those things where it's like, I've never done this and there's no wood to knock on, so hopefully all of your picks are going to be safe for the rest of this tournament.
Okay, I want to do something exciting. We're going one after one slot. So if possible, I would like to skip slot 4 and pick slot 5. Because there's a let's say very interesting Pokemon there, Pelipper, which is ranked really highly, and we haven't seen a lot of play from it. Oh, actually, no play whatsoever. It's ranked 2nd on PvPoke, and there is no Pelipper.
Nope. Actually, Xevious, we were on the wrong slot. So actually, Pelipper indeed is looking like it's doing mighty fine. This flying toilet bowl is going to be, looks like that's the number 1 there. 52%.
It's not a toilet bowl, it's a toilet seat. Come on.
I think it's both. Look at it. I mean, it's like that giant underneath the... Yeah. You know what, Count? You're no longer agreeing with Beckachu. It's me now.
Yeah, but what is really interesting to see when we look at slot 5 is the dominance of the Leaky Tongue as a choice for the players. Most of them are going with that 5 slot pick, which is interesting because if you do see the rest of the picks, to be honest, there are some really interesting picks. So Xevious was mentioning the Pelipper. There is also the Walrein, which is a very interesting and versatile pick. We do see other maybe, let's see the Drapion as well, which was always one of people's favorite safe swaps. So overall, some interesting months, and I'm a bit surprised why everyone, no, not really surprised, but everyone went for that Leaky Tank.
Yeah, they're favoring bulk over maybe other unique picks.
Yeah. Absolutely.
One thing that I like, while we're talking about Silph, it's like I wanted to say that I really like Drapion as a pick, and I maybe would have used it just simply as a nod because Toxic Cup with Silph was one of the first metas that PvP really started to click with me because Pokemon Go was my first Pokemon game that I ever played. So I never played it on like the Nintendo or anything like that. And I remember that in Toxic Cup, I ended up using a Bite Drapion because that was before it got the Poison Sting. And it really ended up winning a lot of matches because everyone thought I was running Ice Fang, which was everyone else's Drapion was winning. So they would counter in their Escavalier, and then I would just bite that thing down.
Was it the one where we played for the first time, Amanda, and you've never lost before that?
Yes, that was yeah. Indeed was it. It was my first cup that I ever like a small sweep, like a 5-0 sweep, and then I played in a Belgian cup where I first met CountXevious. I countered Steelix so hard in that meta, the game 2 that I won, that I was like, there's no way he's bringing that Steelix back, and I led ABA week to Steelix, a Golbat straight into that Steelix, and he took game number 3. But again, this is like the part of the thing, the mind games, the bravery of CountXevious to be bringing a Steelix when I basically had like 3 hard counters to it the game before.
That really reminds me a game that actually we played with Avi when he was Omega Week to my Hunter. I don't know if you remember that. That was really
Yeah.
really the debate game between us to know which game am I going to bring the Hunter. Is there the Hunter in the back in the end in the line? So that was really funny to play.
Yeah, it was. I still say I misclicked there.
Yeah. But thanks to you, I swept my first Silph tournament in that tournament. So thank you.
Yeah,
Xevious.
I just wanted you to feel good about sweeping and coming into PvP.
I
For those who
It's the
don't know,
first time,
I introduced
first time
Spleen to
CountXevious, yeah, first time CountXevious has ever tried to make someone feel good about PvP.
always. And just to point out, like we see this Pokemon here with like a 72.2% win rate. Pidgeot. It's I'm surprised that we don't see a lot of it, but I guess it's like I think Pidgeot is like a Pokemon that people with like really strong nerves can use because you kind of have a move that will debuff, and you also have a move that's absolutely going to demolish teams. So it takes a lot of courage to use this Pokemon. It's definitely not a Pokemon that I would want to ever use because it's not my style at all. All or nothing is not something that I like. But I think we should potentially look at maybe how many Pidgeots we have because I really don't know. Do we have any stats on how many Pidgeots are there in this tournament?
I
I'm
think
briefly looking
Pidgeot-
through, and I think there's only 2.
And
Oh,
I
wow.
think Pidgeot is kind of a hero sim, if you know what I mean. Those Pokemons that are really ranked high on PvPoke because it relies on landing the bait, on your opponent shielding the bait and you landing the nuke. But in real battles, I think Pidgeot is just much more difficult to use than in sims because if the opponent calls your bait, basically you're out, or if he shields your nuke, so it's a much more difficult Pokemon to use, and it's a bit the same with the Mantine because I think it's in slot 4, but that's if you look at the numbers, Mantine always has some crazy win rate, but it relies on landing, getting the shield on the bubble beam bait, and then landing the nuke. So maybe that's why also those let's say high skill and talented battlers are a bit going away from those mons because they maybe prefer some concrete wins. I mean, like if you have that Pokemon against that Pokemon, you win no matter what, and not on the bait and shield game, let's say.
Yeah,
All
to be
right.
very
Yeah,
fair, I think
absolutely.
with flyers you're taking this update. I mean, everybody seems to be bringing 2 anti-flyers in the case of maybe an Alolan Nightales or an Abomasnow, which is in this slot, as well as a Doofus, which is a very popular pick. So with people having 2 antis, 2 flyers in itself, it makes bringing a flyer at all very difficult, as like Pelipper has got much more play in the sense that it can take a bit more damage than a Pidgeot, so maybe that's why they're not seeing as much. And with Noctowl dominance, you're probably going to go Noctowl Altaria over Pidgeot anyway, any day.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Yep.
in reality, if you look at the teams, the Pidgeot would have been a great pick because everyone is running Lickitung. That's a strong wall to the Lickitung, and basically you really break that Lickitung and the Medicham core with it, and you will be able to farm something down and debuff in the back. So that could have been a very interesting slippery pick, and from what I understood, it's the same meta that we will have at Worlds. So I wouldn't be surprised as well to see really different teams in Worlds. It's of course a bit earlier to talk because we are up to see as well what the other regions are going to break as a pick. Because generally speaking, and that's always something I really liked about Silph, is that when I was facing someone, for example, from LATAM, the meta was a bit different there. They were using some picks that we weren't just seeing at all in MEA, Sometimes because it was regional luck pick, of course, but not always. Just because meta just evolves at the start on Silph, and based on the region, because usually speaking, you just play more into your own region. It evolves as well in itself and creates kind of some new mini metas, if you know what I mean. And that's always something that I found really interesting with Silph.
Yeah. I think that was a really good point overall, Sergio. I think in the meantime, while we're waiting for the next round to get started, let's look at today's schedule and kind of recap what we've seen so far. Let's see how the players have been competing. Again, to Sergio's point, this is the very first in this World's Continental mix-up. So normally I would say that, save the best for last, but since Europe is first, we obviously save the best for first. And these are how some of these players have been doing. We saw C. Leonardo twice being played. He 3-0'd at the very beginning, but then he did lose to I Troll myself later on. We saw Asper Shelto play against Arceus Aurelius, and we just saw Sierra Darwin against IDQ.
I just want to point out there's very...
Go on, Count.
Yes. No. I just wanted to point out that a lot of these battlers, two of them are Italians and they're doing a great job. Actually, three of them, but because I think Leonardo, when he started out, he was in the UK, so he was registered, chose the English flag, I guess. Also, why are all good PvP players from Mystic, not Mystic?
It's a good point. Overall, yeah, we have our producer really agreeing that in Team Instinct seems to be the best team overall. I myself, I am playing on Team Mystic, and I was going to pick Instinct because my favorite color is like this mustard yellow. And I, again, at the beginning knew nothing about Pokemon, but everyone who I was playing with at the beginning said, no, you have to be on Team Blue, you have to be on Team Mystic. So I chose it, and now I'm the only one of them who's still continuing to play, but now I have to admit that I'm proud to be blue.
No, red's the way. Red's the way.
Do you want to know something funny, actually? Red has always been my favorite color. But when I pick up my team in Pokemon Go, I went for the blue, actually, and I still don't know why I did that. But I think it was mainly because, I was, at the beginning of the game, I was playing in French, and blue was sagesse, which means wise, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. It seems like a good spot. I want to be the wise guy in the place, so let's do that. And then I was like, but why? Red has always been my favorite color. Why I didn't pick red?
Sergio, did you pick blue because you were something that rhymes with the Y at that time?
Rent the wire? No, not really.
No,
I was like, no. But I remember at the beginning, there was so many, I'm going to call them conspiracy theory, even if it's not the case. Where if you are joining a team in particular in the future, you will get an advantage, such as, let's say, maybe you can raise one ID or whatever. That was the talk also at the beginning, and I think it influenced me as well in the choice, based on the rumors people were saying and stuff like that.
What about you, Beckachu? What did you choose of the team leaders and why?
Sorry, Count, you're on your own. I'm with the Blues up here, it's blue all the way for us. My son picked my team and he purely based it on Power Rangers Mystic Force, and he was like, "You're Mystic, Dad, you're Mystic." So that's why I'm a blue, and it's the best team, really. Let's face it, better than being yellow.
Just because it's a majority doesn't mean it's the best,
No, I mean, Count, if you're feeling left out, you can use that medallion that you can buy in the store. It's only, I think, 1,000 Pokecoins, and you can go ahead and switch over and join, not even the dark side, the good side.
The blue.
Here, we're going to be, and join Team Mystic.
If you pay me that 1,000 coins in actual currency, then I will consider it.
Then you would consider it even. Ooh, that's
I was going to say, hang on, are we going to get a changeover here live on stream? Because Do you know what? If it's going to be 1,000 coins for the picture, let's do it.
I say,
I said I
you
would
know how some of our
consider it.
other casters, like Caleb Payne
Don't
and
take my
Speedy
word
SG,
for it ever.
they always do like these little side bets about things. I think we need to think of some good side bet with CountXevious over time. That if he loses some bet, that he has to end up switching his team.
No. I will end up claiming to everybody that I'm another team, but I will never switch it because you can only switch it once. That makes it
No,
irreversible.
you can only switch it once per year.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Jesus, the year of being mystic. No, I'm not getting into any bets.
So
You'll just be happier and more smiley every day. You know.
I'm already more smiley.
let us know in the chat
much
too
do you
what
want
team
me
you
to
guys are
spam?
rooting for. I mean, I want to see Mystics being spammed in the chat overall at this point.
Yeah, and I'm going to think about something for a channel point so that Abby can change his team as well. Just need you to overall think. But he's going to
I
become
did
blue.
not sign this. Yeah, I'm gonna become blue if somebody changes my team to blue.
Oh, well, we can't have that. If we get back to the Continental Championships that we're talking over right now, if we look into it, only 5 players remain who have been completely undefeated so far. We have Joppy, we have Cyrex Darwin, who we just saw, Pablo Dinas, I can't never pronounce his name. He's a UK guy. Beckachu, maybe you can help me out. Kalethnik and Baruch. So,
Yeah.
Kalethnik,
One of the
yeah.
Welsh players, very proud, a very close friend of mine. I'm going to his wedding later this year. Very, very talented battler, and I know he's panicked over this team, the hours that he has put into it. So, very much rooting for my good friend Callum at this moment in time.
he's off to a great
Alright.
start indeed.
3 more rounds, right? 3 more rounds, and he's gonna have what he wants. The world's in light.
Yep,
Yeah,
again,
and,
it's the top
and-
3 players.
And remember, it's not because some people have lost yet that they are out and they can't win yet. Because sweeping those kind of tournaments, it's incredibly hard. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is like a 6-1 tie up in the end.
Oof. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I hope that it's going to be a 6-1 because that means we're going to get even more content. But speaking of more content, we're gonna get rid of the bottom half of this screen here. We're gonna really highlight the beauty of the top screen here because we're gonna get into round number 5 with our next matchups.
I'm sorry,
and
guys.
I do hope Xevious use this time to think about joining Mystic, right?
Yeah. I hope so as well. We can already see him just shaking his head. He's blue already, so maybe he will turn to team blue overall. We'll slowly work away at him. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and put up the teams of the 2 people who we are going to see up next. 2 of the people that we talked about just a little bit earlier, undefeated people playing. We have a 13 Jopi 37 versus the person I cannot pronounce. I'm just going to call him Cal.
Kalethnik, yeah, and very interesting team on Carl's side. I'm going to call him Cal as well, just like you, Lundi. We do see the first Shadow Swamper. Actually, we do see the first Frostlass, and we do see a Boss Bull as well. So a pretty, let's say, off the meta picks there. I'm really curious to see how he's going to do because he has been doing so well. So maybe he has read the meta in a way that we haven't yet.
Yeah, I really like that. And like you said, all these picks that we haven't seen yet. Also the Altaria, which CountXevious was talking about a little bit earlier. You would think because there's so many ice types that have been around lately with the rise of, Alolan Sandslash, with all the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, that maybe Altaria would be a bit scared. But we've seen really an uptick of them in a lot of the tournaments, I would say, so far, and it looks like it's really working out for Cal so far, being already sweeping this 4-round tournament so far, already into round number 5. 2 undefeated people playing against each other.
And funnily enough, I see some people in the chat saying that this team by Cal was built in 30 seconds. So we are praising him for being a Spice Lord and really for building his team perfectly. And in the end, he just threw some Pokemons together. Still, having the skills to be able to do such a team that is a bit off meta team and being able to be 4-0 at the stage of the tournament is an amazing performance.
Yep, and I want to really bring attention to Jyopi's team because this is something that we've seen really a lot of since in the Play Pokemon circuit, Human Catcher Bug really did a showcase of it, the Shadow Charizard and Umbreon Core, because together these Pokemon really pair well together. Shadow Charizard, obviously a very frail Pokemon, not being able to take very many charge attacks, so they want to use the shields there, but the Umbreon, on the other hand, is something that can just tank attack after attack, really using that almost as a sponge, and you add Lickitung into the mix here as well. I mean, my goodness, Jyopi has a lot of bulk on that side of his team.
Yeah, a lot of bulk, but a bit less bulky than the last one, but let's find out. And we do see a Tapu Fini into a Swampert, so that's a very interesting and very neutral matchup, but I did swap into the Lickitung to get answered by the Medicham from Jyopi.
Yeah, this is like you said, it's a decent counter overall because these counters are going to indeed be doing a lot of damage to the Lickitung. But again, these licks are just going to add away at this Medicham, and being able to switch first and just getting a lick or two ahead of time, even though Jyopi was quite quick, already being able to get a body slam already up to another one. Should he choose to shield this? He doesn't. Will this be enough to knock out last second shield by Cal?
Yeah, that's an amazing shield because it's going to be able to throw that body slam and to just realign the Pokemons, and that's the beauty about this Lickitung. It's that you get super effective counter damage, but you are able to fight back and win the zeros against the Medicham.
Yeah, being able to tank that and really get the switch back to his favor is good. Now Jyopi taking out this Lickitung with the Surf from the Tapu Fini, but I mean, incoming that Swampert again, that doesn't really have a good answer to it, that the Altaria does not want to be facing it either with all the moves being resisted. Being able to get up to this Surf, and Shadow Swampert does not want to tank it, but it looks like it might have to. No, going ahead and using both shields up here, getting a ton of energy on that Swampert.
Yeah, shielding that shield and now going for the Hydro Cannon bait, but it's called by Jyopi. Unless he just wants to put everything on the Shadow Charizard that is in the back, and let's see, there is another Hydro coming in and no shield, and indeed the play for the Jyopi is like you were mentioning, just give 2 shields to the Charizard and let's see what the Charizard can do. And now the Charizard is trying to build on some energy, and we do see an attempt catch from Kaletnik, but unfortunately the Zard is still hanging on.
Yeah, Zard now has a ton of energy, like you're saying, and these Dragon Claws are super effective against the Altaria. Even though Altaria is basically full health, it is now being brought down less than 50%, being able to throw up the Sky Attack to get 1 shield, but I really like the way Jyopi played this. He knew that he could win the Charge Attack priority against the Swampert, but still chose to wait a turn because he didn't want to get caught. Now being able to still have a Dragon Claw to throw at the Swampert and being able to take out this Altaria is masterful play by Jyopi here.
Yeah, amazing energy management on the Charizard here, giving it 2 shield, showing how powerful this pick is. A great recognition from Cal that predicted that the Zard was in the back and swap out from the lead despite being it a neutral lead. But in the end, Jyopi just got shields down and just gave 2 shields to the Charizard, and we saw how we see the magic happen with the Charizard just after. So I'm really curious to see how Kaletnik is going to adapt. Amanda, do you think he's going to try to play another Pokemon? How is he going to try to adapt?
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, if I'm a Jyopi, I'm for sure bringing that Charizard no matter what. We already saw that even with the Swampert, it doesn't really have much to fear. Of course, these Blast Burns are going to be doing a lot of damage to basically every Pokemon or the Dragon Claws in return. Blast Burns being able to do, I mean, almost 50% to both Umbreon and Lickitung, which is insane if you think about how bulky these 2 Pokemon are. I really like also, someone was mentioning in the chat that, this meta is a little bit different because Registeel is banned. A lot of these bulky Pokemon really have more time to shine, right? We're about to jump into the next matchup here. We'll see if the bulky Pokemon are in it. We have a one on the side of Cal here with the Lickitung still in, but Altaria says, okay, I found the target that I wanted here. Here is that Medicham being able to probably tank this first Ice Punch and be able to throw that threatening Sky attack.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see if Jopi is going to swap out. Usually, Medicham user likes to Ice Punch and Dip. They are staying in, and Kaletnik, I do really like this play, going straight for the Moonblast, but Jopi instantly clicks on the shield.
Yeah, I mean, the Moonblast definitely would have been enough to knock it out, while the Sky Attack wouldn't have been quite. Counting Jumpy doing a wonderful job here. It's Dragon Breath Pressure just bringing that Medicham super low, but Ice Punch will be enough to knock out this Dragon of the Sky. And Cal chooses to let it go down. We'll have to see what his answer is, because now this Medicham, though it's low health, still has a lot of energy left on it, and it's just punching away at this Swampert.
Yeah, and Kaletnik trying to look out to build some early energy on the Swampert. We'll have to throw, because those counter, obviously they are starting to add up. Opting to just do 2 mud shots, I think, and now throwing the Hydro Cannon to knock out the Medicham.
Yep, going ahead, and you have to remember he's a little bit ahead on energy here, although Umbreon is, again, very bulky. We have that core that I was talking about, the Umbreon and Charizard together. Umbreon knowing that it can tank anything. Nothing is going to one-shot this Pokemon, doing this adorable little foot up in the air, but still, dang, from a Shadow Swampert, over 50%, and in comes the Lickitung to an Umbreon, which is not a switch that you would normally see.
Yes, but that Lickitung is just going to be used as a soak damage. Kaletnik at this stage know that there was the Charizard in the back and needed to keep the Swampert to have a shot. And we do see a shield here instantly on the Charizard that is going to try to build a ton of energy in there, because Charizard must and should be once again the key to victory for Jopi.
And this is a bit of a baiting game here, up to Blast Burn energy, but throwing that Dragon Claw. Now he's going to be ahead and be able to get to this other Blast Burn before the Body Slam. No, the Body Slam coming through here. Will it be enough to take out? This is going to be crucial.
Oh, it doesn't knock out, and the Charizard is going to reach with 1 HP and the Dream, that Blast Burn that is going to knock out that Lickitung. We know how bulky Lickitung is, but it just gets obliterated by the Blast Burn.
Yeah, and now we have to wonder, will the Foul Play be enough to knock out the Swampert, or will the Last Resort, which it has reached at this point, the Last Resort coming through? Shadow Swampert, again, 20% more damage already, not the bulkiest of Pokemon, and down goes, looks like surviving on 1 HP. 1 HP, but this Hydro Cannon might not be enough. Let's have to see for sure, Spleen.
Can he knock out? No, it doesn't, and the Umbreon hangs out with 1 HP to take out this win and to secure another win for Jopi. What? Okay.
My goodness, we talk about IVs don't matter until they do. Look at that, the Charizard hanging on by just a thread there, and that Umbreon being able to hang on by just a thread as well. That was one of the closest matchups. Cal making that absolutely as close as possible, recognizing win conditions, and unfortunately for him, just not being able to quite pull it off at the end. The execution was there, but the Pokemon just too thick.
Yeah, exactly. You are exactly pointing out that Umbreon, and we have seen that a lot since the start of the stream. How many wins got just by that Umbreon with snarling down with 1 HP, or just surviving enough to throw a charge move, of surviving enough to just take it out. So really, really interesting to see how Umbreon is so far doing a ton of job.
Yeah, I mean, these were really good matches overall. I mean, Cal is reading Jopi, right? He knows what is going to be played. He just has to find the correct combination of putting it together to eke out these wins as well. Shadow Charizard, though, really putting on a showcase against the team here. Jopi winning, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and jump into Game 3, because every point matters in these decisive rounds. If only 3 people are going ahead to the championships, we want to make sure that every player has the fighting chance. And speaking of fighting, we have that Medicham against the Lickitung up to this Psychic here, but not before the Lickitung lets that Body Slam go through.
Yeah, exactly. First Body Slam going through, as we mentioned earlier, that Lickitung is able to win that Zero Shield, especially since the Medicham is not carrying a fighting charge move, and Jopi opting to go for the Psychic. Will Kaletnik shield This time, no, it doesn't put out a protected shield.
Doesn't put out the shield, is still surviving enough to be able to throw the body slams. And again, if this doesn't knock it out, it's going to be counter versus lick to see who will take the next one down. Looks like it is enough. In comes that Charizard. So dangerous, getting 3-4 wing attacks beforehand, almost up to a Dragon Claw. But now we have the bulk on Kalethnik's side here with the Umbreon coming in.
Yeah, but still, you don't want to take those blast burn. But if there is someone, Pokemon in this team that you want to see the Charizard, that's the Umbreon. But look how much damage does that blast burn did to that Umbreon. And we do see the players now going into the Tapu for Joppy and Swampert for Kalethnik.
Yeah, being able to reach the Surf right beforehand. Wonderful counting by Joppy, forcing Calaf to use one of the shields here. He's up to an Earthquake. Will he go for the heavy hitting move, or is he going to go for the Hydro Cannon bait? He's going to go for the Hydro Cannon bait, and Joppy still has 2 shields left. It looks like he might just let this go. No, choosing to shield it up the last second there.
Yeah, last second she get Hydro, and now he's going to the Joppy is going to reach another Surf. And will we see a shield from Kalethnik? Yes, we do see a shield. And now there is the big question, Amanda. Is he going to go for another bait or going for that EQ nuke?
I like this play. It looks like he's going for that EQ, and it's not being shielded by Joppy here. But the real question is, will he be able to get to another Hydro Cannon? He does have a move stored on that Umbreon, not quite able to reach it. Is able to reach it. My goodness, Joppy trying to go for that wing attack down. This could prove costly.
Yeah, that's crucial. There is no more protected shield into play, but there is a blast burn on the Charizard, and that should be enough, Amanda, to knock out the Umbreon.
Yeah, the Umbreon we had talked about is tanky, but not tanky enough to take 2 blast burns from a Shadow Charizard. Joppy with a very decisive 3-0 victory so late in the tournament, making it 5-0 for him. This Italian player is really ready to prove that Italy has what it takes to become the EU Continental Champions.
And there is something also interesting to share about Joppy, is that, do you know that Joppy initially was one of the top VCG players, and he moved to Go after a while, and he's also having a ton of success in Go. So we can definitely say that it's one of the most all-around Pokemon players that you can find in Europe, at least.
He's dedicated to the game. You know how like there's a people called the EGOTs. They're Emmy winners, Grammy Award winners, Oscar winners, and Tony winners. We have to think of some sort of name like this for people who are masters not only at Pokemon Go but masters at VGC, maybe masters at Unite as well. Another fun Pokemon game that has been kind of picking up some traction.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, Joppy is going ahead and getting a 5-0 sweep so far. I think he's like one of the few left in the tournament, right? Because a lot of these people who were already 4 rounds in and winning everything are now faced up against each other. I mean, that's the thing about a tournament, right? There can unfortunately only be one winner. Joppy well on his way to becoming one of those players.
Yeah. And
so let's go ahead and see what CountXevious and Beckachu have to say about these last matchups. What do you think? I don't know, boys. What are your thoughts? I know that you said that Kalethnik is one of your friends, Beckachu, but unfortunately for him, the cards just didn't really fall in his favor in that round. Maybe also your first opportunity for a jinx in this tournament. Welcome officially to the crew.
That game 2 was just fantastic, watching the play at it, and right at the end, I was literally on the edge of my seat. It was fantastic. Joppy played everything superbly, and as you quite rightly said during the battle, sometimes IDs matter.
I mean, being able to survive twice on 1 HP was insane.
Yeah, and I think that, to be honest, too much bulk. I think it was just too much bulk to handle for Cal, because even if when he played that perfectly, it was just a too bulky team to overcome for him. So that was, I mean, it's a bit rough, and that's also why, both in those kind of tournaments, but also in play Pokemon, we do see almost always the same picks, because they are meta for a reason. They are strong for a reason, and that's also why people are using it. I mean, I guess that for the fun, we all want to play the picks that we do like, but if they're not performing well, you also want to win, so you want to go with the more meta picks.
You're
Um,
absolutely
s-
right. I kind of was surprised how much damage that blast burn did to the Umbreon. I've never seen an
right?
Umbreon lose that much HP unless it's like a super effective move. It's
And
crazy.
I think even a dynamic punch doesn't do that much. I wouldn't be sure it does that much, to the Umbreon, because that did over 50%, right, on the Umbreon. So
Yeah,
that's
dynamic
insane.
punch would do 50%. I mean, more than 50% for sure. We can find out. Oh
We
wow,
could.
Just
43%.
a busted move.
Yeah, you see.
Absolutely busted move.
But
Oh wow.
it's from a Medicham. I mean, it's not the most attack weighted Pokemon, so I'm pretty sure coming from another
Okay.
one, you might get the knockout, right?
Yep. Question: How much, considering a super effective dynamic punch does 46%, how much do you think a blast burn from a Shadow Charizard does to an Umbreon?
54.
What?
I will
57.
say 48%, something like that, around
Amanda,
50.
you? What did you say? I couldn't catch you.
Me?
How much percentage did you say? Yeah. How much damage?
54.
4. Oh, very,
54. 5
very
4.
54. 4.
4.
68.7%.
68. That's
Wow.
insane. I
68
knew.
point.
Yeah. I knew it was more than 50 because if we watched the screen, the Umbreon was already in
Yeah,
the yellow. But yeah, I didn't think it would be that much. That is absolutely insane.
that's
Actually,
crazy damage output.
yeah. Hold that thought. I think I made a boo boo.
Count doesn't know how to
Definitely made
count.
a boo boo. Yep, it's 50. It's 49.6%.
Let's
Okay.
go.
We have already established that I don't know how to count in Stuttgart, for example.
Yeah, that's
So
that's
let's not
also
go
true,
there.
unfortunately. But I know. Speaking of counting before, you kind of skipped over if you're counting in order 1, 2, 3, 5 in the last time. Let's go ahead and look at the picks for slot number 4 for this Silph tournament. Again, these were like the picks for what year was it? The 2020 to 2021 season. So some of the highest picks there. Is there anything that's standing out to you? Before anyone else says anything, I have to talk about my boy, and that is
Frostless.
Sableye. I love
Oh,
Sableye, and I would pick it. I also love
I
Frostless.
thought you
That's
were a
true as
Frostless.
well.
You
I
had to
am a
pick one,
Frostless girl.
Amanda. Like you had to
Sableye.
pick one.
Yeah, but that's really harsh, huh? Because when I do see, and that's not the first time, when I do see that, having played Silph, it reminds me so much thing, and I think I will have built, a nostalgic team if I was playing in Continentals. Like I do see my boy Primeape there. I just absolutely love that one every time it was available in the Silph Cup with that spamminess, with that night slash. Then it got get the ice punch as well. You could cross shop, close combat, the versatility and the surprise factor around this Pokemon was always super fun. And also, you need to learn the matchups. How do you play when you need to land the nuke to take it out? So always loved that Pokemon when it was available in the Silph meta.
Yeah, Primeape also has one of the highest attacks of most of the Pokemon in the Great League, so it's almost guaranteed to be able to throw off its charge attack first. I learned this the hard way when I played against Status Stan in one of the cups, and I was an idiot and I banked a charge attack thinking I'm going to use it later, but he just did the same with his Primeape before swapping out. So no matter what happened at the end, he was able to take me out because he could release that charge attack first.
I like the look of Dugong here in this slot. I'm unfortunate I never seem to get Dugong in draft tournaments, but I love a debuff coming through. I think it hits a lot of things, and now they've added Drill Run to its repertoire. I think Dugong has a lot of play over other Pokemon of its type. It now stands up more to Lapras, as before it was almost like not as good, even though you did get the debuff. So I think Dugong would be my sort of spice play out of the lot here. Obviously, G-Disc is dominant in this slot, and well, we can see from what most people have picked that G-Disc is the one you want. But I've got a soft spot for G-Dong.
What about you,
Something
CountXevious?
interesting.
Something
Sorry,
interesting,
Abby.
Sergio, please.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
go
yeah.
for it.
I was just thinking when we do see those picks. Also, it explains a bit how teams are a bit built because uh, look at the number of broken picks you have in there in slot four, but you only can pick one. So also could explain because I was surprised to do not see a ton of lanterns for example, but looking at this, there is definitely because if you go with the lantern, you can't have the Sableye, you can't have the G-Fisk, and in the end, I think it's going to force people to think a bit outside of the box, and some slots much just the choice reduces by itself, you know, because you need, for example, let's say water coverage, and you are at the end, and there is just Tapu Fini that is available.
Or a council favorite, Rainy Cast Form. I see this on the list, but again, with the rise of Lantern and how it's become a lot better, I can't imagine many people are choosing to use Cast Form anymore.
Yeah, it's sad, but it is what it is. I think it got double debuffed in a way, one with the Weather Ball nerf and the other one with the Lantern buff. So yeah, unfortunate. Um,
So while we are wrapping up the next part of these rounds here, we kind of went over our picks for most of the slots. So we started with the beginning one. We ended on slot 4, kind of a weird counting system, but we're just kind of weird people and we like it that way. While a lot of players are going to go ahead and finish up their last round, we are going to take a short break. We're going to go make sure to hydrate ourselves. We're going to watch a little bit of the battles ourselves, see which player that we like is still in the tournament as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back shortly.
See you soon.
welcome
Who
back
was
in,
worried?
everyone. I just have to share a funny quick story. We were all placing bets on whether CountXevious would be back in his seat by the time this started. 45 seconds left. We're like, nah, he's not going to make it. Spleen, super confident he was going to make it. And Beckachu had the wonderful idea that if you weren't back in time, then that's why we would switch your team account to be MissMystic.
Very lucky, Count. Very lucky.
I have a question for all of you actually while we are waiting for the next round. Is that this is kind of a farewell to Silph. So I was wondering if you have to just uh, what would be your best memory talking about Silph? Either could be maybe a tournament you swept or an in-person tournament you went to, someone you met thanks to Silph. I'm really curious to know that from you.
Yeah, I have a couple.
Well,
I can start. I started at the very beginning of Silph, so I played from Boulder Cup until basically the end. And I have to say, I was the only one in the Boulder Cup that I did that used 6 individual Pokemon. Because at the beginning of the time, I don't know if you guys remember, but the Silph allowed like double of a Pokemon type. So there was a double Skarmory, double Metachams everywhere, and that's what ended up sweeping the tournament. But it was just so much fun meeting people. I had just moved to Belgium, so there was, this whole factor of being new to a country and then finding like-minded people. And then to continue off of that, I met all of you guys. I've met all of you guys in person. Beckachu more recently than the others, but yeah, just being able to meet people and forge like almost lifelong friendships, basically because of Silph, is really something that's impactful and means a lot to me.
Yeah, that's for sure, and also that's why I'm not going to be too nostalgic there, but I think that's why also a lot of people got really affected by Silph announcing that it will shut down, mostly because that was a huge part of our life as itself. In terms like you are mentioning, I've met so many people, so out there, and yes, of course, you build friendships. They should last even after Silph, but Silph was such an enabler to this. That's always nice. We were, for example, also mentioning like play Pokemon tournaments, but here in Europe, every time there is a play tournament, there is a Silph tournament the day before. So that's
Yes.
also how link those two formats were, and people doing well in one are doing well as well in the other one, right?
I don't think we'd be a play
Yep.
in the scene that it is now with people interacting with each other from all over Europe. It was a thought.
Oof, me. Well, it's the same. I think. To be honest, when I came to Belgium, I didn't know a lot of people. Actually, I know one person. I knew one person from Belgium, and then I started playing Pokemon Go. And I was one of those who kept saying to people, "Yeah, it's just you're just tapping your screen really, really hard." And then one of my friends forced me, literally had to force me to go to a tournament, and I went there. And I always show this to everybody, like because when I open Silph page, like when I click it on my bookmark, it will always take me to the first tournament that I was, and it was Jungle Cup, and it was like a 5-way sweep. No, 5-way tie. It was 3-1, and that's where Silph started. And over the course of the years, I met a very annoying person who's sitting right in front of me now.
I'm going to
And
pretend you're talking
I
about
made fun
Sergio and
of her
not me.
username I made fun of her username the very first time, and that was awkward. Uh, and then I met Spleen. Spleen was a very big Go player, but not really a PvP player. And then I kind of helped him a little at the start, and then he became a very good player. And
Yeah.
a lot of the connections was nice. It's an amazing thing that happened for the Go community. Sad it has to go, but well, hopefully new things will come.
Yeah, and to be honest, if I have to keep one memory, I think I will go with the you remember the Sorcerer Cup when we do organize that gigantic tournament in Brussels.
I
That was actually one of my, because I started Silph in that season. Actually, I think it was Ferocious Cup, the first cup
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
played. And I remember that Sorcerers, when we organized that gigantic tournament, that was a 7 rounder in person,
Yeah.
and that was my biggest tournament to date. And I remember just that I saw, for example, the Toe Tactical that was coming in. That was, I was like, for me also the first time to see kind of idols, even if I don't like to use the word, but also to see people you are admiring in a way in PvP, to meet them live. And I remember, for example, my first round was against Kev Killerke, which who became then a friend because we shared so many adventures together. And I remember he was using a Scrafty, and I was like, I've never seen this Pokemon. I don't know
Yeah, because
anything. And
it was just released before that tournament, like really a week ago, and it was difficult to get. I remember I used it for that tournament as well because I was hosting it, and I was like, okay, I need to have this Pokemon because I'm hosting it. At least I need to do something fancy, and I think I ran like 20 minutes to get a Scrappy that randomly spawned Scraggy that spawned in the wild. And I was like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna power it up and we'll see what happens, and it did really well. Same, I had.
And what
And
about you?
I think I had a very similar experience with Fusion Cup as well. I'm not entirely sure, but they released Escavalier just before, and I remember running again for getting it, and then traveling to Ghent to play in a tournament, and I did like very well as well. I think I finished second. Only guy I lost was Kevin, obviously. So yeah, it's I think it's a lot of fun, especially when you have like a threshold. Okay, you have to get these Pokemon within this duration of time, and you can still use them. That was nice. Gave like an
Yeah,
advantage to hunting.
I think there was a big difference between a typical regular Pokemon Go player and a Silph player because Silph players were always so Stardust poor, right? Because every month we were powering up something new for a cup, something that we had never used somewhere else. Yeah, besides Sergio, the master grinder over there. But yeah, I remember having like 20,000 dust or dropping all my extra
Yeah.
Laprases in a gym to try to feed it berries to get an extra candy so I could power it up so it would be at the level that I needed for Kingdom Cup. What about you, Beckachu? I don't think
I
we had it before. What is a good self memory from you?
I, I've been very lucky with being in the UK. I made close friends with Italians during season one, and together we hosted some of the biggest tournaments in the UK itself. So going back to Fusion, we held a 7 round tournament in Manchester, which was really fantastic. I was again lucky that I travelled around and been to different areas and different communities. So seeing all them people together and actually getting to hang out with people I knew from Manchester as well as other communities as well was really good. So it's the big events that really important, and that's what Silph really gave us was that community and friendship.
Yep. All right. Let's go. Round number 6. Let's see who's facing against who. Hi
So
there.
it's the two handsome ones back again now. We've got rid of the
Yeah.
other two.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay,
It was a
one
good
handsome
job.
one, a new count.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So what is that? Is that a speed from Deoxys? No. That's something. Really?
That can't be a speed form Deoxys.
Our producer does not want to show Deoxys, so we're very sorry, chat. Ooh, there's a skunk tank on Vani's side. See, this is why I always thought Vani was an amazing battler. He can recognize good Pokemon from a mile away. But again, just looking at the team here, we
Fantastic
see.
battler as well.
Yep, absolutely. He was in my. I think I've known him for like 3 years now. We were in the same lobbies together. He's a very good player as well, and Vani has obviously been an amazing battler forever. Just looking at these two teams, I think Defense Deoxys has a lot of play. Just because one crunch from the Skunk Tank is not enough to take it out, and that's kind of Vani's best answer to the Defense Deoxys. But also it will come down to the moveset of the Defense Deoxys. If it's running Rock Slide, then pretty much Medicham is not a bad matchup. Otherwise, out of that, I think these teams are fairly similar, with like the dark types being different, and also the last legendary spot going to Fini for Wani and DD for Helsingborg. But just looking at all the Italian teams, they have like working with like a lot of bulk, and that seems like it's really working so far.
Bulk does seem to be a major factor in this net so far. Not just the games we've watched on screen, every team is involved, most probably a DD or a Lucky Song, if not both of them, as well as coupling them with the Umbreons and stuff like that. I quite like Helsingborg's team here. I know Barney is Barney, and well, his name says it all really. But I think the Umbreon, Lucky Song, well, the Umbreon DD Medicamp core could be quite nice overall against Barney's team, so it'd be interesting to see. Again, interesting to see what kind of moves that one has on it as well.
Yeah, because also, of course, we all know Vani for, I mean, an extended period of time. He's already been a world's competitor last year as well. I think the only loss he had, even the year before, was against, I think, Lundberger at that time. So he's a top contender. And compared to Vani, I think Helsingborg is still up and coming. So it's I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, to be honest.
Yeah.
Also, bouncing off what you said about the Skunk Tank moveset, because it's really interesting. Because if it's running Flamethrower, then it has a slightly better Stunfisk matchup, but it kind of loses the Umbreon matchup. So that's something that probably we'll have to look at while the game goes, because you need the Sludge Bomb to beat the Umbreon, and you kind of need the Flamethrower to scare the Stunfisk. So let's see how how the movesets work out as well. And also, what an interesting point is that there's more and more Shadow Charizard as we go like towards the later. I mean, not later. One before the last round of the tournament, there's a lot more Charizards than Swamperts.
Yeah, we saw in the last
Why do you think that is?
We saw what damage a Blast Burn on a Shadow Charizard can do. It's absolutely insane. As you said, was it 49.7% to an Umbreon? That is really incredible. So I feel that's why we're seeing a lot of them. Plus, Charizard is cool. It looks great, you know. So especially in the shiny version, it's quite a nice one to see.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think we'll see it in this matchup, to be honest, just because of the defense presence, and obviously we've got the Tapu Fini there as well on Barney's team, which Charizard isn't going to see at all.
But yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, it is. You are correct. We are seeing more and more of them as the tournament goes on, in absence of the Swamperts. I honestly thought we were going to see more grass than anything else, just because of Tapu Fini and Swampert being so meta-defining as you go. I kind of predicted that people would go off meta and pick a Venusaur just because you can hit both of them very effectively. But that's why I'm not at Continentals, is because I wouldn't make one pick.
Yeah, probably. And again, Charizard-wise, I think, of course, from Helsingborg, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to bring the Charizard, but from Vani, it makes a lot of sense to bring the Charizard. I think the only hard matchup it has is the Galarian Stunfisk, and if you have, let's say, I think three wing attack advantage, you could potentially 2 wing attack advantage, you could potentially flip it as well. So I think we might be seeing a lot of Charizard from Vani. And again, Skunk Tank, as I call it, is one of the best setup Pokemons you can have in the game, in the sense that it doesn't have a lot of hard losses. It has losses that can set you up a win. For example, let's say Vani uses Skunk Tank as a safe swap, right? What does Helsingborg have to answer with? 100% he has to go into the Stunfisk, nothing else. Because everything else, it can flip. Worst case scenario, you land a move and then you get energy on the Charizard. So let's see if that's how Wani decides to do it. We are going right into the game here, and we have a Lickitung into a Galarian Stunfisk. This is a positive matchup for the Galarian Stunfisk, but then again, let's see how it's based on shielding scenarios. So let's see what these players do, going straight for the Earthquake and going unshielded on the Lickitung. Lickitung tanking that move like it meant nothing.
And that's the beauty of the bulk of Lickitung, is that you can take them top losses, and although you are losing the lead, you can lose it at such a level that you're not losing it too badly and switch into something else, either another Sunfist or a Deoxys defense, and just get that extra bit of chip damage and build up some energy to hit a charge attack as a comes through.
Exactly. I think Vani letting the power go through here before throwing the Earthquake, potentially trying to reduce a farm down for another Pokemon. So let's see what happens. So immediately trying to switch in his Medicham there. Let's see what happens. What will Helsenberg coming in with the Deoxys and immediately switching into the Medicham. At this point, Helsenberg looks like in a very, very commanding position because of the Stunfisk being there, but in comes the Ice Punch. The swap didn't go through, so the defense Deoxys is definitely going to be happy, more than content to take this move. And also, just to note, is that it is running the Thunderbolt there.
Yeah, so it can hurt that Medicham and turn that matchup round, so that's very good for it. Makes it nice and comfortable. Interesting.
Exactly. It makes
scenarios.
Yep, let's see. Oh, letting the Thunderbolt go through here, Vani, that is a very interesting play. Potentially wants to whittle down this Deoxys to a range where the Charizard can get some energy advantage, but with Medicham already so deep into the red, and it can survive one more counter. If it cannot, then this is going to be such a bad position to be in. In comes the first Ice Punch, does not even put the defense Deoxys in the red, but what we can see is that the defense Deoxys is now in a position where it can be farmed down by the Charizard. So let's see if Helsenberg switches up or not. It switches up, so let's see. He's immediately spam tapping that Sunfish, knowing exactly what Vani might want to do here. So the Charizard potentially gets a one-turn advantage, and wow, this looks really, really bad. I don't even think baiting it with 2 times is a play for Vani. He will have to go for a catch. Let's see what they do.
It's a beautiful shadow shiny, that really. It's fantastic just watching it. It's a tough spot to be in. He is going for the bait though.
Yep, going for the bait there and getting, and it looks like he's in a decent position because Helsenberg does end up shielding that move here, and in comes the second Rock Slide from this Stunfisk. Rock Slide is double super effective against this Charizard, and it has to be shielded. Will he get off another bait here? Going again for this Dragon Claw. If Helsenberg calls it, there is no coming back, but he does not. He pulls up the Protect Shield, and this gives Vani a fighting chance here. Oh! No!
That is absolutely incredible.
He waited a turn, and that is going to change how the... Oh, no, maybe not. Is this Psycho Boost enough? I don't think it is. Of course, Shadow Charizard is a fairly frail Pokemon, but this Psycho Boost does... Oh, not enough damage. And the defense Deoxys is going to get farmed down. Oh, my God. The nerves got to Helsenberg, and that was it. GG. Perfect play. Wow, I mean, going for the 2 baits is absolutely amazing. I think calling those baits are very, very difficult as well, because you know that one of them is enough to send you packing. So it's just not
incredible. I think that's why Barney is who he is, and why he's competed at Worlds previously, taking them calls, knowing and feeling it, and understanding that if I can make these 2 baits and knowing his win cost, essentially.
Yep.
Very
Absolutely.
unlucky.
Yep, very, very unlucky. But I think, Vani's call was landing there. When his win con was landing the Blast Burn, Helsenberg was making the call, and it was a coin flip. And even though it looked like advantage Helsenberg, Vani made that happen. And that is amazing way to get it done. Also, I think they might have both waited a turn there. I'm not sure, or maybe I think Helsenberg waited a turn before the move, which enabled the Charizard to get off its move before. Yeah. I'm still questioning, right? So it's 5-4-4. for Dragon Claws and 766. So if you throw Dragon Claw, the next blast burn is 6, and the one after is 6. So how did Vani outpace? Is it because for the Sunfish it's always 5?
Yeah. Do you not get the one when coming in? Was it when the switch was? So
No, it was one turn. It was just one turn, right? So even if it is, then once they threw the move, it should have resynced. So I'm not entirely sure. And I think that kind of nullified. There was also nullified by Helsenberg throwing the rock slide first because he synced the move without the Charizard maintaining that one turn advantage. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
Interesting. So how do you think
Interesting.
Helsenberg is going to come back from this? Looking at that was a strong line from Barney. He seemed in control of it, even with losing, even though looking like he was at a disadvantage. Is it something we can do to mix this up from Helsenberg?
I think Helsenberg was in control of the game. He made a few mistakes that was very, very costly, but let's see what happens. And this is not something that you want to see Medicham into the Galarian Stunfisk, and both of them running that Charizard here. Oh my god, this is going to be super interesting. Goes for the Earthquake immediately, and this will do a ton of damage because, well, it is a same type attack bonus move, and also not resisted by the Medicham. Does about 45-50%, and the Medicham is farming so much energy, potentially going for the Ice Punch just before the Galarian Sunfisk gets to the Rock Slide, but then again, it will definitely get to that Rock Slide because the Ice Punch is not enough.
Yeah. If you're going for the Earthquake, I know he's banking that energy and switching into the Lickitung and just going to soak up this Ice Punch.
Yeah, that is a call that he is making, and exactly, and that is a call that he's making. So I'm not entirely sure because this Psychic is going to come through, and Psychic is going to do so much damage to this Lickitung, even though it is not a super effective move. But oh my god, the Lickitung is already in the yellow, and in comes the Charizard. Charizard loves to be in this position, right? Potentially shield ones, farm down a Pokemon. Yes, please.
Build up all the energy that it needs, so whatever comes in next, it can just throw it straight at it.
Yep, absolutely. In comes the Dragon Claw. Let's see what comes in. Will it be the Stunfisk or will it be that Charizard? Because if it is the Stunfisk, then it will have to commit a shield here. Oh, it's a Charizard. Wow, going for another heads-up play, thinking that energy on his own Charizard is going to help him get over this. But looking at the back line, the Charizard is not going to enjoy what is at the back. Let's see what happens. In comes a Tapu Fini and is pew-pewing the Charizard to oblivion. Here comes the first Dragon Claw. Will Wani shield? Because I don't think he has to, but he does go for that shield for this resisted Dragon Claw.
As you said, just going to pew-pew down there.
Oh my god, goes and gets that catch on that Medicham. Oh, there is no coming back from Helsenberg. Vani absolutely dominating this matchup. There is nothing Helsenberg can do to come into this matchup. And perfect play there from Vani. Crushing Helsenberg and beating him 2-0. Amazing gameplay there. Amazing gameplay in round number 1 and amazing gameplay again. Of course, the game was kind of done and dusted, but he knew that Helsenberg has to go for the Blast Burn to find any way to win that match, and absolutely doing a perfect play, catching it on the Medicham and taking all hopes away from a point for Helsenberg here.
Was a fantastic catch, making sure that there was no chances of nothing on his play.
Exactly, and also it kind of makes sense with now that I rethink 5, 4, 6. Yeah, okay. So it would have been CMP. So let's see what they do in game number 3. Let's see if Helsenberg does bring a point out as well, because this is still a tournament. It is unlike the Play Pokemon tournament that you guys witnessed. In the end, the points are also part of the system. Every point counts because at this time it's round number 6. Both of these players are in a really good position to potentially earn a Worlds qualification. So every point that Helsingborg can muster here matters, and every point that Vani can muster here matters. So let's see what these players decide to play. Beckachu, what do you think? What do you think you would try to do if you're Helsingborg here?
If I'm Helsingborg here, I'm probably going to look at going all out bulk, going in with the Judas, the Lichtong, and the Deoxys defence. Just trying to out bulk my way through it, knowing that the Charizard is going to come, so avoiding the Deoxys. Be able to throw the Thunderbolts, maybe potentially hold it back, and having the Judas there. I think Lichtong is just super safe, so let's see what comes through. I think we're about to go to the battles.
We are in. This is a kind of a favorable lead for Helsingborg, but Beckachu, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the exact same thing that you were saying there, Count. Is a favourable lead for Helsingborg, but will Barney commit shield for this Charizard? Oh,
No, he does not.
Take that body slam.
Going for the Dragon Claw here. As a Lickitung, you have no incentive to bait, but depending on the IV, the Charizard can reach another Blast Bone, goes for the Dragon Claw, and will he get to the Blast Bone? And no, goes immediately to the next Dragon Claw, putting the Lickitung in a really, really, let's say, awkward position of it having enough HP, but maybe not enough HP to do a lot of damage to whatever comes after. Let's see what comes after, and it is the Medicham, and immediately swapping into the Defense Deoxys here. Now, this does not look like a bad situation for Helsingborg, but just looking at the backline of Vani, this is exactly what he might want.
It puts Barney in the position he needs to be in with the Tapu Fini in the back there versus Charizard. There is still a little bit left on the list for potential catches, but I don't see it being a great deal enough for that. So, Barney not going to use any shields at all, I'm guessing, and just firing off what he can and taking as much energy away from the Deoxys.
Yep, exactly, and the Deoxys cannot really counter down the Medicham without taking the second Ice Punch here. Goes for the Thunderbolt immediately, and this should be enough, I think, to take out the Medicham or potentially put it in a range where one can get off a move. Survives with a HP to get off a move. Oh my god, Vani, what are your IVs on that Medicham? Please fax it to me. And in comes the Tapu Fini, and at this point, we all know what is going to happen. Yes, the Deoxys is going to get to a Psycho Boost. Yes, the Tapu Fini will shield it. But then again, that Charizard at the back needs to do a lot of work, and it potentially cannot do this at all. In comes the Charizard trying to race to the Blast Bone, and Vani throws exactly just before will the Charizard shield, because he needs to get the shields away from the Tapu Fini, and exactly what he does. Shields come up, and in goes the Dragon Claw bait here.
There's some expert count in there. Not falling for the bait here by the looks of it. Oh! Shield at the last second, but does get to that Silph ready.
Oh my god, it's not enough to get to the Blast Bone, and that is going to be crucial here. At this point, it doesn't matter what the Lickitung has, it does not have a Power Whip stored, and this should be enough. And GG's Vani, absolute dominant display of skill there and understanding of the game, and taking a game number 3 of round number 6. Absolutely dominant play. Helsingborg stood no chance.
It made that look absolutely easy, as he knew what every move was going to be, when it was coming, how many counts that was. That was superb gameplay. There's no disputing that whatsoever.
Amazing. I think one of the best games we've seen today. Absolute domination.
Barney definitely wants to go back to those. Could this be his year to dominate that as well?
Yeah, I think one more round and he will potentially be up for tiebreakers, because he did lose a game already to IB, as we discussed before, but I guess he made an amazing run throughout the later half of the tournament to not drop any single point, and being able to face Helsingborg at at position number 4. We still have some unbeaten battlers. which is surprising. We still
Yeah.
have Joffy, who hasn't dropped a single game, and he's a VGC player. And I'm sure our producer is jumping in her seat right now, but that's okay.
To get to 6-0 with this level of competition is fantastic. It's more than just luck. That is pure skill and very much knowing your battles, doing your research, making sure your team has everything covered in that. And from what we've seen of Joffrey's play today, he certainly has that in spades.
Okay, I will put out a fact for you, but after we get the other half, you know, the one we don't need, but well, we have to. So let's go to the other half. Hello, half.
Other
thought you were
half. I
going to
think
say lesser
I think you
half
mean
then.
better half.
So nice to be welcomed like that, right?
Hey, you're welcome, man. Anytime. Just call me. If you ever get married again, just call me. Okay, I'll be your hype man in the wedding.
Oh, you're talking to me.
Yeah. so
I'm
so
not
so.
married yet, so we can still
Oh
make
yeah,
it.
yeah. Okay. Yes, please. Let's do that. So, on just talking about Jeffy again, did you know it's been 6 rounds and he's only six round and he's only dropped one game. All the others have been 3-0, and the only
Wow.
game
Yeah,
he
that
dropped against was against I Told Myself that we saw.
Yeah,
yeah, it's
that's
an
an
incredible
impressive.
display.
That's definitely an impressive performance, and we were mentioning earlier that he was initially a VCG player, so makes really we are starting to have some similar stories, right? I know that Mormon Matt in the US as well went pretty far, being initially a VCG player. So curious to see if we are going to see more of that in the future, more, more of those bridge. Also, we're discussing between us about Unite, so maybe we will see someone from Go going to Unite and shine there, or the other way around. I think that in the end, we all love, we are there because we love the franchise, and makes sense to try out a bit every game, right?
Yeah, and if we're talking about
Absolutely.
that as well, we have Pokemon Go players who are also, VGC coming to Pokemon Go. We have Pokemon Go going to VGC as well with Enhoff. She qualified very early on in Peoria for the Play Pokemon, and then she started playing in VGC, getting a lot of championship points there as well. I'm sure that she also is like, I first got to know Enhoff through the Girls the PvP server and played her a lot in Silph tournaments. It was one of my most dangerous and scary opponents to play. So I'm sure that a lot of people have felt that way about her throughout. But she's also someone who's been really giving back to the community and doing a lot of coaching for people as well, teaching people how to get better at the game. And I know that not only Silph players, but people who have had a chance to play against her and even on the same team with her is really thankful for what she's done for the community.
That's the thing about Silph.
Absolutely.
Everybody is always so giving and so willing to help each other. You gave the example of Enhoff there. I myself have had people like Matthew Brewer and the Magician giving me help and advice on team building and things like that. And I think more than any other competition, Silph builds that sense of community between people. I certainly, for one, will miss that greatly once it's gone, but I will always keep their memories and the friends that I've made along the way. Certainly. I'm looking at you
Yeah,
three,
and I
I'm sure
think
you three won't.
I do like the word you are using, community. I think that's, in my opinion, the best word to describe what Silph is in the end. Just a strong community. You are just able to reach out and hang out with people all around the world, thanks to Silph, building some friendship with people sometimes that you never met for real. And in my opinion, that's a very powerful tool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always, I think, Pokemon Go as a game kind of thrives in the community aspect of it. I'm pretty sure, of course, me and Amanda, we've been casting as well, and we could clearly spot a wee bit of a difference between the Go community and the others as well. But I think it kind of comes from the fact that a lot of the players who do PvP now also come from the background of Silph, where we do the tournaments live and then we hang out for, let's say, a quick, quick dinner or something like that. So it's great. I think it's great that things we've built over the course of the years are being carried on, and it will probably be. I'm still friends with Amanda, even though, well,
What do we call it, friends? No,
yeah,
another thing that I want to point out is like Silph has done a lot of innovation for PvP as well, right? I mean, it could have been one thing just to make this show 6 pick 3 format and then just stick with it completely throughout the years. But not only have we had this opportunity, we've had opportunities to have like choose a team of 8 with bands. That was something that was new, that was been brought to the scene by Silph, and also the chance that we should have a little bit of a talk about it because 3 of the 4 of us, sorry Beckachu, are on the same Silph factions team as well. And I think that that's also something that's going on right now, like the world's competition to see who are the highest, most competitive players in that. And since it is the last EU Continental Championship, this is also the last factions tournament. So a lot of players are really coming with their claws out.
yep. I mean, you don't have to tell Pikachu that we are from the same faction because he's faced us multiple times and their faction has always
Exactly,
lost. So.
exactly.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
shots
the only place I've
fired.
actually. It's the only place I've played you, Count. Is in
Yeah,
factions. How
yeah.
did that go? But that
I
was
don't know.
Ultra League, not Great League. That was
Yeah,
Ultra
But
League,
yeah,
but
not
you're
that's
Great League.
absolutely right. That was the only time we faced each other, right?
I think we
Yeah.
faced only once, right? I think in faction, and I think it was in kind of a sort of King of the Hills, but the previous one, right? It was not in a faction circuit per se, if I remember correctly.
I think it was in the normal factions. It's been quite a while since then.
Yeah, maybe.
And I mainly remember it just from beating Count, to be honest. And the only other one is
Oh
Spindle is
yeah,
when Team Belgium beat Team England not so long ago, which things have hurt for me. So you've got one back on me in that sense.
That's true. I mean, we can also thank Silph for a lot of that as well because there's other grassroots tournaments like Gym Breakers, which has been going on, which is like what you were talking about. Team Belgium faced off against the Team UK, where it was a similar thing, with, a group of people, but they were always using Silph meta. So whatever the meta was for Silph for that month, that was the tournament format that the rest of all the teams were playing in, right? So we really have a lot to be thankful for. And I mean, since you brought that up, Beckachu, who did you play in the Gym Breakers format against the Belgian team?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
And I think the next question was who was the winner?
He also doesn't
Right.
remember that, right?
These are small details. They're small details, but they were
Well,
fun battles. And I think the thing is, again, it's that sense of community that people can have that laugh and joke. All of us take battles seriously when we're in the battles, but once the battle is finished, there's that camaraderie afterwards where you can all sit here and laugh and joke and say, yes, but we did that against you. And it's all good fun. And I really enjoy it, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Exactly.
and that's really something that you are pointing out, Amanda. That's really something strong is the impact of Silph beyond only Silph. You are mentioning how they use Silph metas, and also generally speaking the impact of Silph beyond only the tournaments, and only really building this community, making people meet each other, play against each other, build some friendship all around the way. And that's I think the thing that we should be the most thankful to Silph.
Yeah, completely. And this is why also I feel so incredibly honored that we were asked to be a part of this final championship for Europe as well, and seeing just these high level competitors and seeing so many names that we've known since the beginning of Silph, right? We just saw Vani play. Vani was a world's competitor last year. I mean, he's a world's competitor almost every year, right? And every single time we
Every
go through the
format.
list, we're watching people play. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that name, or oh, I remember playing against this person back in whatever cup it was. I've been really enjoying these throwbacks of watching these tournaments, and we only have one more round to go, guys. We are going to be able to crown our champion fairly soon, and also see who's going to be competing on the world stage at the end of the month.
Yeah, and I think Sergio will obviously be happy because one of his predictions kind of worked out, because it is going to be an all-Italian final with Juppy going up against Asper Shelto. That's something I'm going for Sergio. So he's not totally a jinx. And also, there's still a chance for Italy to do well again because the second seed is again Cyrex Darwin, who's also an Italian player, going up against King OWT. Three, we do have. I cannot say his name. I'm going to call it Veru, going up against JBG as well. I did not realize he was in this tournament. So I think JBG, King OWT clawing all the way from the bottom to with all those wins getting up there. Gioppi against Esposito. It's going to be Team Italy's captain against, as they call Gioppi as the son of Regentaz and Esposito. So
A little prodigy climbing up through the ranks.
That's a good mix. I mean, those are two ultra talented battlers from the Italian community. A bit the past and the present. We could say talking about those two, right?
Are you saying Regentaz is past his prime? Can you please repeat it a bit louder so that I can play this back down?
I mean, he started to use some tap strategy with the weekly tap, so he disappointed us quite a lot, right? In there. But I
Yeah.
mean, no. What I was mentioning is that I mean, Raging Taz was, I think, the first EU Continental Champion, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
from Silph, and he's just playing less solo Silph recently, whereas Ashtra Shelto is really one of the best player overall the last maybe 2 seasons in Silph. So that's that's not me teasing Raging Taz. That's more acknowledging that he's playing less solo Silph. So there are some other trainers that take the spotlight.
And I like this too because it really comes full circle, right? Because we talked about Raging Taz being the first person to do it, and it looks like as of now, an Italian is also going to be the last person to do it too. And not only just an Italian, but an Italian teammate of the first ever European Silph Continental Champion. So I really like this full circleness, and it was a nice tie-in, I guess, Sergio, a good nod that you thought maybe an Italian or a Spanish person would end up taking it. These games are going to be very hype. There's a lot on the line for a lot of these players because remember, even though there is one champion, there are 3 people that get to move on as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
And again,
and also something I want to
and
point out is that Asprey is playing the final against Jopi, but he doesn't have a guaranteed spot for Worlds to qualify because he has lost 1 round so far. So he kind of has to win to get the slot. But at the same time, Jopi also can't really afford to lose because there could be let's say a 6-1 tie, and he could just miss also the world's invite. So definitely a lot of pressure for those two battlers that are friends, I assume, in life. So that's going to really bring us an epic battle.
yep. I think Jopi is in a position as long as he gets 1 win out of Aspercelto, he will have the invite. But again, it's about who's going to be crowned the champion. It's right now that's what Jopi is thinking about, and just looking at these teams, it's like two absolutely polarizingly different teams. You have Charizard on the side of Jopi, and you have Shadow Swampert on the side of Aspercelto, and you have Alola Ninetales, whereas you have Umbreon from the other team. So it's kind of 2 different approaches to team building, and let's see which one kind of comes on top.
Yeah, I think we've seen Joppy really has a masterful control of that Charizard. We've seen it multiple times, really understanding how to really get the most out of it, right? Being able to get to the counts. One thing about Charizard, I don't know if it's just me, but it's like I can never keep track of how much energy that Pokemon has. It's like you think, oh, surely this is only a Dragon Claw at this point, and now only to be taking a Blast Burn to the face.
Is it just you that can't keep track of the Charizard energy? Because I have a zillion example of people that are struggling to do so. And indeed, to be honest, I think Charizard is one of the hardest one to keep track of energy on. Those months, also bullet seed users, where it's hard to because most of the people, they are used to play by counting the fast move rather than counting the energy gain. And when you are using a move and throwing charge move with leftover energy, which is the case with the Charizard, for example, or with like something like a Cradily, for example, uh, it's really hard to keep track of the leftover energy, and sometimes it's just backlash in the end game where you are, yeah, okay, I can overfarm is like one bullet hit short, but no, here comes the grass knot to just nuke you. So always very harsh to because most people, they really count by a fast move rather than energy.
Yep.
I
I
think that
have.
is so true.
I would
And that's
like to
probably my
recount my
problem. I'm
experience.
counting. Yes, please do.
Yeah,
Recount,
exactly.
count.
No, 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 no. I'm not going to recount my experience. I said I would like to, but I think the players are ready, so we should give the stage to Lundberger and Spleen to do the last round of this amazing tournament. Over to you guys.
All right. Well,
Shoot.
we'll do our best. We'll see you on the other side, indeed.
Yeah, and I'm really, I don't know for you, Amanda, but I'm extremely hyped about that final. I think we couldn't dream of another matchup between Asper Shelto, who is doing amazingly good so far in the Silph season, and with Jopi, who has been absolutely dominating the tournament so far, being the only
Yeah.
undefeated player as of
And
now.
do you think he'll be able to keep this streak up? Do you think that Giopia is going to be the person who's bringing it home? If we look at the teams a little bit, like CountXevious was talking about earlier, there does seem to be some polarizing matchups between the two of them. Shadow Swampert, we've talked about it before, seems like it would be such a good counter for that Shadow Charizard. However, we've seen the Shadow Charizard users really be able to eke out wins against that Swampert just because of all that energy, like you were talking about earlier, being able to be saved on that Charizard.
Yeah, but I do believe that, to be honest, Aspecialto has come some nice counters to the Shadow Charizard. He has the Water Gun from the Tapu Fini that does really well. The Alolan Ninetales, if it's I think it's a Powder Snow one that we saw. So the Shadow actually is winning the one shield against the Shadow Charizard, and even if you bait actually with the Dragon Claw, you still take that as a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. So overall, I do feel that Aspreshotto has the tools and has the mons also to kind of counter that Charizard that has been an absolutely threat for GOP. But what do you think, Amanda?
I mean, I have to point this out before we really get into it too much. I see my boy Sableye on the team, so I'm very excited to see that. Hopefully, we will see it in action. But with an Umbreon on the other side, could I suppose be a little bit dangerous overall. But I think another point to what you were saying earlier is these guys are both Italian players. I mean, they've been teammates, they've been friends, they've probably scrimmed against each other. So another interesting point that adds a different dynamic to this matchup than others is that they know how each other play, right? So this adds this whole new dimension. I mean, does Espershelto know that Gioppi's Medicham has a certain IV spread, so he's going to win CMP against the Knocked Owl? Is it one of those things where they know, like, oh, he always likes to go for the heavy hitting move, or oh, this person will always do a bait number one, and then do you change it up when you're playing against people that you
Yeah,
have a feeling for your
I
strategy?
I do like what you are pointing out, because I think it's indeed key. Those two players, they are used to practice to scrim together, like you are mentioning. They know their habits, they know their strat, they know their play style, and that's definitely going to come into play and maybe force some mistakes from the opponent. But we are in the game, and we do see a Medicham from Jopi into a Tapu Fini, so a good lead for Aspershell to Amanda.
I mean, overall, the Tapu Fini looks pretty good for Aspercelto in general. No really hard matches overall. I would say Medicham is actually maybe the best response to that Tapu Fini, besides a potential Licky Tongue. And Giopi not fooling around here, going straight for that Psychic, and it looks like it's going unprotected by Aspercelto. This is going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's definitely going to do a ton of damage. Aspreshotto is going to build some extra energy and going for the Surf Bait, and it looks like Jopi is going to shield that, Amanda.
Yeah, shielding that up, thinking it could be a potential Moonblast, already added Ice Punch on. This is not a very effective move against a Tapu Fini there being that water type, but Tapu Fini is so low at this point. Could it be enough to knock it out? It looks like it is not quite. Catching a Surf on the Licky Tongue.
Wow, what a play by Jopi, recognizing that the Tapu Fini had a Surf and catching that Surf to preserve also a bit more HP on the Medicham.
Yeah, but this doesn't look like it's that advantageous for Jopi anymore, as Aspershilto can't, with that Noctowl being one of Lickitongue's harder counters, and Aspershilto being one of the few people that is actually using Noctowl in this meta. So many Lickitongues around, and Noctowl says, yes, please, I've been waiting for this. A Sky Attack going through onto this bulky Pokemon, and again, these Licks doing basically nothing to the Noctowl.
Yeah, exactly. And Aspershilto looks really good in this matchup with still his 2 protected shield. Will we see a protected shield here on the body slam from the Lickitung? No shield, and Aspershilto is going to build some extra energy here, resisting those Lick like you were mentioning, and now throwing a Sky Attack right before the next body slam.
It's really good counting here by Aspershilto, taking out that Lickitung and having a lot of residual energy. In comes that Tapu Fini. Charizard nowhere to be found. Aspershilto, you could tell he was kind of anticipating it in the back, especially with these shields being saved on a Joppy's side, taking that first Sky Attack and just continuing to pew away at this Noctowl here. The water gun pressure from the Tapu Fini really starting to add up.
Yeah, excellent counting here with throwing the Surf right before the next charge move on the Noctowl, and we do see a protected shield because the Noctowl doesn't want to waste that energy, and the Sky Attack is going to come. Will we see the last protected shield from Jopi? No, it's going to bank and to put everything on the Medicham, and in the back there is the Swampert, and we see an immediate swap to the Swampert to try to avoid the Medicham building too much energy, Amanda.
Yeah, at this point, we know that the Swampert wins that charge attack priority against the Medicham here. Medicham already at half health, so the definitely being able to be knocked out by Hydro Cannon. The Aspershilto knows it as well, perfectly shielding up the Psychic here and almost at another Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, this Hydro Cannon is going to connect since there are no protected shield on Jopi's side anymore, and now it's going to be a race. Can the Swampert much shut down? Yes, it does, and really clean win for Aspershilto in this game one, Amanda.
Yeah, really good game overall. You know, it's like we were looking at the teams and what was overall going to be the best matchups against each other. And I think Aspershilto really found like his win con in that already leading that Tapu Fini, because looking at Jopi's team, nothing really hard answers it. I mean, he had the best lineup potentially possible with that Medicham against it. But let's face it, the Charizard wants nothing to do with it. Umbreon would like nothing to do with it. Larry Stunfisk is going to get water gun down, and Lickitung is not the best answer, though those licks will be doing a lot and the body slams are going to add up. I mean, there's nothing that's really going to make it a rock, paper, scissors or a hard matchup for Aspershilto.
Yeah, you're totally right, and I think the Lickitung looks like maybe the most solid answer, having access to that power whip to do super effective damage on the Tapu Fini. But it forces Jopi in a way to kind of take into consideration, and it's no surprise that he brought the team he brought in game one, because that was basically his free best answer to a Tapu Fini on his team. So curious to see how he's going to adapt, because clearly Aspershilto was expecting that from Jopi. So now Jopi is with his back against the wall, and he has to find a solution. He has to crack a strategy to overcome a slightly team comp disadvantage here, Amanda.
Yeah, but we've seen the team comp disadvantages throughout this tournament as well. I mean, like, I want to point out again the first couple matchups we saw against C. Leonardo. Both times when I watched him play, I thought that he had a bit of a team comp disadvantage, only to watch him really masterfully dance around with the Pokemon. Chances are, if you picked a team of 6, you definitely know how to utilize it. It is not necessarily the car, it is the driver. And Jopi has been proven time and time again in this tournament that he does know how to operate the vehicle. So we'll have to see how he decides to come back from this one loss. Again, it's a best of 3, so sometimes people just use that first round to gather information, and then they're really going to ramp it up for game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that also Jopi not bringing the Charizard is also kind of a mind game in a way, because is he going to bring the Charizard next time? Was he scared away enough to do so? We are about to find out with people, with the two players locked in, and we do see Jopi leading again that Medicham into this time into the Noctowl Amanda.
The Noctowl going ahead, and this is normally advantageous for the Noctowl just because of that wing attack buff, being able to do a little bit more super effective damage. However, this Ice Punch going through, Giopi answering with a little bit of super effective damage of his own as it connects, bringing that Noctowl, one of the most bulky birds of the sky, down to yellow. Meanwhile, Aspershilto charging up just a ton of extra energy before releasing this first Sky attack, which gets shielded up by Giopi.
Yeah, Jopi is going to pull out a shield, but there is another Sky attack coming in, but the Medicham is going to reach an Ice Punch for first and force a shield on Aspreshilto's side.
Yeah, Medicham and Noctowl usually have around the same attack. Normally the Medicham wins, although there are sometimes attack-weighted Noctowls, but a Noctowl Sky attack going instead into this Lickitung. And again, with this little low of health, maybe this is a better spot for the Lickitung. However, licking down is going to be a problem, and Aspershilto says, no worries, fine. You want to waste this energy on it? I'll go ahead and release both Sky attacks onto the Lickitung.
Yeah, going to throw two Sky attack, and he's going to stay in because the Lickitung has to throw his energy if he wants to knock it out, and the Noctowl is going to reach another Sky attack. What a work has been put in this Noctowl, Amanda.
My goodness, this Lickitung went in full health against this Noctowl, which barely had any health left onto it, only to be basically brought down. Noctowl has done heavy lifting in this tournament for him, already basically knocking down that Medicham and Lickitung before finally coming in. But this is just where Aspershilto wants it. Going ahead and getting 2 or 3 mud shots is going to be super advantageous for this Swampert.
You're totally right. The Swampert already at an Hydro Cannon now that Jopi is bringing that Tapu Fini and opting to go for a bait. That's a very risky bait, but we do see instantly Jopi pressing on the protected shield, and that's going to put that Swampert in such an advantageous position.
Yeah, this going ahead and shielding up this Surf, as it would be doing some pretty hefty damage to that Shadow Swampert. Again, Shadow's taking 20% more, and a swap out and a catch onto just a little bit of masterful dancing around playing here, catching this Ice Punch on a Tapu Fini, the resistant move here, and now just beginning to water gun away at the Medicham. Even if it gets up to a Psychic, I mean, the Tapu Fini has basically done its job and absorbed as much energy as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And in the back, the Swampert is just loaded in there. The Psychic is going to connect, putting the Tapu Fini in the red, but still going to water gun down the Medicham and having a Moonblast in the back. This Moonblast is definitely going to connect since there are no protected shield into play and going to do a tremendous amount of damage, Amanda.
So much damage, and even if the Jopi ends up getting to a Surf, which doesn't look like it, I think that the Swampert is, yes, like you said before, fully loaded. Hydro Cannon definitely enough at this range to go out, and Aspershilto has stopped the sweep of Jopi and potentially going for a sweep of his own for first place here.
Yeah, exactly. What a win from Aspreshilto, up 2-0 against Jopi. Remember, before this round, Jopi had lost only one game, so he was really dominating the competition, and that's how impressive this performance from Aspreshilto is here in this, let's say, grand final, in a way, Amanda.
Yeah. So no one has indeed gotten out their brooms for the EU Continental Championship. There is no sweeping going on. There's now just a ton of 6-1 victories across the board. I believe that if Jopi ends up taking this last game, though, he will qualify on points alone for Worlds, but we'll have to double check after this is all done and dusted to see for sure. We want to make sure that we're giving you guys the exact correct confirmation of what is going on, and we want to make sure that the players are getting the recognition that they deserve throughout this as well, because let's face it, there's been so many players who have been doing really, really well in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And the more close to the end you are coming, the skillful they are coming, and players are ready for game 3. And we do see Jopi leading that Tapu Fini into the Noctowl, Amanda.
Giuseppe says, Aspershilta, you've been using it so much. Oh, wait, I have one of these things on my team too. Let me put in work with it as well. This is more advantageous for the Tapu, resisting a lot of this. However, the Noctowl is going to start chipping away at it over time. The Sky Attack coming through, and it looks like Giuseppe is going to let this first one go through before he retaliates with a move of his own, charging up a lot of extra energy and throwing that Moonblast right before the next charge attack goes through.
Yeah, we do see a protected shield from Aspershilto that is going to preserve some HP on the Noctowl and continue building some energy. And that shield allows the Noctowl to build again some extra energy, and is going to throw the Sky Attack right before the Surf to knock out that Tapu Fini from Jopi.
And in comes the Umbreon, which is a newer Pokemon that Joppy has been playing against Aspershilto, saying, okay, I'm mixing up the plan a little bit here. I got to try something different. Medicham is benched for now. Umbreon being one of the most thick Pokemon as well. So really going with a bulky strategy here with a Licky Tongue and an Umbreon in the back. Aspershilto, in the meantime, going ahead and just utilizing the Swampert to the best of his ability. Baiting here with a Hydro Cannon, which is going unshielded by Joppy.
Yeah, no shield. Great call by Jopi, and he's going to be able. Oh, that's building, snarling, doing another snarl, which will allow Aspershilto to reach another charge move here with the Hydro Cannon, opting to throw another snarl Jopi, and then throwing that foul play. That foul play, if unshielded, is going to be enough to knock out the Swampert.
The Swampert going down, and it looks like Joppy has basically one Pokemon, and let's face it, Umbreon, even with that small of health, is going to be able to do some chip damage to whatever is coming in, and it looks like it is that Tapu Fini. An immediate swap out to the Licky Tongue, and Aspershilto says, hello, we meet again. The Noctowl coming back in, and that Noctowl has a ton of energy.
Yeah, still two protected shields on Joppy's side, and he's going to use his first protected shield on this Sky Attack. He needs to preserve the HP on the Licky Tongue as well. But that Noctowl, like you were mentioning, is loaded, and here comes another Sky Attack, Amanda.
I mean, if we remember from game 2 there, it was just like that Noctowl took out both the Medicham and the Licky Tongue. Joppy knows it now. He knows he has to throw these body slams. He's not going to be able to do much with those resisted licks. And Aspershilto going ahead and tanking it. And I assume that right before the next Sky Attack going through, forcing Aspershilto to make a decision, will this Noctowl go down?
No, actually, he's going to use his last protected shield. He wants to get off the damage or grab the last protected shield from Jopi. And even like that, it's going to be really hard for Jopi to lick down, but we do see an immediate swap into the Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini is going to reach a Surf, and that Surf might knock out the Licky Tongue, Amanda.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see for sure. It just puts it in the very low red, and yes, Joppy, not thinking that he's going to be able to reach that power whip, doesn't want to risk it, throwing this body slam, and I think we're going to see an immediate swap to the Umbreon to not be charge attack down. But I mean, the Umbreon is also so low.
The Umbreon is going to reach that last resort, but can it knock out the Tapu Fini, Amanda?
So it's going to be so close. No, not even close. I think that we are about to see a reverse sweep here. Aspershilto going ahead, water gunning down and throwing the Surf onto basically a zero health Licky Tongue. Aspershilto taking a 3-0 victory over Joppy here, putting everyone in contention here for this 6-1 victory of who is going on to World Championships. Aspershilto winning that last round.
Amazing, and we were mentioning that with a 1-2 loss, Jopi was guaranteed to qualify, but he just got swept. And what a performance! Imagine going 3-0 against a player that lost one game the entire tournament. So there are just no words for how impressive this performance from Aspershilto was.
Aspershilto has been indeed really competing along. Bear with us just for 1 second. We're getting some crucial information that we want to portray to the rest of you guys. Deal. Okay, so here is a thing that we're going to do. First of all, we're going to bring up two more handsome gentlemen from the crowd. Let's go with CountXevious and Beckachu. We're going to bring them up onto the screen, and we're just going to talk briefly about these matchups. And after this, we are indeed going to do some tiebreaker matchups. So if you thought the action was over at this, well, too bad. We are going to show you even more jam-packed information about who is going to be going on to Worlds. But first, gentlemen, incredible plays, right?
Fantastic, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? CountXevious?
Well, no, I thought Beckachu was talking, but I couldn't hear him, so I didn't really know. All right. So I think maybe at some point, right? Maybe Joppy got a bit nervous because game number 2 and 3, there was a potential that he could have won it if he just stayed in. I think catching the sky attack on the Lickitung was uncalled for, and the Noctowl had way too much HP and too much to farm down. Potentially let your Medicham go and then come in with your I think he had Tapu Fini. Yeah, coming in with a Tapu made a lot more sense to me, and then leave Lickitung at the back to sweep. That would have helped because once you commit to playing the one shield with your Medicham, I mean, there's not really a lot that you should be doing trying to catch a move. Of course, you do preserve your Medicham, but what else do you need your Medicham for? You've seen that Aspercelto is probably bringing Pokemon, is always bringing Pokemon that are like kind of okay against Medicham. So it didn't for me make a lot of sense in that game as well. I think in another game also he let go of Switch unnecessarily just to be punished by Aspercelto's backline. If you noticed how the game started, a lot of them had like very good matchups at the back, but Joppy went out of his way to lose those matchups with trying to predict what Aspercelto probably had at the back and then getting hard punished for his calls. That's basically how he got 3-0'd, I think.
I mean,
Yes.
it could have been nerves, but
Yeah.
it also could have been maybe a bit of overconfidence, right? Because if you've been playing this well, if you're 6-0 in a tournament and you say, I can even lose this next one, I just need to pick one game up and I'm guaranteed to qualify. Maybe he let his guard down a little bit too much. Meanwhile, everyone else in this tournament who has a shot is hungry for the chance to win it all. Having said that, like you said, there were small win conditions as well, but I mean, I think Aspercelto just played absolutely out of his mind.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Sharing that undefeated streak with some people, but when you're the only one undefeated, you kind of have a huge target in the back, and everyone wants to take you down. So that also adds some extra pressure. And I do think that team comp wise, that was a really rough matchup for Joppy. So he really had to try to pull his this out of the way. That's why he used the Medicham also, because he kind of had to use, I think, the Medicham to let's say have an extra soft answer to that Tapu Fini that was looking so strong on the opposing side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, exactly as you said, the team comp wise was like impossible almost for him to come back. Like all his best Pokemon were absolutely hard-walled by all of Aspercelto's best Pokemon, and that's not a situation where you want to be in when you're starting off the match. And we could see as the game went on, he was forced to make calls on what's at the back line, where in most situations he might have been confident to stay in the matchups. So that's something that really did not work in Joppy's favor.
Also very risky, and I think on Joppy's side, too risky to bring a Shadow Charizard into a double water team as well. But if you think about that, he's been playing that Charizard through mostly all of the matchups. So maybe not that he's not as familiar with it, but if you have a strategy and then all of a sudden you have an opponent who kind of counters that strategy that you've been playing and you have to do something different, if you're not as well versed in what you need to do to counter that, it can end up also sort of being the downfall.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Definitely.
it was a very dominant finals for Aspercelto.
So we are going to go ahead and take about a 15-minute break while we go ahead and get everyone set up for the tiebreaker rounds. We're going to let everyone finish round 7, see where we're at. Don't go anywhere. We are still defining our next champions. So stay tuned.
Yeah, and get hydrated because the next games are going to be hype as hell.
All right.
Welcome back in, everyone. Thank you for being patient. But hey, good things come to those who wait, and we are about ready to get into the second round of the tiebreakers. Spleen, what have your thoughts been about this tournament so far? I see Asper Shelter, who just beat Joppy, preventing Joppy's sweep, was just knocked out by Verusiko.
Veruchico. I don't know how you pronounce. So we will maybe say both, but yeah, that's an impressive performance, and from a battler that might be maybe less well known from a community standpoint, but that has been doing so well in Silph this season, and it puts also the spotlight on that Hungarian community that's maybe the didn't get a spotlight throughout this season, but actually was one of the most active community in Silph for this season. The Budapest group organized really some big tournaments in there, and we are talking about two players that are going to face each other that in reality played quite often as well in this Budapest Silph tournament. So maybe they also know each other, and similarly to what we were talking about this Jopi against Asper Shelto matchup, maybe they know also the playstyle, and that's going to be even funnier, Amanda.
Yeah, that's right. We have Verusiko, like we said, it was going to be up against PvP David, who had a bye in the last tiebreaker rounds. PvP David, he is what is he? Like, he's a Swedish player, as we know, but he has played for the Silph Factions team, Tea and Pizza. And I know that there's a lot of UK people in the chat that have been cheering him on, have been wanting him to do very well overall. And so I'm excited to see how he's going to do against this player as well, because like you said, I'm sure that they played quite a few times, but PvP David has been really climbing up with ranks over the years. He's a super well-known name within the Silph community, and a player that I think a lot of people fear going up against when you see his name in the tournament bracket.
Yeah, definitely. We are talking about what I do call that group of young prodigy that we have in the community. Definitely, David is one of them for the Europe, just like our fellow countryman Boom as well, the Belgium player, and so does also in the NA. We can mention Wadaj or Hot Pocket, who are really doing well in every Silph format, but also outside in official tournaments. And I think that, for instance, PvP David was in London last year competing in seniors division.
Yeah, I think he was as well. And he's competed in a couple other in-person tournaments as well. Also looks like he's doing pretty darn good in this European Continental Championship. Could be on his way to winning this as well. As a reminder, there will be one champion for this event, but we are doing these tiebreaker events because 3 people will be moving on to do the World Championship at the end of this month. And so all of these players who are still in it are competing for that spot. Sorry for the delay once again, but we wanted to make sure that all the players who were in that realm still had a chance to compete. You can I think some of you have been following along in the bracket as well, and we're pretty excited to see that PvP David was already making it through to this round.
Yeah, and since you are mentioning this tiebreaker, some quick information for the people watching is that how this tiebreaker is going to function. Actually, the first place is obviously going to be the tiebreaker winner. The second place is going to be the losers of the tiebreakers final, and small trick for the third place. It's going to go to the highest battle wins buckles of the remaining 4 battlers. So tiebreaker per se is not really going to affect third place, so something to keep in mind for the viewers as we are going to go down the show.
Yep. So remember when we said at the beginning that even though someone won 2-0 at the beginning, they still were definitely playing out that third matchup, because it looks like it will really come down to this at some points, because like you said, Spleen, it's going to be the people with the highest battles that are going to be able to squeak into that last spot overall. Again, we only have a very few amount of people left in it. We're going to see PvP David against Verusiko, and then also we will see Jopi, who was up sweeping essentially until beaten by Asper Shelto, playing against King OWT, will be the next round. So let's go ahead and take a look at the teams of PP David and Virusiko, who we will be seeing up next. Both of these players are ones that we haven't really watched on the channel yet so far. We have that Shadow Swampert and Altaria, Umbreon, Galarian Sunfisk, Pelipper, and Tapu Fini on PvP David's side. So a triple water strategy here, and
Yeah.
maybe not something that he wants to see because look at Virusiko's side, Spleen.
Yes, there is a Venusaur on the opposing team, but really interesting because, like you're mentioning, three water type, two flyers, so a lot of potential for ABBs. For example, when you double up like that on your team of six, but on the opposing side, there are some picks that are scary for PvP. David, you mentioned that Venusaur. There is also that Walrein actually that stands out to me because you don't see any counter user on the opposing team. So that Walrein could be an amazing safe swap for Verisico.
And also that lantern, we don't know if it's running spark or water gun, but even still, a Pelipper and Tapu Fini, that's not something that those want to see if it's on spark, or really, let's face it, at all. And the Galarian Sunfisk does not want to be facing it if it is a water gun variant. So I mean, it's going to be a lot of mind games between these two players of what is going to be brought in what order. Like I think, we talk about team compositions, and sometimes people have a team comp advantage. I think Verosico kind of has the team comp advantage right
Yes.
now, but PvP David has been leading everyone with the amount of games won. So obviously he's doing something right, and he has a little bit of a strategy in mind for how to play around to difficult Pokemon that he might be seeing in this cup.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Also, something that is worth to point out is that we saw a lot of similar teams in their construction with a lot of Lickitung, Medicham core, for example. And here we do see a totally different approach from those two players. First, in the starter that they picked because they didn't went with the Charizard pick that most of the players were favoring. Same going without that Licky Tongue and opting for another Pokemon instead. Going with the Umbreon pick, both of them where we saw that yes, the Umbreon get to shine, but wasn't the top picked for that position. So that's also some interesting, I will say, knowledge and interesting data for the people that are going to compete in the next region and also to compete at Worlds because it's going to be the same meta. And if you look out, you can definitely analyze what people are bringing, especially as we move to the game. And that's going to be an amazing lead for PvP David with that Altaria into the Venusaur. And we do see a safe swap from Verosico into that Defense Deoxys answered by the Umbreon, Amanda.
Yeah, Umbreon is not necessarily the best defense Deoxys counter because it's going to be taking super effective damage from those counters that it's going to be that fast attack, but the charge attacks aren't really be doing that much. We know how tanky Umbreon has. We've been seeing it time and time again, and these foul plays are super effective and be doing a lot more damage for the charge attacks to the defense Deoxys, taking the first one on Verisico's side, already almost up to another rock slide, throwing it right before Umbreon releases its next charge attack.
Yeah, it's going to go directly going to go unshielded by PvP David that knows he can tank the rock slide, build some extra energy, and now he's going to throw the foul play at this range. If it goes unshielded, it should knock out the defense Deoxys, and that's the case.
That is indeed the case. And going ahead and coming back in with that Venusaur, and I don't know if at this point he's just trying to aggressively Vine Whip down. He knows foul play isn't going to take him out at this point, and I guess just trying to get a ton of energy on this Venusaur. It still has that disadvantageous matchup against the Altaria in the back, but with a lot of energy advantage, a Sludge Bomb can be doing a lot of damage as well. Going ahead and taking the second foul play from PvP David as well.
Yeah, opting to just sack the Venusaur to use it as a sponge and farming a ton of energy. And now it has a ton of energy and is going to go into that Walrein. And PvP David is going to answer with the Galarian Stunfisk, Amanda.
Yeah, my goodness, it was just like a counter swap, so quick, almost like a magic act there, as they both put in one Pokemon and immediately swapped out to another one. PvP David almost like knowing what was going to be in the back, doing a little bit of mind reading as long as Magicianship, going ahead and tanking the second Icicle Spear. No, looking like he's going to go ahead and
No.
use that shield. Doesn't want to be caught with an Earthquake with that much health.
Yeah, exactly. And now going for the rock slide right before the next earthquake from Verusico that doesn't think about it and press on the protected shield to preserve the HP of the Warren. At that stage, he knows how important the Warren is and goes for another icicle spear and gets another
Yeah.
shield, Amanda.
Oh my goodness, as a full shield here, and it looks like a PvP David was going ahead, charging up a little bit extra, doesn't want that rock slide to get caught on the Venusaur, but now with no protect shields left is going to be doing heavy, heavy, super effective damage to that Walrein. Walrein almost up to an Earthquake, going a little bit past, and now throwing this Frenzy
Oh!
Plant onto the Galarian Stunfisk.
And that's a very interesting move, banking an icicle spear, tanking the move, and now throwing the sludge bomb on the Altaria. This is going to do a ton of neutral damage to the Altaria, but will allow the Altaria to farm a bit more energy.
Yeah, I mean, the Rosico there seeming to know his counts very well. The real question is this super effective Icicle Spear going to be enough to take out the Altaria at this point?
Yes,
Looks like
it
it is. This is going to come
does.
down to the wire. This is going to come down to Charge Attack
Oh, and
priority.
Warren winning that charge move priority and taking down this first game for Verusico. Amanda, we mentioned how much Verusico got hard counter and it still pull out an impressive win in the end. What a game! That double bait, Icicle Spear bait, was crucial.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. And what a play indeed. I mean, no, normally when you do it in a safe swap, and then you not only get countered by that safe swap, going shields down as well, we kind of thought the writing was on the wall for Verosico there. However, coming down to that charge attack priority at the very end, that was intense matchups. And we can see why these two players are desperately playing it out to see who's going to be like a potential European Continental Champion here. Those were fantastic games. And I would say
Yeah,
definitely worth the wait.
exactly, amazing gameplay from both players to be honest, and that strategy from Verusico to load up on energy on several Pokemons in the end paid off for him, and that was really interesting to watch. Let's see if he can, in while the players are still locking in their teams. Amanda, do you think how can PvP David adapt in this game too?
I mean, I think overall it just came down to the mind games at the end, right? PvP David had a good strategy. He seemed to have the hard counter read of exactly what Pokemon to put where. It was just the guts of knowing when or when not to shield, right? Two shields down with Galarian Sunfisk into a Walrein. You would still think that this was in the pocket for PvP David. Unfortunately for him, getting a little bit scared, knowing those earthquakes would have been enough to take it out, ended up being stripped out of shields, and which cost him in the end. Looks like second verse, same as the first here, as we're getting into the matchup. Like once again, we have an Altaria versus a Venusaur, but this time we're seeing a swap into the Walrein instead of that Defense Deoxys.
Yeah, and PvP David is going to answer with that Galarian Stunfisk that is going to outpace that Warren and reach a rock slide right away that goes unshielded, Amanda.
Yeah, reaching that rock slide and going straight for the heavy hitting earthquake. He baited twice last game, and it looks like it may pay off as PvP David chooses not to shield this up at all, getting that Galarian Sunfisk down super low. But the Rusico will have to shield this up if he wants to maintain that switch alignment. Looks like he does, going ahead and shielding it up and getting a little bit more energy on that Walrein before taking out the Stunfisk.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to allow the Walrein to farm some energy, but he will have to throw. Unfortunately, he cannot farm down the Galarian Stunfisk, and at this stage, PvP David is just okay. Take my Stunfisk. I take shield advantage, and I'm going to come down and farm with something down, and that's going to be the Umbreon, Amanda.
Yeah, the Umbreon is a tanky Pokemon. We've seen it time and time again. This Icicle Spear is going to be doing like peanuts amount, a little bit of work to it. Still definitely in the green. And meanwhile, just charging up a ton of energy. He knows he can tank at least one more, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and throw this first, saying, okay, I don't want to take any more extra health on this Umbreon than I have to. And it looks like Verisico is going to let that Walrein go down. And I assume in comes that Venusaur, right? An immediate counter swap to the Altaria, met now by the defense Deoxys.
Yes, and this is going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, you can see how much the Dragon Breath are chunking away the defense Deoxys, but the defense Deoxys, despite those resisting counters, can fight back and will throw a rock slide that get the first shield from the Altaria Amanda.
Altaria is looking pretty good in this position now. When we have Umbreon that can tank things, not needing those shields as much, and Altaria has a little bit of an extra advantage, and being able to reach his Sky Attack before the next move goes through puts Verisico in a spot where he must shield up this because he wants that Rock Slide to be able to either go through or strip that last shield off of PvP David. Let's see what's going to go ahead and happen. Charging up a little bit of extra energy before releasing this Rock Slide, and indeed getting that last shield now, but it's going to be a pretty uphill battle for Verisico.
Yeah, because now the Altaria is going to probably be able to farm down that defense Deoxys and have a Sky Attack in the back to throw at the Venusaur. And this is same type attack bonus, a super effective Sky Attack that is going to do a ton of damage to the Venusaur Amanda. And in the back, the Altaria can just Dragon Breath down the Venusaur and bring everything to 1-1, Amanda.
Yeah, it looks like Verosico knew that the writing was on the wall. They're going ahead and not even bother to throw anything, letting those dragon breaths take him down. If you look at it, the teams were exactly the same as they were the other time, but both players played it out a little bit differently. This time, a PvP David recognizing that he doesn't necessarily need to shield that earthquake from the Walrein. It still turned out in his favor there. And also, just a reminder for people, he didn't shield up that last part, even though he had the rock slide, because with 1 HP, there's a potential that you would still get knocked out by that Icicle Spear, because 1 HP always goes through the shield no matter what. And that would be even worse, being able to shield something and then still falling over anyway.
I think that was a great recognition from PvP David in that game too. He understood the value of the Altaria, and he really understood that once the Walrein was out of the way, the Altaria could just go wild into this team because you have. Since we didn't see the lantern as well, you basically nothing resists sky attack, and you still have that Moonblast to throw a heavy nuke at something like an Umbreon, for example. So really like the play. Curious to see how Verisico is going to adapt. Are we going to see that lantern, for example, in game two, in game three? Are we going to see something else to kind of counter that Altaria that has been putting a ton of work?
Yeah, we're going to have to see, because again, this is a decisive game 3. Chat, let us know who you think's going to win. Type 1 in the chat if you think PvP David is. Type 2 if you think Verisico is. We're jumping right into this matchup. So we're into now an Umbreon mirror. I believe that there was a switch in before this as well. We'll have to see what the timers looks like. Yeah, they both have chosen now to be in this mirror match, which I'm going to love, because I love watching the little Umbreons take an attack.
Yes,
Cutest moves
and
in the game.
I think was the lead was the same lead than last time. So Altaria into Venusaur, at least it looks like this, and both players swapping into that Umbreon. And now I mean, we can have the nicest conversation ever, Amanda. I hope you are having a good day, because it's going to take a while, and they are just going to throw some last resort at each other for the next minute.
Yeah, basically, we are getting a little bit of information from these players. It does look like PvP David's Umbreon does win that charge attack priority there. And so we at least know that. Maybe it will come in handy at a later point in the game should one of them choose to swap out, because like you said, this is a very long round. It looks like the switch timers are now up again. Although at this point, I doubt either player wants to really switch out at this point. It's getting to almost the end game for the Umbreons, and they don't want to misalign things anymore. I think that the Verisico is desperately trying to get this down as low as possible, but it looks like PvP David's last resort here could be enough to take out that Umbreon.
Yeah, and we are going to see a shield. Indeed, it's crucial for Verisico after leading that Venusaur into that Altaria to get back switch alignment, and he's going to go for a risky foul play bait here, Amanda.
That
and
foul
gets
play
the
bait
kill.
indeed paid off as it got shielded here, but it doesn't look like it matters at this point as the PvP David still has a lot more health going on, a lot more energy, throwing this last resort, and it doesn't look like Verosico wants to use his last shield to let this Umbreon go. So what do you come in with this at this point? Is it going to be like before, coming in, getting a lot of energy on that Venusaur? No, it's going to be
Yes,
that wall rain. It's a good play.
I do like that. I do like that play, to be honest, because Walrein looks really good for Verusico. So starting on loading energy on the Walrein could become key, especially like when you know that there is an Altaria. But PvP David is opting to come in with the Stunfisk, which of course makes a lot of sense. But what a catch, Amanda! Catching the Rock Slide
Wow.
on the Venusaur. What a play by Verusico.
I think we're seeing indeed like these two players are in their global rankings of 24 and 21 here, pretty evenly matched opponents catching this. It looks like a PvP David also tried to catch that Frenzy Plant, not able to. Verosico charging up a little bit extra, now throwing the Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb doing a lot more damage to the Altaria, but still not enough to be taking it out at this point. And this Altaria has so much energy
Is
now.
Yeah, this Altaria is loaded. Is going to reach first Sky Attack here. We do see no protected shield, so it's going to take out that Venusaur. And in the back, there is a loaded Walrein and no shield. Trying to maximize as much energy as possible. Knows that there is a Galarian Stunfisk in the back. And look, capped at 100 energy, going to throw that first Icicle Spear. No shield on the Altaria. And now there is the big question. Can he reach out an Icicle Spear and an EQ, or can he go through? And will we see a shield here? Obviously, we do see a shield. And now the question, Amanda, can this Walrein reach an Earthquake in time before
It's
getting farmed
indeed
down?
gonna be a race. He's got a shield left, but PvP David, before he swapped out last time, gained a ton of energy on that Stunfisk. I believe he's got 2 Rock Slide stored. He's gonna hit the other one before the Earthquake goes through,
Yes.
indeed. And my goodness, in one of the closest matchups here, we have PvP David securing his spot in the tiebreakers at least. He is moving on up. And very
Yeah,
good games to Verosico
amazing,
as well.
amazing performance by both players. And shout out to PvP David, because we were talking, Amanda, on how difficult the matchup was looking out for him. He was losing 0-1 and he still got the victory. So imagine the nerves, imagine the mentality that a player has to be able to pull out such a comeback.
Especially because you guys have to remember too. I mean, I think a lot of you have been with us since the very start of the show, but we started this around 6 hours ago. So I mean, PvP David has been playing consistently and consistently well for essentially 6 hours. He's still in the tournament. A lot of players, not that they performed bad by any means, but they're out at this point. But still, we have 3 people who are looking to make it on to Worlds, and one of them is going to be crowned world champion by the end of this stream.
Continental champion. Don't
Continental,
go.
yeah, exactly,
Don't
exactly.
go,
Playing
don't
for
go
one.
too fast.
I'm
Don't
just,
go too
I'm
fast.
just I'm just predicting. As everyone knows, I'm very EU biased. I'm sure that someone from the EU is going to be winning the entire thing. But indeed, this is just the Continental Championships for the EU winners who will be able to compete at Worlds.
That's it's yeah, it's always funny how Amanda is loving EU, coming from NA and jinxing all the EU players. Shout out for that, and give her some love in chat, right?
I don't know. I see a lot of the Tea and Pizza guys, and I know that David is part of Tea and Pizza as well. I predicted them to win the factions almost every single week. It was very close matchups and not losing. And of course, who do they blame? Me. I get it. Someone's got to take the L, and I'll go ahead and bear the burden.
Listen, it's always easier to blame the others from your failure. That's what I learned in life. So it's not a surprise.
So for those following along with the tournament, like we said, again, these are tiebreakers that's been going on. So while we were watching that last matchup, Giopi, who had basically swept up until the final round 7, has gotten a bye from the very first round of tiebreakers, and he just beat King OWT off screen while this matchup was going on. So he will be competing against a PvP David to see who is actually going to be the EU Continental Champion. So this is going to be very, very exciting.
Yes, this is the hypest match you could have as MEA solo Silph for the season. So I do hope you are well seated and you are going to enjoy that while we are going to have a look at the teams and discuss a bit while the two players are preparing themselves to offer us an amazing show.
And don't let it fool you. It does say 1-1, but we are just starting. Never mind. It says 0-0 because we are just starting out these matches. And I wonder, you have to think if you're droppy in the spot, are your nerves getting to you at all, Spleen? Because he was in a very advantageous position before where he was, basically running the tournament. He just had to win one more round to be able to overall win and not quite able to pull that off. And now he's in a position to once again do that. I mean, is he going to be able to seal the deal this time and take home the championship, or is PvP Devon going to be sort of like the David and Goliath here of it and taking
Yeah.
down sort of the titan of this event?
I think it depends on the mindset you are in. If I was in Jopi's shoes, I think I will be happy because I will have secured my invite for Worlds. Obviously, if you are the ultimate competitor, you want to smash and win everything. So if he's in this mindset, he's definitely he wants to win. Yeah, he gets a second shot after losing to Asper Shelto, so he should definitely seize that, and that will be let's say quite deserved win since he was just smashing the competition. But on the other side,
Yeah.
there is someone that just doesn't care about GOP smashing the competition, just wants to take the win and get the continental crown. So I'm definitely going to enjoy this game, Amanda.
And I think like if you're jumpy, you are probably sweating a little bit because if you thought before it was bad playing against a double water team with your Charizard, not only is there two of the same waters that there was before, there is also that Pelipper to be added to the mix. There's no electric in sight to be against it. And the Tapu Fini that gave Droppy such a hard time in the matchup against Asper Shelto is also on the team of PvP David. If PvP David has been studying the matchups at all or knowing what's going on, I think that he tells it he has a bit of a, what would you call it, a favorable matchup here. But again, we
Yeah.
saw PVT David work his way against the wall in a non-favorable matchup last time, so I'm not counting Giappi out one bit.
Yeah, I do like the Altaria from PvP David. Just it's almost not checked except by the Galarian Stunfisk. But then you watch PvP David's line and you do see that Stunfisk facing potentially a Swampert or a Tapu Fini or a Pelipper can fight back against the Pelipper, but still it looks scary. And I think that the key for GOP is going to find a way to break some cores in the opposing team, while, like you were mentioning, being a bit at a slightly team comp disadvantage. It struggled to do that against Asper Shelto when he was featured last time on stream. But like you are mentioning, this is a journey. A tournament is also a journey, and for sure he learned a lot playing against Asper Shelto, and he's definitely now thinking of other strats in order to counter what PvP David could bring to the field.
And this is a good time to point out that because all the tiebreakers have been done up until this point, this is the final matchup that we will be showing overall. The third place spot, so someone who we didn't get to have a chance to see on stream, but did extremely well and had the most highest battle wins and Buchholz of the remaining people in the tournament was King OWT. So he's gotten the third place. He will be qualifying and going on to the World Championship as well. But who wins this one is going to be crowned number one. So both of these players are also going to be competing in Worlds. But yeah, this is for all the glory, right? Spleen, this is for the gold at
Yeah,
this point. You don't go this far just to be able to make it on to the next tournament. You go this far to win.
yeah, for sure. And I mean, to compete, to arrive at that level, to compete in that level, to do well at that level, you are definitely a competitive animal. So I wouldn't be surprised that our two competitors here are going to do everything in their power to take the W home.
Yes.
And
I
I
think that
must
we're going to
say,
see some really hype matchups. Tell me.
And I must say that I'm still there. I can still win with my bet.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if GOP ends up winning, that an Italian person is indeed going to take that number one spot. I mean, my last name is Lundberg. I'm very obviously Swedish, as you guys can tell by looking at me. So I kind of maybe have to cheer for PvP David here. But no matter what, these have been very, very fun and interesting matchups to watch. It's been 6 hours, but it's really flown by for me because, like I said, I'm so hyped to be part of this last tournament, to be a part of this history that's been made, and help. Yeah, EU really see it through because, like you said, someone from North America, but I'm EU at the heart.
You are definitely uh, EU at heart, and I think that EU is also showing you love from time to time when they are not messing around with you, Amanda. But yeah, indeed. Let's. I really for Jopi the key is going to kind of read how David is going to build a consistent line of free to take him down, and that's going to be really important and even more important for him there to really align well Pokemon, or at least to have a strategy in case he lose hard lead.
Yeah, do you have any ideas of what this strategy could be? Should Juppy be taking notes at all? Because again, when I'm looking at the team, I'm just staring at that Tapu Fini because Asper did such a masterful job of playing playing Tapu Fini against Juppy's team that Juppy has to already just be eyeing PPV Davids and say, okay, that's the main Pokemon that I need to be worried about. And if I can play around this, maybe I have some really good win conditions. And maybe he's already sorted that through, saying, you know what, if I just would have done A against Asper, I would have won. But never mind, we're getting right
Let's
into it here.
yeah,
Let's
let's
go.
find out. And we do see Jopi leading that Umbreon into the Altaria. So a fairly neutral matchup here. Obviously, if the Altaria is able to land that super effective Moonblast, it's definitely going to go in favor of the Altaria. And we do see Jopi throwing a first charge move, a first foul play before the Altaria reaching a Moonblast, Amanda.
Yep, going ahead and tanking that foul play like a pro, charging up a little bit of extra energy, and PvP David not fooling around here, going straight for that Moonblast. And it looks like a Jumpy not shielding it up here, knowing that Umbreon can at least take it, but dang, that super effective damage. Oh,
Yes,
and worse for the Were has now got the attack debuff as well on this Umbreon.
yeah, indeed, and that attack fall is a huge upset for Joppy because that's going to reduce the power of the foul play, and you do see it doesn't throw another foul play and pivot out instantly into that tricky tank to soak all those energy from the Altaria, Amanda.
Yeah, it's not the greatest matchup, but when Altaria is this low as well, being able to do wonderful counting on Gioppi's side, throwing this body slam, which should be enough to take the Altaria out, should PvP David choose not to shield it. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and let that Altaria go down, knowing that it's done its job. In comes that dangerous Shadow Swampert, being able to throw Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon right away. Gioppi still has 2 shields left. I wonder if he'll use this first one to preserve any health on the Licky Tongue. No, letting this Licky Tongue go.
Yeah, opting to tank that charge move, knowing that he's still going to be able to throw a charge move, and now it's a big question: is PvP David going to shield? No, he knows his count. No, it's a body slam. Tank the move and swap out to the Tapu Fini to snipe down the Licky Tank.
Yes, and now is maybe a bit of a baiting game. We have to remember PvP David has a little bit more energy on his Tapu Fini, being able to water gun that down and going for that Surf bait, which is shielded up by Gioppi here. Doesn't want to take a Moonblast, especially with such low health left on that Umbreon. But unfortunately for him, using that shield up is not that great. And if PvP David knows his counts, he says, wait a minute, I was just at a Moonblast. There's no way this is a Moonblast. This is clearly just a Surf.
Yeah, exactly. And PvP David is building some extra energy, and you do see Jopi. Jopi is not messing around. He's just going straight surf in the end in this matchup, and he's going to grab the first protected shield on the PvP David side.
Yeah, PvP David charging up a ton of extra energy, going for yet another surf here and getting that last protect shield from Joppy, almost up to double surf. I don't know if we're going to see an aggressive water gun down. We'll have to see, for sure. We have to also remember that Umbreon still has a charge move stored. Doesn't
Ooh,
even want to
my
use it. Wants to
gosh.
catch.
Wow,
Wow, letting
catching
this
that
go through.
hydro cannon on the Umbreon. This is going to knock out, but in the end, can he water gun down the Swampert? Yes, it looks like he's going to be able to water gun the Swampert. And in the back there is a one water gun to knock out PvP David. Despite having a last protected shield, Joppy putting that win around so much impressive. Amanda, we have been chatting over for 10 minutes on how difficult that matchup was for Joppy. He comes in and just wins game one. Impressive gameplay by Joppy.
Yeah, I think when you get swept, you end up taking a step back and you say, okay, what could I have done differently? Since the team composition was fairly similar to what he played against Asper Shelter, he says, okay, now I have a game plan against this. And you know what? Going straight surf was actually the really correct move for the Tapu Fini because PvP David didn't want to shield it. He knew that it was just a surf, but in the end, it ended up being costly for him because that was the thing that he just had too low of HP, right? I mean, he died with
Yeah,
a shield left.
you're totally right, and even like actually landing the first surf kind of allowed the Tapu to double shield farm down the opposing Tapu, and that was maybe a mistake from PvP David in that regard. But obviously, when you are counting and you know that it's a resistive move, you kind of want to avoid using a protected shield, but here it was costly, and we are about to watch game two, Amanda.
Yes, game two. If Joppy wins this, he will indeed be the EU Continental Champion. PvP David needs to win this to stay in it, and we'll have to see if there will be a decisive game three. Looks like game two is starting out the same way as game one did. Joppy throwing right again before the Altaria gets to a move, and we'll have to see if PvP David chooses to do a Moonblast again or if he's going to go straight Sky Attack.
Yeah, let's find out. It's going to build up to but not before Joppy is going to be able to throw another foul play that is going to do some chip damage, addition chip damage to the Altaria. And the Altaria is going to go now for the Moonblast. And we saw earlier that Joppy is going to elect to not use his protected shield, knowing that he can tank it. And this time, no defense drop, and Joppy swapping instantly into the Lickitung to absorb all the remaining energy from the Altaria.
Yeah, we've been talking earlier. You keep calling Lickitung a big old sponge, and I have to agree, as it just tanks us still in the green. Doesn't matter, but now in comes the Swampert. It's a little bit of a dangerous position. This Lickitung has a lot of energy already up past a Power Whip, forcing PvP David to have to use his first shield there because a Power Whip would definitely be enough to knock out at Shadow Swampert. Meanwhile, Shadow Swampert gathering up a ton of extra energy. These Hydro Cannons about to be unleashed.
Yeah, the first hydro cannon is going to be thrown by PvP David. This is not going to be enough to knock out the Lickitung, and the Lickitung is going to throw another charge move. This time a body slam. PvP David is on top with the counting, knows it's the body slam, and it's just going to no shield and too much. Can he get the much down? Yes, it does. Amanda get the much down, and that's could be crucial for the rest of the game.
I absolutely agree with you here, Spleen. Hydro Cannons, though they're not super effective against the Umbreon, the Shadow, and at that range, enough to take it out. Still has almost one in the tank as well, throwing this Hydro Cannon. Again, we saw it before. It's not that it's going to be that effective, but with the Tapu Fini being the only Pokemon left, you got to do something to preserve as much health as possible. In comes that Pelipper to take it down.
Yeah, and now PvP David is in a really good position. Really cool the bait here, the surf bait. No, it does shield the bait, and that could be a really huge change here, Amanda, as he's going to throw the weather ball, and Joppy is definitely directly pressing a no protected shield. What a call by Joppy.
A call indeed, forcing PvP David to say, okay, well, you got to shield one of them because, again, it's your only Pokemon left. He knows that Joppy is going to outpace him here, be able to get to a Moonblast beforehand, or will he? It looks like the Weather Ball's going through. It's not going to be enough, but we'll have to see. There's still an Altaria. There is still a Swampert in the back.
Yeah, exactly. This is not going to be enough, but he has to throw the Moonblast. No, gets KO'd by the wing attack just before. And what a play by PvP David to bring the score to 1-1 and to offer us. I think, Amanda, I need to say now, we couldn't dream of a better scenario, right? We are just watching
Exactly.
the final. It's 1-1, and now it's a win or die game. And
Yep.
I don't know for you, but those games are my favorite one because
And
you
each
are
game
at the
down to the
top.
wire.
Yeah, exactly. And you are at the top of the pressure for both players. Imagine they are one win away to getting crowned continental champion, and at the same time they are also one loss away of kind of not losing everything because you still get your invite, but end up the afternoon with a sore impression, and we
Yeah,
move to
and
the battle
looks like we
with
have
the
a mirror
Tapu
match
Fini
going on
lead.
here. Tapu on Tapu damage here. I think Enhoff would be super sad to see this happen. But overall, we have that Lickitung and Umbreon in the back for Joppy and the Pelipper. So a double flyer strategy, it looks like, behind here. Going ahead and going with that surf bait, which Joppy is shielding up. He knows how dangerous this Tapu is against a lot of the team. Doesn't want to take any extra damage, but that surf shield is a little of a bummer. And PvP David retaliates correctly, shielding up this Moonblast.
Yes, and that can be crucial in this matchup, shielding the Moonblast, but getting the defense drop, I think. And that, let's find out, and is going to reach a Moonblast. And what a counting and what a catch by Joppy, catching that Moonblast on the Lickitung. And same strat, just using the Lickitung to just soak energy, and PvP David is instantly going to go into the Pelipper.
Yeah, good call here by almost reaching up to the Hurricane. Again, you're talking about the counting of Jumpy. It is so on par here, knowing that the right before the Hurricane is going to be released, this Body Slam's going off, chipping away at the Pelipper as much as possible. And now in comes this Hurricane. Will Jumpy choose to shield this up or let this Lickitung go? Again, maybe just being that sponge you were talking about takes out the
No
Lickitung.
shield, barely
No
surviving,
shield.
but that allows the also the Pelipper to get one extra wing attack, which will allow the Pelipper to reach this weather ball. This is going to go unshielded. Obviously, when you have so many tanks in your team, you are just going to use them to soak all that energy. And the Umbreon is going to go for the foul play, trying to undercharge it in case he could get one or two extra snarls in.
Looks like he is indeed going to be able to do that. Switching back, doing a little bit of a dance here, bringing in back in that Tapu Fini to soak this weather ball. It's not going to be that effective. Tapu Fini, meanwhile, still has a lot of energy left, and we have to remember PvP David's Tapu Fini is dry because Joppy caught that Moonblast on the Lickitung. Choosing not to shield this here, and I suppose it's a bit of a race. Can he just get Water Gun down? He can, and now it
Yes,
looks
he
like it's going to
can.
be a little bit of a reversal here. One Pokemon left versus the world.
Wow, can he reach the moon blast? Yes, he does reach the moon blast. And there is the last shield from PvP David that is going to come into play to shield that move and get the attack for Amanda. That could be a turnaround. And now it's the Umbreon with one shield up against the rest of the world. Who is going to get the Continental crowd? Amanda, are we going to see a shield from Joppy?
We are going to
We
see that
do.
shield note saying, you know what, every single time he's gone for the Moonblast, he has to keep going for it here. Meanwhile, this Umbreon has a ton of energy. We have to be wary. There's still that Pelipper in the back that a PvP David can be using as a potential, like a sacrificial swap here. We'll have to see for sure. Meanwhile, this Moonblast is almost being queued up, now going for another foul play, but will it be enough, Spleen? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the Umbreon is going to survive, but trying. And I do love that play by PvP David. Swapping out to clear the debuff to ensure that the Moonblast is going to be enough to knock out the Umbreon. Will it be enough, Amanda?
Oh, it's so close.
It
It is
is
indeed.
enough.
It looks like it is just enough. And PvP David has secured his title as the EU Continental Champion. Like you were
What
talking about
a
before, Spleen,
third
a
game.
prodigy, right? A young player rising through the ranks season after season, only to have it end like this, being able to really knock down the champion in a decisive game 3. You couldn't ask for better battlers, right, chat? You couldn't
Yes,
ask for better
exactly.
stream. What a play.
Wow, what a game! And I really want to insist on that. He banks the Moonblast, swap out to clear the attack drop, and come back in, knowing as well that the Altaria will win potential charge move priority, and knowing that the Umbreon was on Moonblast range if uh, un- unbuffed, I will say something like that. I will not know how you will say that actually in English, but uh,
An unbuffed, yeah, yeah.
clearing the debuff
Clearing
in
the
a way, and
debuff.
yeah, clearing the debuff, and that was a brilliant play, and that's a play that crowns someone continental champion. So congratulations to PvP David, and
Yes, congratulations to
uh,
PvP David, but let's also give a little bit of kudos to the other Silph Arena top 8 from this region as well. This has been an extremely long long but interesting tournament that's been going on. PvP David getting first place, and second place, as you just saw, went to Joppy, and the third person who will also be going on to world competition will be King OWT.
yeah, so very interesting. I'm just going to brag a little bit, saying that we have half of the top 8 that are Spanish or Italian. So can we say that I'm good at predictions?
I would say that you're very good at predictions here indeed. Splayed fourth place going to Verosico from Hungary. Aspershelto getting that fifth place. Pablo Dinas getting sixth. Seventh, Gareth A. Fowl and Cyrix Darwin, who we saw play on stream a little bit earlier as well, going ahead and taking that eighth place. So these are our last ever Silph EU Continentals. And once again, we just want to make a big congratulations to the actual chat, and make sure to tune in at the end of the month as well to cheer him on in the actual worlds, where again he's with Tea and Pizza. I don't want to jinx him, so I don't know if I should even say that he's going to win it all. What do you think, Splane? So sorry, what were you saying, Sergio?
No, yeah, we got muted. So I was just, it's definitely going to be a strong candidate to win Worlds in a few next week. No, in 2 weeks time
Yeah,
from now.
in 2 weeks on the
So
29th.
definitely, yeah, definitely interesting. Also, Joppy made a crazy run, so I wouldn't be surprised if he really does well as well in this format. Maybe adapting a bit his team, seeing what didn't work in the final stages because he had like such an amazing performance earlier. So I'm really curious. Definitely, in the end, also we can expect some crazy competitors in terms of skills from the other regions. So if you are available, I will definitely watch that show because that's going to be crazy in terms of level. If you remember how many 1 HP wins we saw today, I can expect it to be the double. So if you like PvP, that's definitely a show you should attend.
And speaking of shows that you want to attend, if you guys can't get enough of PvP, if you guys have been liking the Silph Continentals here, we're actually going to be doing, well, not us personally, but on this channel, just in a few short hours, we're going to have the North America qualifiers going on as well. So we can kind of see the flavor that the NA is bringing, see what Pokemon they're doing, their playstyles, and also who will be competing in Worlds from the different region as well. So I don't know if you guys have any favorites there. Maybe we'll have another youngin like a PvP David winning it all. I know that Hot Pocket, who has been one of the people who have been refing this tournament, is probably playing. Not really sure.
I don't know, but for sure, Pocket is definitely one of the most consistent Silph player out there. Being, I think he was in the top 10 worldwide in every season he played. So definitely an amazing performance, and I wouldn't be surprised if he shines if he decides to play, of course. But
Yeah.
you are indeed mentioning something. We could have a bunch of youngsters playing at each other, and that's not good for us, Amanda. We are getting
Yeah,
old, and
I got to
we
bring out my
see
bifocals when I'm
the
tapping my screen from out here.
we do see we do see the young generation just I mean we are teammate with one of these youngsters, and when we watch him battle sometimes there is just the impression that there is he's not playing the same game than us, because he's
Yeah,
just way too good compared
just
to us.
levels above. As we kind of put a bow on this stream, the tying it up, the end, also the last for EU, I just wanted to thank Spleen for being casted with us. We have CountXevious and Beckachu, who had to cut out a little bit earlier as well, but they did a fantastic job. And of course, we need to shout out the referees who have been helping out. There was, I'm sure, a lot of them, but the ones that I know of that I've been at least in some communication with, we have Abis Actor, Hot Pocket, Noxious, Nexilia, Matthew Brewer, Hot Pocket, like I said before, and last but definitely not least, the person who's been making these shows go round, who's going to be doing them all. She is probably downing Red Bull straight into her veins. We have MissMystic, who has
Yes.
been running all these streams, so we really appreciate everything that has been done, especially for Silph over these years, being able to produce this content and get it out to the crowd.
Yeah, and big shout out to Miss Mystic, because she woke up in the middle of the night to help us for this MEA stream. She's going to stream right away after the NA, and probably getting to continue tomorrow. So crazy, and to be honest, really thank her in chat. Give her some love, because that's more than deserved for her.
And like I said, it's been a pleasure on our end as well. Don't go anywhere. I mean, well, you guys can go somewhere. It'll be a couple hours, but definitely make sure to come back to this channel to see the different regions compete as well, from basically my PvP academia, but more on a personal level from Spleen and I. Thanks for sticking around with us all. We really appreciate everything that you guys have been said, and it's been an honor.
Yeah, you have said everything, Amanda. I don't even know if I can add something, but really thank you, Silph, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Silph, in a general way, for all the community and the friendship we have made along the way. This was, I think, a great farewell show for Silph at EU level, and I'm definitely looking forward to watch Worlds, and also to see the future of PvP alongside this amazing community.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. We'll catch you guys in another time.